Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to season 2025, mid-season of the LCP, and what a time it is. We're starting later than the rest of the competition, but that is good for us because now we've had time to scout out the meta.
That's because every other region needs a head start, of course. We got to showcase what the LCP is capable of on the world stage. We put the world on notice.
That's
realistically, barring that one result in the semi-finals.
I don't remember.
Yeah, exactly. That easily, CFO could have been a top 2 team. They were easily a top 3 team globally, and I think the world has stood up and taken notice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ultimately coming in, everyone thought of us as, oh, they're going to be the easy, the gimme team, and absolutely not. 2-0ing KC, 2-0ing TL, 2-0ing Top Esports.
And then helping send Talon home, to Team Liquid home.
That's right, absolutely. I mean, they were the underdogs, and they really had a great underdog story. They came in and they really showed up. So CFO, of course, that was. And now we get to see more of them later on today. But the first series of the day is going to be Vikings going up against SoftBank.
Oh, my boys, Viking coming back into it. One of the most exciting teams to watch in the LCP. Hugely diverse champion pool. In fact, I think they played the most champions throughout Split 1. They were explosive. They were volatile. They made CFO and Talon both work to get their spots in that final for LCP Split 1. So coming into it, I'm keen to see what they've been cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one thing that you have to realize now about Vikings, I think, is a lot of their success in our first split really came off the back of their lane swaps, their creative ways of getting their bot lane into the mid lane, and really progressing the game around their jungler like that.
Why would you do that to me, man?
Gone.
Like, I know.
Now it's gone. Completely removed from the game. You cannot do that anymore. You can after 3 minutes 30. So there is still some creativity that you can find through that, but it's going to be a lot more difficult. And I think other teams are also going to be aware of that possibility. And especially that, you know, that's exactly how Vikings like to play.
Yeah, I mean, they were volatile. They were looking to force the issue, looking to fight, as were all our VCS teams last split. They were keen to push the envelope from the very, very start of game, and they do it with some interesting drafts. Team cohesion-wise, they really are a feast or famine sort of team, sort of region, honestly. But SoftBank coming into it, they were a slow burn team. They looked a bit rough to start off with, but they really felt like they found themselves coming into the end of Split 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And we hope they come in and continue that momentum they started to find at the end of the split. Of course, to start off our mid-season, we are going to have the 1v1 showdown this time. Noxus is gone. It's Spirit Blossom time. And it's going to be Guri, the jungler for Vikings, going up against Evie, the top laner for SoftBank.
I mean, Evie was a standout in the 1v1s. He was a consistent player. Playing on champions you wouldn't necessarily expect the top laner to be shining on. And so we saw the statistics coming into it, that some of those teams that you wouldn't have expected to be doing well, dominating in the 1v1. I mean, Chiefs, tied in the 1v1, was crazy.
Was a beast. Jimmy for the Chiefs actually just kind of dominated everyone in terms of those 1v1s. But here we're going to have the Yasuo mirror matchup to start us off.
I don't know how you play a 1v1 where both champions are just going to run it down and die. So who really wins?
First to 10 deaths, I believe, this one.
So we go in golf, you know, the lowest wins or something, but,
we'll see.
Coming into it, realistically, there's not going to be any crazy shenanigans. Maybe a wind wall blocks a tornado, but it is going to be one of those things they're going to build. I think it's going to be interesting to see itemization. Are we going to see both players just heavily commit to the standard Yasuo path, which is damage, 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 maybe a bit of a crit? Or do we see one of them go up to maybe a defensive item along the way to try and mitigate some of that damage? Summoners. Look, I'm excited. It's split 2. Let's get it started.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even Warden's Mail goes a really long way against champions like Yasuo, who have almost 100% of their damage coming through from what is auto attacks. Having just a flat block on damage that comes out can be very strong. But on the other side of things, you know, you go in for the likes of a Blade of the Ruin King. All of a sudden, you have a bit of lifesteal, a bit more sustain, as well as the damage that comes along with it. We'll take a look here. Recurve bow coming out of Evie immediately with just the 1 Doran's against 2 Doran's and a longsword. This does show that Evie is wanting to go for the Blade of the Ruin King, but more importantly, his Q cooldown is going to be significantly lower than Guri's.
Yeah, I mean, aside from that, Rune matchups, you'd imagine, are almost exactly identical.
Yeah.
Summoners being the big difference, though.
You could have one person going domination, possibly. Something like sudden impact can, you know, give you an edge in a very quick trade. But I imagine they both have the resolve tree as their secondary. Generally is a very strong laning 1v1. It doesn't look like... Okay, the resolve definitely there for both of them. So bone plating now off for both of these Yasuo players as Evie and Guri trading reasonably equally. Very low, but Guri's going to be on the back end of this one. Flashes away, the minions should do it! And oh my god, Evie's going to live! He's able to live. That's 1 kill. That's a big gold injection. And from here on, it should just be Evie who takes it.
I mean, that is ultimately exactly how I expected this mirror matchup to go. That was the most Yasuo 1v1 I think I've ever seen. But Evie, I mean, he's just been killing the 1v1s in 2025. He's going to carry on that trend with the first blood and a decent gold injection off the back. And you look at it, Guri didn't get a single minion off that either. He is broke.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So now Berserker Greaves actually undoes. Let's see what he... Okay, pickaxe. So he's just going straight damage. I mean, he realizes his Q cooldown's already that much lower. He doesn't really need more attack speed at the moment.
The funny thing is, he could have bought anything. It wouldn't matter because obviously Guri's not coming back with anything. Oh, that's criminal. For all that action, Guri doesn't get a single bit of gold other than the generation of the, you know, the passive.
The crazy part about that is they were just trading in minions as well. So like, you'd almost think accidentally he'd get a minion. Now he has 4.
And he did get the knock up onto Evie, which we hadn't seen much of yet. But realistically, this is going to be one of those sort of slow bleeds out. Both players wasted summoners. The fact that Guri didn't get anything off that first death means that realistically, he's never going to be at the same stage as Evie coming in terms of gold efficacy. So, yeah, Guri can try all he wants. Maybe he plays this out, put a bit of chip damage onto Evie, looks to play off the tower, but there should be no way that Evie loses this from this point on.
Yeah, as long as Evie doesn't go for an all-in here, because he would be going up into a massive disadvantage considering the demonic minion wave almost. Although because of the chip damage, it's just over. Don't have to all-in him if you just poke him out with your Q first and then go.
Yeah, look, to be fair, we still did see a Yasuo die twice in lane and then the game was over. So thematically on brand, I think, for Yasuo. But for them, it is no longer going to be an option. Obviously, for Vikings and SHG, Yasuo is done when it comes to the 1v1. So, look, it's going to be interesting to see. There are some interesting matchups for the 1v1s coming in. Yeah, look, everything's looking up here in Split 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that, that means now SoftBank are going to have their side selection going into at least game number 1. And everyone keep in mind, of course, originally the split was going to be a different format, but with Fearless now being year-long, it is going to be the same format in terms of the regular season as it was last split. So best of 3 Fearless draft is what we're going to have. So you get side selection game 1, you're going to have your priority. I mean, I'm expecting we're going to see much the same as last split, and blue side is going to dominate in terms of those sort of selections. Whether it dominates in win-loss, yet to be seen.
I mean, we still did see that even through first stand, it was a blue-sided competition. Again, 45-55% differential margin, so...
It's just the power of the first pick. Ultimately, generally, there's always going to be sort of one S tier left open. And if you are able to get it, then you put yourself at a massive advantage. You know, the likes of the Rumble sticks out. Nowadays, the Gwen and the Neferi. Oh, some fans shying away.
Yes, how good is it having fans in stadium for LCP
beautiful.
Split 2? You love it. I mean, we even know we've got a special fan of the Oceanic region coming in. He's got Science Pratt. The guy is a die-hard Chiefs fan, and hopefully we get to see him on camera at some point. But looking at it, I mean, look, you got to remember, the last time these two teams played against each other in Split 1, it was the game with the most kills throughout the entire split. 52 kills in 39 minutes. It was a bloodbath.
We can top that.
Oh, absolutely. I don't doubt it. But
remind me, I might be misremembering, but I think it might have been against Vikings where Marble had that ridiculous Israel play. Do you remember the one I mean, where it was like mid lane and he was just 1v4, got a quadra, called it a day, and then lost the game immediately after because Vi ulted him?
Yeah, look,
I can't remember the series, but I mean, more to the point is that was at the back end of SoftBank season. Obviously, Vikings, they started hot and they continued hot throughout. They looked really, really good. Unfortunately, stumbled over the hurdle of Garm in the qualifying series. But ultimately, they had already done almost more than they were expected to do coming in. Now, they do have a new AD carry. It is going to be Style, so it'll be interesting to see what he brings to the team. If he's just that little bit more, I don't know what you'd even want from this team. They all kind of do everything, but maybe a bit more consistency. I'm not even really sure, but...
I'm looking at one person only for this Vikings team, and that is Shulong. The guy is an absolute playmaker out of the support role. He did so much to enable Vikings throughout Split 1. His Pike was just, ironically, a little bit demonic because he was just everywhere, doing everything for the team. So if he's given that opportunity to really shine in a support position, he's going to open a lot for the team. But we see through the ban phase, I mean, Kalista Sidwani, Varus being banned out, Gwen, Rumble, arguably two of the strongest top laners at the moment, and then Vi. So top lane is going to be a bit muted at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one pick that does stand out to me right now is the Neferi. So we've seen a lot of Neferi, a lot of Gwen targeted down, and it's going to be locked in. So a very strong jungler. It has a ridiculous dive potential with the fact you can just drop aggro immediately, akin to what Elise can do. That makes it very, very strong. If you have a weak side of the map, the other side rather, the other team has a weak side of the map, you can look to really punish by looking for those dives, and it's almost 100% safe, because ultimately, even if you do make a mistake, you can just drop the aggro and reset. So it is just very powerful, but on the other side of things, Xin Zhao, very much the same, is very powerful. Nothing really changed from last split and now, but because of that, he didn't get nerfed. He is still looking just as strong.
And I mean, the crazy thing is, even if there had been pretty dramatic changes in champion pools, Fearless Draft negates a lot of that because you can only play it once throughout a series. So going into, I mean, Neferi has been exciting to watch. Very dynamic, very explosive, has a lot of snowball potential if she gets a lead. So coming out of the jungle for Guru, this is exactly the sort of pick you want to make a statement with in game one.
Absolutely. And the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's going to be Marble playing them as Fortune to absolutely no surprise. Definitely, at least in terms of what I see in solo queue, doesn't feel as strong as it was, but in a team environment, it is much easier to capitalize on, you know, having these good ults or positioning well. And then Ahri in the mid lane. New build for Ahri these days. New build for a lot of mid laners.
A lot of ages
into the Liandry. So very tanky, has a lot of burn damage, and against the Sion, what better item?
Kratos coming back in. I mean, this guy has done a lot for the team. He's been an absolute stalwart in the top side, but I mean, it's worth mentioning, obviously, coming into the mid-season, Vikings, like you said, have had a bit of a shift around. And in terms of what they're capable of, they should still never be underestimated. There is still a huge amount of threat coming out of this team, but they have added some backup. There is now a substitute top laner for Vikings, Hazmed coming in. So Kratos, look, he's got to prove that he is definitely still that beast in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when I think like God of War in terms of League of Legends champ, not much comes to mind more than Sion. Like there are, you know, Darius maybe.
And Bessa.
Yeah, but I still just, Sion, he just wants to get in there and fight, you know? And Bessa does a bit of skirting around the fight. Oh, got to kite back my abilities on quarter. Sion doesn't care, he just walks forward.
Now
thematically accurate.
Yeah. Coming into it though, the second round of the ban phase, we see a champion that has really risen to prominence globally at the moment. And I mean, look, he's not taken over, but he's definitely showing his face a lot more than he has in the past. Yorick has seen a huge amount of play, and I mean, a lot of people saying Whippo a little bit to blame for bringing him to prominence. But you look at it, just absolute expand domination in the bot lane. We see 4 being targeted away here by SHG. Israel, who at the moment I think is probably one of the best AD carries in terms of utility and being able to avoid dying. Unfortunately, Varus not able to say the same. Kaiser as well. So it does set up Style for his start in this competition on an interesting position. And he gets Corki, which is still insanely strong.
Yeah, Corki is definitely weaker than it was, and importantly has a bad matchup into Misfortune. So Styles coming in. It's his first stage game here in the LCP. He's been targeted with 4 bans. They've taken away a strong laner. You're left to find something else. Yes, admittedly, Corki is a strong laner. Has a bad matchup into Misfortune, and you've still got to prove yourself.
The important thing is, though, he's safe.
He is safe.
Corki is a safe bot laner, and that with the Valkyrie, to be fair, we saw a lot of bot laners in last split just dive in with the Valkyrie and die, but he gives you that safety option, which I think you're looking for, especially with a Misfortune Alistar lane.
Yeah.
That is terrifying. With the Valkyrie, it gives Style a little bit of freedom to work with. He's not as pressed down in that bot side, but the thing that I am looking for here is down that bot. And yeah, look, Kasante's there. We knew it was going to be something along those lines, given that everything else was spanned out.
Better the fight than to live in fear.
Given the final pick, what does he go? Does he go offensive? I don't think that's the play, given it's Styles' first game. You probably want something a little bit more safe, a little bit more secure to keep him happy in that bot lane.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the other angle is you go for something a bit more aggressive, and then you kind of guide Style through the lane. But yeah, going for the Nautilus, just a stock standard pick. Now, Sealong's Nautilus has been kind of up and down. If you remember, there was one game where he completely 1v9 the first 5 minutes, and then after that was really having a tough time.
He missed the terrain 3 or 4 times?
Yeah, I think, like, honestly, you can look at it, he's a support main. Every support, if you can't play Nautilus, you probably shouldn't be playing support. So you know he can play it. If he can play this game like he played that first 5 minutes, I forget who he was against now, but you are going to feel pretty good in this game. It's a good Nautilus game. You're not really threatened by all that much. I have to say, the draft now that has come out of SoftBank does pretty poorly into Talia. I think Cuddy's Talia, considering how early on in the draft it was picked, has got a lot of value, and I think that is a mistake coming out of SoftBank ultimately when navigating through this draft phase.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's going to be interesting. Shogun, admittedly, while is obviously Style coming in his first game, Shogun did really set the ball rolling for this team. He did a lot in that bot lane role. Style definitely has some big shoes to fill. But yeah, and as to Shilong and the Nautilus, it was a rough game, yes, but admittedly, as a support man myself, you miss 100% of the opportunities you don't take, and if you're not throwing a hook, you're not taking opportunities.
Yep, absolutely. So SoftBank really coming in to prove themselves now. Obviously a really rough split 1 for SoftBank standards, considering the dominance they've had in the LJL. They want to come in here, look strong. Vikings want to continue the success they were seeing in our first split, and it's mid-season now, so first split really means absolutely nothing anymore. Now it's a new split, completely wiped slate, and you truly get to prove yourself. Stocks or importance on split 2 or mid-season is a lot more, they're a lot higher than they were in the first split.
Absolutely. The stakes are so much higher. Not only are you playing for MSI, but the Esports World Cup as well. So qualification is just the be-all and end-all for international competition here. Not to mention the fact there are 2 spots up for grabs. Vikings, they realistically could be a team that takes that second slot.
Yeah, absolutely. Or first slot.
Look, CFO have set the bar pretty darn high.
Yeah, absolutely. But here we are for level 1s. Obviously a lot stronger level 1 out of Vikings. Unless there was a massive risk by SoftBank for just 5-man stacking, which they will not do. Deep wards in the bot side jungle here, so Courage is going to be known where he is pathing to. They're going to know he's pathing bot, and I don't expect there to be too much volatility in the bot lane. Yes, there can be between the Nautilus and Alistar, but ultimately I'm not so certain there will be.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, some of the changes that have been discussed going into the next, few weeks of play and how the patches are going to affect the game are going to be interesting. But already fighting down on the bot side.
Yeah, gang, going to take a pretty large chunk of damage, but and takes another one. I mean, just Pinata. There needs to just be a Pinata Alistar skin.
Nah, Mukau is just undefeated.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is not really how you'd want to start your lane. Style doing really good at playing around the vision. A bit of a nothing lane up here in top. Admittedly, early on in the lane, Sion does a lot more poke damage than Kasante is really able to do. But as level 6 comes through, having a combat ult versus essentially a non-combat ult, it's going to start favoring Kasante more and more until that health starts stacking up.
I mean, look, I'd argue Sion's ult is a as a combat ult if you hit
Not
it.
against Cassante, who could just press W.
Yeah. It's very situationally competitive, but I think realistically what we're seeing at the moment, at least from the other regions that I've been keeping track of, you're not necessarily seeing that top matchup happen around that level 6 mark. Usually there's lane swaps going on, so there is a bit of a disjoint in terms of timing there. For the most part, I'm not expecting a huge amount of kill threat. Yes, look, Vikings are going aggro, and they do have the Neferi, so they probably have the most kill threat on the map at the moment. I think they need this. For Star, you're coming in this first game, you want a lane that you're doing well in to start things off, give you that confidence boost for the rest of the series. So I can understand exactly why him and Shulong have gone on the offensive here.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see when lane swaps come through, because 3:30 is when you can realistically look for it, and obviously Void Grub spawning around the 5-minute mark. You probably want to delay it till around then. Unless you, I mean, Vikings of all teams probably could swap that up a little bit.
For now.
Yeah, I mean, different AD carry, so maybe they don't even look for it, because it generally did revolve around sort of their bot lane going to mid, and that is what is your AD carry willing to do.
Yeah, look, they were definitely more flexible, I think, in their bot lane. And Style and Shulong are going to have to find their identity throughout the split. It's going to be an interesting evolution, of course, but you can already see Guri is on the spot side. They could look to make a play given that Marvel and Gang are shoved in on the tower. Guri's looking to go offensive into Courage's jungle, but there is a ward, should catch him out. But no, he's looking okay. Maybe he's looking to force something in mid.
Yeah, just hitting the blast plant. He has a couple, like 10, 20 seconds now to do something. Going to find a short little trade, and now he'll likely recall and start. Or maybe he just does his Raptors, but ultimately he's going to be looking to get a recall in sometime soon, as will Courage on the other side of things, just to get those components going and a little bit more power to their I guess, ganks. I
mean, for some people that would definitely look like a nothing gank, but you got to remember Fate just teleported back in.
Yeah, huge trade down the bot lane, but it is just going to force Style to be out of mana, so a pretty dire situation down there for him. Gang actually managing to heal up through that Alistair passive, through his potions, and he feels pretty okay for himself. Style right now wishing those biscuits were the same as they were 1 season ago, where they gave you a bit of mana.
The age-old curse of resource management, but Fate, yeah, teleported back to lane, got ganked immediately, lost a lot of HP, and has actually evened it out. Cuddy now finding himself in a slightly more advantageous position. Again, you're not seeing a huge amount of kill threat. It's, for the most part, a lot of posturing, just a lot of ego testing, trying to make sure that the other team knows what's what and set the status quo, as it were. But you look at it, yeah, heading towards that 5-minute mark, we are going to start to see potentially some lane swaps coming through.
Did Marble accidentally cancel his... Okay, no, he didn't. I've done that before.
I think they're anticipating Style and Shulong backing off, so he wants a bit of freedom now.
Okay, so he's going to clear out one more wave. It's not going to result in anything. Maybe he gets a BF sword off the back of it, which is what I assume is why he's gone for it, because ultimately now their tempo is a little bit whack. So he's going to get the recall off, and Evi's going to match Kratos in the bot lane, but they will be slow to top lane now.
Yeah, look, Misfortune...
Lost a teleport as well. I think this was a pretty bad recall time from SoftBank.
Off the money. But look, Misfortune, I think, yeah, he's going to get the BF sword off the back, so we'll make up a bit of that time because obviously it's Misfortune. If he's fighting into a level 6 Scion...
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to result in anything.
Yeah. But, I mean, overcommitment as well, burning cooldowns, all of a sudden Scion, he's going to turn around and try and hit you back. Is it worth committing that effort, given that Kratos does have the TP as well? So if you take a bad trade if you're heavy and find yourself in an HP mismatch, it gives Kratos a lot of freedom to work.
It's true. He got a good trade anyway, so did Marble. Not punished too much for his later recall, but it did result in a positive teleport exchange. Fate once again feeling the pressure out of this Neferi rework. A pretty egregious champion as things stand. I personally hate getting it in my games. On either team, actually.
I'm a support, mate. Every game is a bad game.
Weaver's wall coming out. Courage is going to be stuck on the wrong side of that wall. Does not have access to his ultimate and is going to be taking a huge chunk of damage. Able to survive for the time being. Flash away and it's first blood going over. It's Cuddy who picks it up. Fate still trying to find some damage. No more Spirit Rush available as Gang drops the Ignite. He's very low. The hook connects. That's a double kill coming through for the side of Vikings and a flash off the back as well. 2-0 Vikings.
That is the problem against a team like Vikings. They're a team that will 100% of the time take the 50-50. They are not shy. They are not going to step away. If they know that they've got the spells to initiate a fight even comfortably, they will do it. And they phenomenally set that up. Courage gets caught out. They've rotated Shulong down at the right place at the right time. Style takes a lot of damage, but he's able to get himself out of danger, holds off, waits for the hook to come back up. They catch Gang out as well. Much needed gold going into the pocket of Vikings. And SHG, it's a situation where they need to make sure it's a sure thing. And to be fair, they did stagger, obviously, the bot lane rotation up to the top side. But yeah, the Weaver's Wall just completely ruins the terrain of fights, throws the momentum off entirely. Gang is too deep. Marble's not going to be able to do anything because, well, it's a Bee of Sword Misfortune without the bullet time. That's not really when you want to be team fighting. And as a result, yeah, Shulong, this time, he's cleaned up the messes from his previous Nautilus showings. Yeah,
and unfortunately, I mean, the difference between SoftBank potentially winning that fight and losing that fight was all of one tick, really, 0.6 of a second, and almost certainly Courage manages to get over that wall, is going to be able to join his team and, you know, have a 4v4 in our hands, but unfortunately he was isolated. No ultimate to try and deny any damage and just gets too low to really compete, and it does lead to a very, very disadvantaged.
Yeah, I mean, look, the argument could be made that's why they staggered that rotation up to the top side, so that they would be there at the exact same time Courage was starting up. They'd be a little bit fresher. Obviously, Style using some of that mana to farm the wave, but realistically, just with what teamfight was available for Vikings, it was just that much stronger. They had so much setup to deal with. Evie was never going to be able to get there because he'd already burnt the TP down to the bot side, so it guaranteed a 4 versus 4.
Yeah. Now, just going to be back to standard lanes. Definitely not what we're used to from our split one. Massive trade there. Style, keep in mind, no flash. Is going to be able to narrowly dodge out on the side of that bullet time. Still a good trade coming through there for the bot lane of SoftBank. Doesn't result in anything though, and ultimately Style will be able to just heal up and play safe for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, even the Conqueror going to work there, just giving a bit of extra healing back there. I mean, the control, the self-control in that situation to survive that. Now they look to turn the table.
Okay, Marble has flash, so he's going to be able to get out, but it is going to be a burnt summoner. Once again, just a lot of pressure around the map, has Guri, and really nothing to talk about coming through from Courage just yet. And I mean, Xin Zhao is a strong early game champion. He certainly can have pressure on the map, but it seems just like Guri is just that much faster, just that much more scary, and able to really have pressure where Courage has yet to find any.
I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, as a Xin Zhao, you'll want to be dictating a lot of the pace around the map. You're a jungler who is going to be looked to play aggressive. I mean, it's not even for a fact that Guri has been outpacing him at all. Realistically, the only influence he's had over the game is he also showed up to the same team fight that Courage was there, and it was largely Cardi that set that team fight up for them off the back of Shulong playing out of his mind as well. So, yeah, look, a little bit muted there for Courage, unfortunately. It's still early days in this matchup. It's only 2-0. It's only 10 minutes. There's still a lot of game to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can, I mean, I guess both teams really, but once this Rod of Ages comes online, Fate is going to feel a lot stronger, and once it gets to 10 stacks, even more so. And so really just waiting for that more than anything. It's only the one dragon going down so far, so you're not under that much pressure. You're able to get 2 of the grubs and only give over the 1. Obviously, so far, the lead in terms of the Noxian Blessings, you have to say, is in favor of Vikings, but none of them have been claimed as of yet.
Hex Flash, Alistar plays. He's hit 6 now, so that Unbreakable Will means that team fights are going to be a little bit more concerning for Vikings, given they're going to have a harder time bursting down Gang. And with the gank coming up too through the river, I think Vikings have kind of cottoned on.
Yeah, it looks like they're aware that something is going on, and seeing that Guri would rather clear his camps and you know, come to this Void Grub fight just that little bit stronger is hopefully going to bode well if you are a Vikings fan. But we're going to find out now. Weaver's Wall available. There is teleport available for Fate if he wants to join this fight. Down goes a lot of abilities, and there is the ultimate available here for Courage. So Guri, the only one able to damage him in that circle. Guri getting chased down. 1 knockup will do it, but he's got the flash over the wall. Evie joins the fight as well. Let's teleport away from the Cassante, but priority around these Void Grubs certainly in favor of SoftBank for the time being. abilities, ultimates, all but used for the most part from Vikings, but here comes Kratos. There's a big thorn in your side. If you are on SoftBank, you're going to find some way to navigate it. Fate does come in with a Spirit Rush. Courage trying to get away. He gets one of the Void Grubs, and Evie's just going to have to use that Pathmaker to get himself out. Courage trying to live, but Guri comes in, claims himself one. On the top side, though, it is going to be a trade. Down will go styled. On the other side of things, it's Gang that gets taken out. Cardi looking for the seismic shove. Will not connect, but the hook certainly will, as Evie tries to peel for his 80 carry, but he just certainly cannot. The all-out's there, and Evie will no longer be 1 HP, but down comes all of the pain from this Talia, and Cardi picks himself up a double.
The rule, the age-old rule, is that the house always wins. And Vikings are the king of gambling the 50-50. You cannot be giving them those opportunities. They waste so much in terms of trying to force the issue on the top side of Grubs. Kratos does not need to teleport. He could just walk himself in, and then all of a sudden, the damage that was set up, all the positioning, suddenly SHG were pinched. They had threat on the bot side, threat on the top side, and as soon as that collapse happened, they fell to pieces. Yes, they get a return kill, but that is a consolation prize. Style is not going to be struggling because of it. And the fact that they committed so much onto Guri and they couldn't even finish him off. Courage forces himself into a horrendous position. Now Gang Split doesn't have the ultimate either, and you can see he's just desperately trying to play spoiler here. Evie can't do anything. They will get the turnaround onto Style, unfortunately, because he's so slow, but they burn 2 ultimates just to make it happen.
Yeah, and I mean, seeing the power of this Talia, it's a very mobile team, sure, coming out of SoftBank, but you know, Evie here tries to peel for Marble, but Marble gets hooked and then stunned because of the scattered earth, and it's just going to lead to Evie also getting stunned. He eventually gets taken out too. Seismic shove. There's nowhere really for Fate to go, and with the flash hook out of Sealong, it all but confirms it, and what was a slight lead in favor of Vikings has exploded, and they are now comfortably ahead.
You can't be taking half measures. Another opening onto Style, but he will get himself away.
Nice trade, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's big damage. And he, at the moment, would probably be your easiest target to take out. I think at the moment, it's going to be a little bit harder to find the opening onto Cardi. He just does so much return damage. Oh, my lord,
the
Evie.
Splash out of, the Pathmaker's not going to reduce enough damage. The flash used from Cardi secures himself a kill. And Evie will, for the second time this game, be taken out.
Not every day that you see a solo kill between a Cassandra and a Talia, but Cardi's having a phenomenal game for himself.
If you do, it's usually the other way around, funnily enough.
And all this time, Kratos has just had free reign on that bot tower. There's no one even responding. They say, look, whatever. There's just nothing we can do. Scion's got this. They can't even threaten. What a hook.
Yeah. Classic Nautilus, lollipopping at the end. Broken champion.
That was just... That was illegal, I'm sorry. But, oh, look at that. Yeah, tower goes down, immediately teleport to the top side, and then you look for Courage here.
Yeah, going to drop the Nautilus ults, and Courage should feel okay. Isolated against the Neferi for the time being. Gang is going to be taken out, though. He is the sacrificial lamb. Though Sealong lands yet another crazy hook, it's not going to result into anything onto Fate, but Kratos coming around is going to have access to ultimate, but will not pull the trigger on it.
Yeah, notoriously mobile is Ari, so probably not worth the investment. And once again, unfortunately, Gang is just the team punching bag. He's 0-3. You look at it, Shulong has been involved in 7 of 9 kills. Courage, that's a bold call, buddy.
Yeah, they're looking for the kill. They will surely get it. Sealong, once again, unfortunately hooking the wrong terrain. Probably want to give this one to Fate. Yeah, there we go, eventually. Take him down. I mean, that kind of just really tells you how out of hand this game is getting, where the jungler and mid take that long to 2v1 a support.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough time. It really is. You got to make the most of the opportunities presented. The fact that they had to burn the Ari ult as well just speaks to how much attention needs to be invested just to deal with Shulong at this stage in the game, which is not a good thing. Not at all. I mean, the fact that you've got on one side of Talia who's able to solo out a Cassante, and then you've got Courage on the Xin and the Ari in the mid lane that can only just take down a Nautilus. It just speaks to the disparity in this game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, definitely possible to try and find a win here for SoftBank. It's, you know, while looking pretty rough, certainly not over. Marble is slowly but surely getting his items online. Fate as well, stacking up with that Rod of Ages. This new Ari build does become very, very difficult to deal with later on. Has the mobility of Ari with the tankiness that is provided through those new item builds.
I mean, yeah, bulky assassin, mate. Crazy times to be alive. But, I mean, Rift Herald already being started up. The blessings have already been claimed by Vikings, of course, with Kratos taking that tower in the bot side. Courage wants to try and make something happen here. Gang as well. They've got the ultimates. This is prime time for SHG to force something.
Yeah, Marble gonna win the trades up against this Corki for the time being. That's the Rift Herald being taken out, though. The Eye yet to be picked up, though, importantly. Are they going to be able to delay it? Evie goes straight in there, but knocked up, and Kratos landing absolutely everything. Fate in the back end is not going to be able to do much as he's just getting soloed out by Sealong for the time being. In will come Guri. The blast cone, will it help at all? No, he's not even able to find the auto attack, and Fate is just going to be taken out.
New build, new me. Unfortunately, that matters nothing. Ari cannot do so much. And then we are going to get a replay of that. And the big thing I want to highlight throughout that entire fight is Marble. He is just dancing on the left-hand side of that fight. He cannot figure out whether there's an opening for him to go in. The bullet time was not used. He, at that point, might as well have been a ward. You look at it, they're positioning themselves for this fight. Marble is there. They're looking to drop everything they can onto Style, but the Weaver's Wall comes in on the bot side. Marble, look at him. He just doesn't know what to do. He's not attacking. He's not doing anything. He's just sort of standing there like a ward. He cannot fight into this Vikings roster. They are that far accelerated. You can see on the map, he's still there, and he's decided, yeah, you know what, everyone's dead. I'm just leaving. He got one attack off at the start. As soon as the Weaver Wall comes out, he then does nothing. Yeah, I think credit to Cardi for that, right? Is he's still contributing to the fight while positioning in such a way that disallows for Marble to do anything. If he drops the ult, he's going to be immediately stunned up and almost certainly one shot by that Talia, and so wasn't able to find the opening. Evie's going to have to flash away. Doesn't even mean he's getting out. I mean, Guri is doing so much damage. In will come Sealong, insult to injury. Down he goes. I mean, that is just brutal. I mean, a 5-0 and 7 Neferi on top of a 6-0 6 Talia. Like, Kazande, this is just a rough time to be a top laner for Evie, who, look, has been a standout for this roster. Unfortunately, he's not getting that chance to shine here. 0-4-0. He's matching Gang at the moment. This has just been absolute brutality from Vikings. Yeah, and really promising signs to see them come out this dominant once again. In will go Gang. He's dropped the ult, so it is taking a long time, but ultimately is going to eventually be taken out. Kratos now teleporting into the fray of things too. Does drop the ultimate. Courage as well will match that and does manage to sort of dodge out of a lot of that damage because of it, but that is Marble being taken down, is going to live, but I mean, it's kind of hard to see an angle, really, for SoftBank to find their way in. It was a good bullet time, yes, but the mobility was there. Style not even having to use his flash. Sure, Sealong did, but that's a Nautilus flash. Not really that exciting. The crazy thing is, even if not for the fact that there were changes made to Arcade, I think this would have been a ruinous Arcade game. There were that many kills early on, just fighting after fighting. And this is the VCS in a nutshell. They are a team, like I said, they will happily take the 50-50 if they think that there's even a remote chance that that 50 will fall their way. And you see it time and time again. The fact that they're just so willing to commit onto an Alistar under tower, knowing full well that reinforcements are on their way. Once again, best positioning for a bullet time to come out. It lands brilliantly onto 2, almost takes down the bot lane for Vikings. But it is next to nothing, unfortunately, in the face of what is a phenomenal Talia from Cardi. He's just consistently hitting the mark. Yeah, picture-in-picture, Fate taken out. And the remains of this team fight is kind of just Vikings storming through and claiming their land. It's another tower that goes down. Ultimately, SoftBank not yet able to find any for themselves. Evie just getting chased by Kratos. We'll be able to get out using the classic assassin Corki Gambit. Unfortunately, the only thing he's going to assassinate this tower, but you look at it, he's got the Triforce done, he's hit his 2 item powers, but he hasn't even got boots at 20 minutes. Doesn't need them because he's doing that well and hitting that hard. That tower is just free. Oh no, the ward onto Gang. He's continuously this punching bag for Vikings. He just cannot find room to breathe. Yeah, 2.5 items here on Kati versus the 1 and almost 2 for Fate. I mean, a sizable gold lead in favor of Vikings here. 12k and we're only 21 minutes in. It's long past the time of this game where SoftBank should start thinking about the second. I mean, you're still within territory of making another very, very quick game. The fastest game of last split, 24 minutes, 53 seconds. It was Vikings, but versus CFO, so they were definitely on the receiving end of that. I think we're probably going to fall a far cry short of the most kills, which was, again, the same matchup last split, which was 52. I mean, look, 19's not bad at 21 minutes, but I still don't think we're going to quite make that up. There we go. Soul Point now available for Vikings. If I'm being honest, I don't know if we actually get that soul coming in at all. Yeah, it feels like if we do,
then Vikings have done something wrong. Because I feel like as soon as this Baron is live, which is 3.5 minutes, you can see on the top left of your screen, it feels to me like Vikings should just be able to take a fight around it and handedly win, take the Baron, and then end off it. But you know, the more safe, secure way is to just claim the Dragon. It's a Hextech Dragon. It all but secures a win. As SoftBank trying to get wards, but are just going to get collapsed on. Courage trying to stop that ultimate out of Kratos. Ultimately will hit Gang, however. And on the top side of things, though, Cardi might just be out of position. He does go golden, but here comes the rest of SoftBank. Evie waiting around the wall. Nowhere for Cardi to go. He's going to get charmed. It's a decent bullet time, but Barbel's going to pay the price for it. It's a double kill now in favor of Guri here on this Neferi. Kratos doing a great job of trying to make any room for his team. Fate flashed on. Style just so strong. Down will go Fate. Evie's next to fall. It's an ace. And now Artican for Vikings.
How does the quote go? No, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. They commit so heavily on Takadi. Unfortunately, for the mid jungle and top lane of SoftBank, they then find themselves in a position where they cannot escape up against the face of this massive Vikings roster. Guri doing work. Cardi unfortunately goes down, ends that deathless streak so far, but Style just given room to work with. He's so powerful right now. I mean, you look at it. They could not do anything. Once again, they've been pinched. Sulong gets a catch. Kratos in from the top side. Cardi comes in over that wall with the Weavers. Yes, they turn and burn. He's the best target available to them at the moment with Evie pinched on the backside. Realistically, this was the best spot for SHG and it was going to be the easiest target for them to find. But because of that, it forces them into the pit. Marble gets cleaned up by Guri, and it's just a bloodbath. It's like Saw all over again, just stuck in the pit, nowhere to go. Decent shutdown for Fate, but he then also falls as well.
Yeah. Well, as you said, there was a massive shutdown for Fate. It doesn't feel like that 1,000 gold that he picked up should really swing anything. Yes, his Rod of Ages is now fully stacked, and he has the Leandries. He's making his way to what I imagine is either the Death Cap or a Zhonya's, more likely a Zhonya's in this game. It doesn't really feel to me like it should matter. I mean, we're even just using Weaver's Wall for fun now.
It's mobility. What do you mean? It's a utility ultimate. Oh, Courage.
I've now seen why we use the wall. Courage is going to be able to get himself out. A nice charm out of Fate, but here comes Kratos. It's going to be stopped by Gang. He does have ultimate available. He's trying to provide a bit of peel, but it's not really helping that much. He does become the only man to go down, and there is no objective up right now, so really is an okay trade for SoftBank.
I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. I thought it was a 6th death. No, 7th. 7th death for the Alistar so far. That is a very, very rough time. Vikings 20 kills, 13,000 gold, 6 towers, and 3 dragons ahead of their opponents right now. I mean, look, you're coming into Split 2. If you're this VCS team, you are looking to make a statement. Statement is currently being made.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think this might be their most dominant performance out of both splits. While maybe not the shortest game they've had, I'm not sure on that stat, but definitely are looking very strong. Courage is in a horrendous position. No flash. There's nowhere for him to go. There's no way his team can really help him. He does pop his own ultimate in a fight that does ensue is never going to be good. The bullet time's decent, but down will go Courage.
Yeah, I mean, it was good positioning-wise, but there was no guaranteed damage set up. There was no CC coming through to lock them in place. And no, unfortunately, not the shortest game. We've passed that by about a good 20 seconds now. Of course, it was against CFO. Free Baron. I mean, the fact that all they find is Courage gives them the confidence they need to go for this dragon. Yes, look, the jungler is going to be the one you want to try and contest, but they can't even look to try and pick him off in the wings. The fact that they've left Guri and Cardi to finish it off there from about 30% health mark. Baron picked up. Vikings, realistically, could close this out with a decent push off the reset, but they might look for Soul.
They could look for Soul. I mean, it is going to take away Baron tempo, which I don't think you need to. I think you should push with the Baron. If you can't end off the Baron, you use the the push you've made, the fact that...
Oh, Gang, buddy, you had a free out there. Oh.
Maybe this is the way in. He's clearly undetected. They have no idea he's here. They're assuming that Vikings are going to look for the dragon. I think even things like this should mean that Vikings should never look for it. Courage, once again, being caught out. He does have ultimate available. No, he doesn't. He's just going to go down. Evie as well will be going out, and unfortunately, tail between his legs, Gang is just going to be recalling home.
Yeah.
This should just be the game, I think. 2 dead, 3v5, you can just dive. There's no real way for SoftBank to stop that from coming through. Flashes are available, but flash forward. Gang, once again, the 8th of the game. He does pop his ultimate and delays a bit of time there, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. It is just going to be Vikings. Once again, I mean, they're finding now Fade, who does flash away, has the Spirit Rush available. Still, Guri won't be able to find that kill. And Marble, well, he has the bullet time. Maybe he's going to be able to stop. No. No, they're going to be able to stop this guy.
Boy. Oh, boy.
Oh! No way Fate lives. Okay, there we go. The flash. This is going to be Style picking up yet another kill. 6-1-8 on his debut game. What a showing from the Vikings lineup. 3-29, an absolute decimation as they claim game number 1.
They're fighting in the fountain. They're not worried about ending. They want to pad the stats a little bit, and they're going to leave it to the minions. The Baron buff's there. They will finish gang. A triple. Shulong's in the fountain. And there's no one else to kill in the game. What a showcase. 32-4 for the VCS roster. Vikings. Oh, look, I said this at the very, not the very start of Split 1, but, you know, about the mid-portion of when I was involved. Vikings are a team that could take it all. Yep. They have such a high ceiling. Consistency is their issue. If they have shored up some of those issues coming into Split 2, they could be a real contender.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this game was an absolute showcase. And it makes me think that I've used the word shellacking a little bit too liberally, because this was the absolute definition of a shellacking. At the very start of this game, till the very end of this game, they were in complete control, largely off the back of Guri, who was just so much more dominant around the map than Courage. You can see the stats there on your screen. Just every single piece of the puzzle falling in place there for Vikings, and they are very much favorites now to take this series.
I mean, that was just an absolute monstering. Not a single tower claimed by SHG. The closest they got to any real objectives is they contested both sets of grubs, and even then it was much relevant in the grand scheme of things. Guri, a phenomenal showing from him on the Neferi in its first outing here in the LCP. What was, I think he went into that team fight, he was 10-0-14, so I'm pretty sure he ended 13-0-14.
Yeah, and I think Style as well. First game looking fantastic. Got hit by a random charm in one fight that made the fight a little bit harder than it needed to be, but other than that, just a pretty flawless game. And it's easy to have a good-looking game when your entire team is that far ahead, but ultimately to not find any mistakes, there's no real concerns that you could come up with of Style. I think this is a great start for him here in the LCP.
Yeah, and I mean, again, Shogun really gave him some big shoes to fill, and I think he's done that very, very well. Now, in saying that, it's easy to play well when your team is playing well. Yeah. When your team is playing bad, that's when you need to step up. And if he can do that, yeah, look, I will 100% give him the position, the clout of being the ADC that this team needed. But look, if that's the outing you have to debut in a Tier 1 league, I'm not all that worried.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to be. I mean, for SoftBank, though, looking at game 2, I mean, if you sort of look back on this game itself, you can see one big issue, and it's here. If Courage gets over this wall, the entire game changes, because he's going to be with his team. He's not going to be isolated in that 2v1 with Kati ultimately able to provide sort of barrages from the other side of the wall as well. And you see how close this ultimately is. If your Zinzal was able to actually be with his team, we could have a much different game on our hands, but unfortunately he wasn't. And from this point forward, it was just complete domination from Vikings, and this Talia pick especially just really made the game difficult for a bunch of champs that ultimately want to reposition with their mobility.
Yeah, and Marble just could not find traction. I think that was the best ult he had all game in the grand scheme of things, and it was onto his opponent AD carry, and from there they just got absolutely cleaned up. More or less under a Tier 1 tower. Kratos as well had a really, really solid game. He wasn't the most active in team fights, but even when he wasn't there, he was actively applying pressure around the map, which was never answered. Guri had a game and a half. Shulong played Nautilus out of his mind. Vikings are really setting the bar high here for Split 2.
Yeah, for sure. And it's really now up to SoftBank to show they can bounce back, right? They were able to, if you look at the course of Split 1, they were able to bounce back. You can say that very wholeheartedly. They came into more form as the split progressed, but now we're in Split 2. Stakes are really, really high. You have to, from the get-go, show that you're able to do it as well. And so game number 2 here is really important. Even if they do lose, that's fine. Just show you're able to bounce back and have a more competitive game at least.
Yeah, I hate to harp on the game, but he had such a rough game. And the whole idea behind Misfortune Alistar is guaranteed setup for the bullet time. They never found that. and as a result, he was just consistently caught out of position, even through the... I mean, Cardi, again, on this Talia, was just lights out, playing out of his mind. Shulong as well, setting up so much, and I mean, again, this is one of those big moments where in the backside, Marble overcommits because they think they've got an easy kill, and he just then dies to Guri. This, again, had limited effect, great bullet time, but off the back of it, he just plays his life, dies. Nothing came together the way that SoftBank wanted it to in that game, and you could feel it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just really this replay could just be called a Vikings montage, because there isn't anything really that SoftBank have been able to showcase in this. There was one nice charm out of Fate, but even that landed in a teamfight loss, and yeah, okay, here we get to see the fountain dives. Even there, we're having a cancel misfortune ult. I mean, we're just in a pretty bad spot.
I mean, the fact that they're actively diving Fountain in game 1 of the split speaks to the confidence level. They catch Marble again. He's just dead to rights. It was a triple there to end it for Guri, who had some mad stats by the end of it.
Absolutely, but that's game 1 done and dusted. We're going to hit to break. Once we're back, we'll see if SoftBank can bounce back.
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đấu. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してこれるペンに報いたい。次はチャヤコで行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bất ngờ thôi.
選びすことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。
Tụi mình đã giảng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất, giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不敢小看鲁蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。
Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua.
The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
1v1 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
Well, big job for SoftBank here in game number 2. They got completely wiped in game 1. There was no real signs of life, and now, admittedly, as I said during the replays, there was one team fight that if it went slightly differently, the entire game would change a lot. But it's those mistakes that quickly snowball a game, and we have to look for them to not make that again.
Yeah, and I mean, especially looking forward to patches coming on down the line. Those mistakes, and especially some of the changes that are coming, can accelerate that snowball even more egregiously. So teams are going to have to tighten up issues like that. But I mean, you're coming into it. Split 2, the dynamic has changed. You can definitely feel that even before we started game 1, teams that should have done better know that they should have. Teams like CFO, no longer the underdog, they are the top dog. So everyone is here to stake their claim. And SHG, look, that was a rough loss, but they should be able to bounce back.
Yeah. Here into draft, of course, SoftBank once again on the blue side are going to ban out the Callista, the Sejuani. This is the same as the first game. Vi Rumble the answer. Obviously, Evie, a very good Rumble player, so no surprise to see that taken away from him, but generally is just taken away. Rise. Cardi, obviously in Split 1, did show himself as a very proficient Rise player, so...
I mean, it's not quite the word I'd use. Terrifying, demonic. I mean, the guy literally controlled the entire Rift. He was an absolute beast. And Gwen,
he found the scrolls.
He did. He was read up very much so. But Gwen, so Vikings, exactly the same ban phase for them. For SHG, it's the one variation. Instead of Varus, it's going to be Rise, and they will opt to pick it up for themselves, especially given, I mean, yeah, they pick blue side, obviously, they get their first pick. And of the 80 carries left, probably one of the stronger ones, but we've seen how badly Avaris can be punished and will be punished in the LCP Split 1.
And the champion to do it, well...
Oh, look, okay, they double down. So they go not only with a Nocturne, but a champion that is not going to struggle nearly as much in terms of immobility. And suddenly, not only has Marble's job become that much harder, but so is Courage's.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, let's see what the answer is, because you really do not want to allow Cardi to get Galio. So, okay, well, Skarner's a good champion still. Certainly isn't as ridiculous as it once was, but definitely no slouch when it comes to the jungle role. And Azir, I like it. Fate has shown himself as a good Azir. The champion strong. Talia no longer available, which traditionally is very good into the Azir. What are you going to answer with? Victor does strike me as something that's possible. You can kind of go the Galio, although it does struggle a little bit against the range, as well as the level 6 you can be punished.
Orianna. I mean, the classic knockdown combo. Look, it's not going to be the most crazy lane, but Hui has seen a bit of love recently. And I don't know, would you go Roa Hui at the moment? Look, given what we've seen it played in the LC, probably not an issue. You don't necessarily need that bot because he's just an absolutely monster backlane sniper, but it's still an option. It
is, but I think generally Hui just benefits so much of Fire Torch, so you probably don't want to drop that build. We'll see. I think it is definitely a path that you can take, but I think you lose a lot. And I think the most important thing about Hui is he does struggle in terms of his mana early on, so the Lost Chapter is quite important. So I do expect to see the Black Fire Torch.
Oh yeah, it's at that stage, sort of putting a hat on a champion that is already very, very hard to sort of lock down and kill because he has so much kite in his kit, then making him even harder to kill because he's very tanky as well. Not necessary, but Leona, the most banned champion out of first stand, strangely enough.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of was the meta. When you have immobile mages in the meta, Leona automatically rises in priority because she's one of the engaged champions.
Oh, sorry, second most. It was Ezreal that was the most.
Oh, there you go.
Two bands difference, but still.
But Leona, you know, with the ultimate, she can look for engages without having to be that full commit where you look at the likes of the Nautilus, the Rel, whatever other engaged support, they kind of have to full commit. So Leona kind of fills a niche in terms of those engaged supports. And Ambessa, once again, will be banned away from Evi. Still yet to pick either top lane champions. Support as well does remain open for both, but only the Leona. The Karma taken away from Siulong, obviously a great pairing alongside Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, Siulong not really one for the mage supports. We haven't seen a heck of a lot out of him. I think we got maybe one last split.
I like this new Fearless Draft ban thing, you know, where they have the champs underneath who played them. I like that.
Yeah,
new addition.
Definitely gives a little bit more context, but Poppy. Okay, so Poppy going to be taken away from the Ezreal. Potentially Kratos as well. We have seen it rise a little bit more in terms of the top lane play, but going into it, Vikings, what do they want for Kratos? What do they want for Siulong? Yorick, I did say, coming into game one, it has seen a huge uptick in play priority. In the hands of Kratos, this is scary.
Look, Evi's played League of Legends for a long time. Lock in Aurelia.
I mean, look,
Yorick's biggest counter. You just queue his minions, call it a day.
Yeah, look, I think Jax
does fine in Yorick as well.
It's a pretty safe pick as well. It's going to do well in side lanes. It's going to do well in team fights if it has even an alright game. Now, it's support last picks for both teams. SHG going to have the opener. Pike is still available for Siulong. I don't think it's the best game paired with an Ezreal, but really, I don't think Siulong cares what it's paired with.
Well, I think just Ezreal is safe enough. It can go with anything. Don't mind the Rakan. It can follow up engage if Skarner finds a nice engage or even Evi finds a good flank, but it can also peel very well, and it can do it both at the same time. So I think Rakan makes a lot of sense in the context of SoftBank's draft. Support counter pick now available for Siulong, so we'll see what he goes for. With the Rakan pick, Pike slightly less impressive, and I believe the draft dropped.
Yeah. I mean, look, what we've seen out of SoftBank, it's a very well-rounded draft. It's got damage, it's got sustain, it's got beef, it's got hit, it's got damage. It's really got everything you want. CC as well. CC in spades, really, between a Skarner, Varus, Jax, and an Azir. They've got everything they need. Rakan as well, because that's really most of what he does. So in terms of outright team fighting, I think Vikings probably going to struggle a little bit. I mean, with the Yorick as well, you're probably not wanting to go straight 5v5. You're looking to play 1-4, maybe 1-3-1 even.
Yeah, 1-4-1 where Maiden is one of the ones.
Yeah, 1-4-1-1, yeah. Yeah, just you top side, the rest of your team in mid. Maiden off doing her thing, and then minions, of course, farming the jungle
I
as well,
always
because why
find
not?
that the most ridiculous thing, where Maiden can just smash down a tower by herself later on in the game. Well,
Yeah.
such is life. That's the one thing I think has always held Yorick back in competitive, is like, it's easier to deal with in an organized game. Whereas in solo queue, that champ can be 0-12, and still you just lose the game because it's split pushing 2 lanes at once. The only champ in the game that can do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the questions, obviously, with Thornbound Artican becoming a thing later on in the split, and the steroid it adds to team fights.
Yeah.
Are we going to see teams opt into the Yorick more because you're going to look to avoid those fights and just play side lane? So, yeah, Silong on his iconic champion. This is signature champion
signature
at this stage.
Yeah, and he's looked really good on in the past. They have snowballed really hard with it traditionally. In fact, I can't remember exactly. I think he's 2-1 if I had to try and say what I think it was. Anyway, the games I remember is where he is just completely popping off on it, and there were more of those than when he wasn't. So you can expect to see him to do the same. It is a little bit harder against the Rakan. Obviously, the mobility is certainly there. Even if he gets hit by one of those bone skewers, he can dash again, and then he can dash again. So game should be very safe.
I hate to break it to you.
What?
He's undefeated.
Oh, really? There you go.
On Pike in regular season.
Okay.
So he's only the one showing, unfortunately.
I'm pretty sure he played it in playoffs, yeah. But in any case, he's looked really good on it. Marble's going for the lethality Varus, so is going to have a little bit more safety in terms of that range, not having to really be up in the face of Vikings, but Nocturne, as we all know, can absolutely close that gap and is not going to care. He does have to deal with a Skarner, a Jax, and an Azir, who are all pretty good at peeling if they want to, so we'll see how they try to navigate this. It's going to be the Grasp of the Undying on the Skarner here. Other Skarners in competitive quite often do take Aftershock. It's just the assistant of the runes. Oh. Okay, so it is going to be known if they pan their camera. It's bigger.
I'm not seeing any pings.
There's no pings.
So I don't know if they necessarily know. The other thing, how much value are you really going to get out of Grasp on a Skarner jungle?
Well, I mean, every time you gank, theoretically, you should get a proc, and it will do more damage than Aftershock. So if you want damage, but generally Aftershock is just more consistent because you can't always guarantee that you will be proccing it all that much.
Oh, not quite. Kratos still winning because it's Yorick. He just does that. And Guri just drove by tour, you know, just seeing the sights. We're doing what he can. He's heading to his top side. He's stolen red away, so he's going to look to try and triple buff this poor Skarner. At least Courage does have his blue, so not the end of the world for a Skarner. Skarner does all right in terms of jungle clear, but Shilong already looking to be a menace right now. Yeah, completely smashing in the first wave and 2-wave crashing in the bot lane. So it will be bouncing back now, which gives a bit more freedom to Marble to be able to actually look for trades and have a bit more freedom in that lane. Has Guri just played himself here? Yeah, he has. I think he's anticipated that Courage is... Oh, no, he's going to be seen on these minions now, so... I mean, Eevee's managed to make it through, so... Okay, is that what we're doing, Eevee? We're gonna take a book out of the European
what is
teams?
going on?
I genuinely don't know. It looked like he was going to proxy. I think both junglers are kind of dizzy about what has happened. I don't think really either one is clear on what has occurred in this jungle path. I think now... Guri will probably assume as hold up, Kratos. Oh my god, the prediction! And this Yorick should just be getting taken out. Courage going to be able to take down. Oh no! Okay, it's a trade. It's not the worst. The wave is really good for Eevee, so it is still a beneficial trade. They also get more gold because of the assist, but a great job by Kratos to at least turn around the one. Yeah, I mean, they're so close. I think if Eevee had been a little bit more proactive in reading what was going to happen there, they probably could have turned that into a kill without him also dying, but in the grand scheme... It's still very beneficial for him. Look, he gets the gold, which he's going to need, especially he's going to need to keep pace with someone that can out-nap him, essentially. So you take what you can, when you can. I'm just still very confused as to what happened with our junglers. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Guri thinks the red buff's gone down. I mean, we take a look. Really well played by Courage. Extremely well played. Eevee was trapped in the box. Yeah. So, I mean, he could have flashed earlier, admittedly. But I think as soon as he saw the flash out of Yorick, he probably didn't anticipate Courage to still land the stun, which he managed to do. Kratos is playing around the Counter-Strike so well, and Eevee's really struggling because of it. And I think that's why, I mean, the boot's just invaluable there. He just outpaces this Jax, not having the boots available to him. So he can just keep that gap, keep outside of the counter-strike, doesn't take the punishment, and yeah, just consistently hitting that Q, bonking him on the head with a shovel. Evie has to burn the counter-strike to avoid the ghoul damage.
Yeah, I mean, it won't be too bad for him because this wave is just going to end up crashing and not going to be any trades anyway when that happens. So it's fine that he's done that. Realistically, shouldn't have been looking for a trade anyway. Guri now will realize that the red buff was there, takes it. Very, very delayed second rotation in terms of that red buff though. So, I mean, honestly, junglers, it is a big difference in terms of Guri. Guri is way ahead. But there was that first assist, which means that the lane for Evie is a little bit better. He's looking for another gank as Courage, and he isn't going to connect this time.
Oh, the boots.
Yeah, the boots being the difference. Counter-Strike coming out. Flash available. No, it's not. Okay, he doesn't get it. Now
the boots.
In the cage.
It's the boots, man. That's, I mean, that was a value buy from Kratos. Not only does he avoid the second follow-up gank, he even gets the advantage off the back of the trade. Yes, he has no mana to work with, but again, the Jax being as low as he is really going to struggle. Allows himself to back.
He has to be very careful. Level 6 to level 5. It does hit level 6 now too, but he's ultimately not in the greatest of positions. Doesn't have teleport either, and that minion's not going to be picked up. Fairly even, really, in the mid lane, but he is going to have to drop some of these minions now as Cardi being completely safe with Flash is going to be able to shove in one more wave that Fate's not able to answer.
I mean, grubs are up, and the lane swap's already happened for Kratos, so the priority is now going to be there for Vikings. Marble and Gang aren't really going to be in a position to get there to assist Guri. I mean, look, it was a bit of a messy one to start things off in terms of pathing and all the rest of it, but Guri's made the most of it. He's going to take this for free. There's no contest. Yes, Skarner's in position, but Sealong's there as well.
This could be fine for SoftBank because Cardi has not backed yet. All he's sitting on is a Sapphire Crystal and a Tear. So obviously they're going to have to give away the first, maybe even the second, but I think from here they really should be able to get this last one. It's a 4v4 with a much stronger mid lane at the moment, so they are able to deny at least the third grub. Fairly important. It is going to mean now, however, a plate is picked up by Style because of the delay on Marble's first recall.
I mean, pacing-wise, SoftBank, even coming in from that last match, have been a step behind.
Yeah.
Macro-wise, and Vikings very much shining through in terms of the way they're approaching the map. Down on the bot side, Maiden is up, of course, for Kratos, so you can look to play around that.
Level 6 on Nocturne.
Oh boy.
Long looking for it. He finds Marble. Nice flash away to dodge out of the stun, but in comes that paranoia. Marble's able to make it there to the tower, and that's going to be Guri going down almost. Does manage to get out, but Styles 1 HP, and will become Courage. Gang doing a great job of delaying anyway out, and Courage comes in, snipes himself up, 1 kill. Not going to land there on the grand entrance as Sealong going to be able to get himself out. But it's a great turnaround there by SoftBank. Marble with fantastic usage of his summoners, able to navigate that, and Gang with great peel as well, helping him do so.
Yeah, I mean, he just face tanks so much. Unfortunately, at the stage of the game where we are, you're not getting a huge amount of damage out of the Ezreal, the Nocturne as well. You've got 2 long swords to work with. So it was a play, not a great one. I think realistically, if they had landed the stun follow-up onto Marble, that was everything. But
I didn't see that, but Gang, and just blocking every single Mystic shot as well.
Yeah, just so unfortunate for Vikings. But Courage again, right place, right time. Third time is the charm. They almost get the follow-up, but taking down the Ezreal, slowing down his pace a little bit is exactly what you want to be doing. But the ever-present threat of Kratos is going to have to be addressed at some point.
Yeah, I mean, when you get Triforce, I think Jax should be favored in the matchup. I'm not 100% sure, but that's typically how Jax matchups work. You're pretty good, level 1, 2, 3, then you don't do so well, and then you're really good again.
But that's the thing, Yorick realistically should not be looking for fights. He's just going to look to play the macro game.
Yeah, I mean, Jax is also very good in a side lane, is more what I'm thinking. We'll see, though. I mean, I can't say I'm the expert on the Jax versus Yorick matchup.
But, I mean, that's a huge reprieve. SoftBank also pick up the first feat, getting themselves those early 3 picks. I mean, those are big kills too. Getting into not just Evie, a bit of extra goal, but going to Marble, who realistically into this matchup is going to probably struggle a little bit. He's going to be easy pickings for the likes of Shulong if they can catch him out.
Or Kratos, he's teleporting into a really bad position. Right into the waiting arms here of the bot lane of SoftBank, is going to have to flash away. That's a summoner spell used. Both of them, in fact, teleport and flash. Does remain full on HP though, so he's going to be fine to pick up this wave. He's under no threat whatsoever. Evie, he's going to have at least style marching down. Sealong not going to be there, and Courage is going to know that because he would have had the proc of the passive from Pyke being invisible. But they are going to be able to get themselves the Dragon.
Yeah. Fidemon slaying it, starting up. Gang out of position, but Sealong shouldn't really be threatened. He's a Pyke. He's got a huge amount of mobility. No 6 yet for the Pyke, but bot lane.
Evie trying to get away, but he's going to be followed by that tether and is going to get taken out. He puts down the ward, but the paranoia means he's not able to see it. He's not able to jump, and he is just taken out. Now Courage locked up. Oh my god, he gets the double stun. It does mean he gets stunned up as well. Flash away, and he's okay, but what a play. I mean, almost cursed himself by the fact he landed the double stun, but does manage to flash on out.
If not for the fact...
Oh,
boy.
Whiffed ultimate and fate. His fate might just be sealed. Actually, pretty low amount of damage. A lot of mana items being built, so he is okay.
If not for the fact that Sealong was 5 there, that was a dead Skarner.
Yeah.
No ultimate, no kill, and unfortunately, yeah, just playing a champion that is going to be looking to rotate more than necessarily other supports is going to put you in a bit of a deficit XP-wise. Because I think realistically, if they'd had the execute onto the Skarner, it puts them in a much better position, but it just stalls out. And Evie overstays his welcome. Looks to go on the aggressive.
He's just not realizing that he is that weak-sided. Unfortunately, the tether coming out of Guri means he's going to get fed. He looks for the ward jump, but paranoia means you cannot see your ward, and unfortunately doesn't get to use it. Importantly, though, I think a point of weakness here now for Vikings is because of the trade that happened mid. Cardi is now without flash on a very immobile mage. So it's definitely a point that Courage, Fate, and Marble even can look to punish. Gang as well. I mean, there is a lot of mobility, a lot of lockdown available for this SoftBank side. If they are able to find it on Cardi, it should be an almost sure kill. Sealong going to be able to get out of there. Not going to cost Courage anything, as these Void Grubs are still just going to be taken out.
Sealong desperately needs 6 right now. I mean, there's just so much value for the Pyke. Not to mention just, I mean, gold steroid, the resets coming through. They desperately need him in position so he can get 6. Gang well on his way to 7 even. So there's a big disparity in terms of supports right now. Sealong isn't even remotely close to 6 either.
Yeah. Yeah, just spending a little bit too long sort of in between the jungle camps, looking to roam around the map, meaning that because he hasn't actually found anything from it, it is just putting himself at a pretty big disadvantage in terms of that XP. Now, admittedly, once he does get 6, he's going to feel okay, but still pretty far from it. Looking for a recall now, still only going to be level 5.
Guri looking to be a bit of menace around the map, as you would expect a Nocturne to do. He's going to look to try, I mean, that is probably the biggest mistake that Evie made. You cannot, for any point in the game, expect that it is a straight 1v1 with a Nocturne in play. And, my God, you look at it, Kratos now leading in terms of overall XP. About to be jumped on, but they don't really have the damage threat.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Up top, the weak side of the Vikings map, but in Israel, one of the best weak side AD carries League of Legends has to offer. Sealong also being there, waiting to make sure no silly business goes on around that tower.
Oh man, like please, Sealong. No, don't leave the lane. Hit 6, there we go. Finally, he's a champion. I mean, there was almost a 2-level gap between Gang and Sealong. There was for a while there. Yeah, the propensity to roam is great and all as a support, but at a certain point, you need the XP. You need to be in a position where you can hit those power spikes as a champion, and there's a pretty big power spike for Pyke around that level 6 mark.
I mean, a much better look from SoftBank. They are slightly behind, but notably have an extra 2 grubs, as they were able to pick up all 3 of that second set. Are down the dragon. Next dragon spawning in 2 minutes. 30 seconds after that will be the Rift Herald. So really you can try and look for a trade there. I think SoftBank probably aren't going to want to give over 2 from, you know, watching first stand, from watching the first split. It does seem to me as quickness going to be used, paranoia as well. I mean, that's a fairly decent trade really for the side of SoftBank. Going to be able to get away with his life. There was the ignite popped, but Gang does get on out of there, and the Nocturne cooldown being down gives a lot of safety around the map for all members of SoftBank.
Marble pops the Umus, just looking to reposition, not quite sure. Surely they steal this, but I mean, Courage is a very healthy boy. Has the heart steal. Yeah, okay, great little steal. Now they need to get out without losing anything.
Yeah. Now, what's the next play? I think it should just be the dragon. 1 minute. Paranoia should just about be up. I'm not sure if it will be. Grandmaster's Might, we just saw on the screen there, was utilized by Evie, looking for a trade, but ultimately Kratos is going to be able to just get himself out of there. It's Heartsteel now complete for Courage. Let's look for that to get.
He's had that for a wee while.
Has he?
Yeah, he had that in the bot lane. Yeah,
looks like he just got it.
Unfortunately, one option was a Yorick, the other was a Nocturne, and unfortunately they were just too mobile to really catch up and get a stack on. But I think the big noticeable point at the moment, Fate has ticked over to 11, so is going to have that second point in the Emperor's Divide. And given he's still yet to find an item, it's a damage buff that he's definitely going to need. As soon as that first item comes online, he's going to be hitting that much harder. You look at Cardi, still stacking up.
It now.
There we go.
Leandri's picked up. That is a big spike. That is feeling really good now. And this next fight, I honestly think this can be fought from a position of power out of SoftBank, because the Leandri's is a lot stronger than the unupgraded Seraphs at this stage of the game. So if you're able to find a good setup, especially around Courage, who ultimately is very hard to kill. The nice flash to predict style. He's going to be able to find at least a stack here. Gang on the other side. Quickness. The style's gone down. It is going to be traded for the tower on the bottom side and the dragon as well. But it is a nice find, and style will be taken off the map. That's more gold going to be missing from style as this game progresses.
Yeah, I mean, gold isn't the be-all and end-all, though, for an Israel. That 2-item power spike is really where you start to ramp up.
Yeah, but he's not there yet, so...
Look, he's well on his way. I think that's the main thing. He is a champion also that plays in the back lines. A lot of it comes off sniping the setup from the teammates, just consistently pumping in damage. It's really, this comp is about having Kratos, Guri in the front line with Shulong there creating havoc so that Style and Cardi can then sort of chip away in the back lines. Marvel will get this topside tower for free, opens the map just a little bit, but Vikings are getting themselves nice and close to the Noxian Blessings right now. Rift Herald going to be started up pretty free by SoftBank, given they've had that pressure on the top side of the map. But you look at it, Vikings are close by.
Yeah, absolutely. This Rift Herald is sure to fall. It is picked up by SoftBank, so ultimately it is a trade for the Dragon for the Rift Herald, plus the kill, so SoftBank coming out on the upper hand. Oh, actually, the tower is traded, so probably not.
I don't know. You look at it on the bot side, I think Kratos got some decent pressure down the bot side. I'd be very interested to know how much HP that... Oh, dear.
Oh, Fate maybe turning this one around. Sealong trying to get out of there. Does manage to for the time being. The Spiraling Despair, and down will go Fate, but it might be answered as Guri. Going to get very low. This tower shot will do a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Low health bars for Vikings, but even lower for Courage. But he does get the snipe, and down goes Sealong.
No, Shulong just ints into a tower.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he took aggro there with the Ignite. And unfortunately was one shot, so yeah, it goes down for free. Bit rough.
Oh, that's a Pike classic.
That is an iconic, symbolic moment. But Fate, to be fair, played that so very, very well. Great Emperor's Divide on Shulong, who sort of bounces off the wall, doesn't really end up where he wanted to. It was pretty much a guaranteed kill if he does bounce into the tower further.
Yeah, I think he gets out with his ult. I mean, he did use the ult for a gap closer, and I think he still gets out, but ultimately...
Yeah, Ignite, aggro, and dies. I don't even know if it was Ignite aggro. I think he just took aggro because there was no one else in range. So, yeah, a bit of a rough spot. Kratos is going to be permanently down on the spot side, looking to try and create that pressure that they are looking for. Both teams primed on the verge of the Noxian Blessing as well. Whoever takes the next monster objective will get it for themselves. Courage is going to... Okay, Courage is taking some damage, but not really that much.
Yeah, he's not feeling all that bad. Is really desperately trying to get his cash in of his jungle item, however, as he still hasn't managed to do so. This Rift Herald not going to crash. Unfortunately, that objective you picked up was essentially worthless.
Teleport committed in the mid lane. So, yeah, Rift Herald largely wasted there. We're still a decent way off any sort of meaningful objective for the Blessings. Guri playing frontline here.
Yeah, Gang also getting locked up. Courage now going to have to try and get himself out. Chain of Corruption goes wide. No objective around those, so ultimately, as long as you get out and are able to clear out these waves, you shouldn't feel too bad. A little scary that they are still sort of playing so far up, considering Paranoia is up. There is a Pike just sitting there waiting. I'm not sure Gang realizes his recall was stopped, but it is a little bit too mobile to truly be locked down by just the Pike.
Yeah, and this has to be the answer. Someone needs to be in the same lane as Kratos, keeping those waves shoved out. I think at this stage, Fate probably the best suited to that, but you look at the damage already that he's doing. It's 1.5 items, and he's able to pretty comfortably deal damage and get away. And so I think, yeah, this from here on out, Kratos is just going to be playing side lanes. He's going to be looking for that opportunity. Realistically, if he's given any sort of space on their butt side, he cracks that inner tower. He might even crack the base.
You'll have to see. I mean, Azir now with the changes to Yorick doesn't do as well. Obviously before, Azir soldiers already sucked against Yorick ghouls, but now because ranged autos do not one-shot Yorick ghouls either, it means he doesn't really have that great of an answer to at least the minions. Of course, he can just clear out the entire minion wave in Yorick's face generally. So
the thing is, they can't afford to commit Fate to deal with Kratos if there's a team fight brewing. He's just too integral.
Charge once again just going to take a chunk of damage. Really feels a bit meaningless really out of Vikings, but next dragon spawning in 50 seconds. That will be the next fight, I imagine, and I wouldn't even be too surprised to see Kratos there with just the Maiden sitting up in the top side. If they do get it, it's going to be a massive swing of power.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not an ideal situation for Kratos because he doesn't really want to have to transition to that bot side with pressure there, which I think that's what Cardi was trying to do. He was trying to set the wave up so that they could send Kratos down there, but Style picks up his finished Romana. So going into it, he's going to be very, very strong. This is one of those big power spikes for an Ezreal. So Vikings likely will be looking to force a fight, but you can see Kratos is playing the macro game. That is his job now.
Yeah, looking for the recall though, so I do think he is intending on joining his team. We'll see where his teleport is used, Fate. Not with the teleport up, it doesn't seem, so he's going to have to make moves.
Oh, it's almost. It will be up by the time that they actually start this dragon up. I think, maybe. It's going to be close.
Yeah, Courage gets hooked out. Is not going to get hit by the stun, but trying to fight for pressure around this river now as Kratos joins up with the rest of his team. Fate as well. You see him on the top side of mid trying to do the same. Bit of damage out of that piercing arrow towards Style, but it's not all that meaningful as he is just going to be able to pick up that honey fruit. Dragon now started. Keep an eye on the paranoia. Evie actually in the pit. He's coming up with something devious. Courage, he certainly can get in there. He can ignore terrain.
Gary figured him out. The jig's up.
Yeah, Evie's going to have Courage to jump to if he wants to. He's looking to play aggressively. Courage coming in. Has taken a sizable amount of damage, but does find a nice stun as a Style, but the flash away from the ultimate. There's no Skarner ult for this fight, but it's a pretty decent engage out of gang, but unfortunately 2 go down. Evie's going to trade back 1. It's a 2 for 2, with the top laner going down as well. That makes it now a 2 for 3. Both carries alive for both teams, but there is Kratos still available for the Vikings. He's finding massive chunks of damage onto Fate. And the Shreema Shuffle going to be used to get himself back out to safety. Dragon number 3 now for Vikings. They are 1 away from getting themselves this Ocean Soul and putting themselves at almost an insurmountable lead.
In Ocean Soul and Kratos, that's it. That's game over. Like, no one can answer him, but just because he's going to be able to regen so much HP. And Courage forces the issue. He really has to, unfortunately. That's the situation he's in. He dives onto Style, who then just immediately gets out of danger. Unfortunately, from there, SoftBank jumps straight into the middle of Yorick's pit of danger, and it just goes downhill from there.
Yeah, able to then pick themselves up, the Dragon, and I mean, they're feeling pretty happy. They're up 3k gold, essentially, and they just have an inevitable win con out of the side lane here for Kratos. He picks himself up the Hull Breaker, so if it was hard to deal with before, well, it just became that much more difficult.
Yeah, things go from bad to worse, unfortunately. I mean, SoftBank had to do what they did there because there was really no other avenue for them if they just held back, gave it to them for free. I think, if they hold off there, they just don't give over a bit of extra gold, but they find themselves a couple of kills, which you take at this stage in the game. I mean, look at Guri, he's coming online, got the Stride Breaker, he's got the Black Cleaver as well. With the lethal tempo there, anyone he jumps on is getting shredded pretty quickly.
Style loses his mind and solo aggroes the Arakan and quickly realizes maybe I shouldn't have. Oh, Sealon going for the predict, that would have been cool, but fortunately not this time.
Yeah, and there you go. Kratos just bot side.
18 stacks.
Once again, they just have to send Fate to deal with him. He's going to back himself off, get that next item up, which is going to be that Rift Maker rather. So 2 items. It is going to be that Brawly Azir that we've come to see, but Vikings clearing their way. Now Fate has a decision to make. Does he try and join and risk letting Kratos just crack the base, or does he contest?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the better answer is, really. Evie's up here. They have eyes on this Arakan gang coming around. It's going to be 3v3 as things stand. The teleport is coming through. It's going to be a fight, but the smite does come, and Guri is able to secure himself this Artican. It doesn't matter who until you get the pedals. However, as it's a 1-for-1 immediately, support goes down for jungler, but the stun Evie is going to be taken out as well. Marvel here, Fate here, Kratos here, Courage 1 HP, does get himself out. The Emperor's Divide is great, but there's no follow-up, and down goes your mid laner. It's only Marvel who is running for his life and is sure to go down.
Protect me, blue buff, please.
Yeah. Unable to get the kill there was Marvel, but certainly able were Vikings. They get themselves the Artican, they get themselves a team fight win, and they've almost certainly got themselves the first series win here of the mid-season.
I have to feel for Fate. He was in the worst possible situation. Does he stay and contest Kratos? Does he teleport in? Which gives all the priority to Kratos in that situation, who immediately pulls the trigger, gets up to that fight. You can see Fate was just behind him. By the time he got in, he was standing in the middle of 4 members of Vikings, tries to do what he could, but at that stage it was too little too late. Vikings have just played that macro out of control once again. Gang trying desperately in the backside. The paranoia as well just makes it so hard. Xulong playing spoiler in the thick of everything. And yeah, I mean, look, Kratos immediately, look at the disparity between teleports down on that bot side. Kratos was there with so much time to actually find any effect. By the stage that Fate got there, everyone else was dead. It was so unfortunate in terms of timings. And yeah, I think that's a very, very big lesson to learn against Yorick's going forward in the LCP.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is just Marvel going down. Feels like a pretty impossible position now for SoftBank to truly come back in. We'll see, it's going to take a lot, and Zia, you know, he's one of the champs that can look to do it. Baron being started, and this is an objective that can force it to happen. Gang looking for the engage, finds himself at least onto Cardi, and there comes everything, and this might be a really good fight. It is the Baron going down, the paranoia is there. Down will go Gang, no, he's 1 HP. He does eventually burn down, but Eevee's on the back line. Guri taken out, Kratos low. Turret's trying to find the damage, not able to do so, but Fate is still full HP. Style flashes away, he gets that last auto attack, and all of a sudden it's a 3v2 in favor of the Vikings, but there comes the Emperor's Divide, but there is Xulong, and Vikings win again.
The signature pick of this Vikings roster shines true in the hands of Xulong. That is Pyke at its finest. Style having the series of his life on his debut here in the LCP. Everything is coming up VCS.
It certainly is, and that will be the inhib tower going down. And this game is all but over as respawns will come through for Guri and Cardi. They're going to be able to head out, get themselves the soul, and cement themselves their first series win here. And just the first series win. It was a great team fight start. Marble lands the Chain of Corruption. Everything goes so well. Guri gets in there, one-shots Gang, and then Xulong on the back end. All but solo killing Marble. Courage is just so weak. We're 26 minutes in, however long we're in, and he had 1 stack on his Heartsteel coming into this fight. Fate tries he might. The damage was there from Style. The execute's there from Xulong, and Vikings are looking for
That was effectively a 2v4. Because, yes, okay, so it was Style and Kratos to start off with, then Kratos had to back up because he had no HP, and then it was Style and Xulong to bring it home. I mean, that was brilliance. Brilliance upon brilliance for Vikings. They are playing this game out of their minds. They take the soul as well. An Ocean to boot, which makes Kratos even harder to deal with. He's now 3 items deep. The Sterix, the Hullbreaker, and the Trinity Force Style. He's got himself his 3rd item. He's working towards his 4th. Courage is just paper in the face of this Israel right now.
Yeah, look, when you are 28 minutes into a game of League of Legends, you have a Heartsteel as your first item, and you are sitting on 64 stacks, you're probably wishing you went for the Zeke's build on the Skarner, because this is not making him tanky enough. He simply does not have the HP that he needs to be able to resist the amount of damage that's coming through from these 3-item carries on the opposing side of the rift. Now, Teamfight is starting. Paranoia coming out as a great true shot barrage. You see Style there. He's so confident he's dashing forward, but was that confidence a little too much? It looks like it as the shutdown comes through, and a 4v5 is now on the cards for Vikings if they want to end the game now.
Yeah, a little bit over-eager on his debut. A bit of hubris there, I think. But, I mean, touching on the point, okay.
Oh, Faye, he gets the tower down, though. That's going to be Xulong all but certain to go down. He looks for the execute. He doesn't have it, but Cardi does as he finds 2 immediately. Evie, he is just being completely shredded. He's going to be taken out in no time as the ghouls. Oh, and there comes Hellfire as it's a triple kill for Cardi. 2 people people remain. 1 Nexus tower and 1 Nexus. But Vikings will get it done. They are going to be the first victors of the mid-season here at the LCP.
Oh, can they do it? Can they do it in time? No! Kratos! That was a quadra for Cardi. That would have been the penta as well. Bad guy Kratos, the villain of this Vikings roster. But I mean, look, 88 stacks by the end of that game with Grasp of the Undying. So there was just no value found on this Skarner. Vikings looked like they'd been shunted. They'd been put on the back foot for a good portion of that game, and then they start turning around. Style having a phenomenal series for himself. Shulong picking out his signature pike and doing exactly what he does best. Vikings have intent this split. They come in with a game plan. That plan is to go to MSI and the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely. I think we can find at least one critique on Style in that game number 2. If you're going up against a team that's like CFO or like TLN, you're certainly not going to want to make a mistake in the base like he did there, because it can quickly turn around on you. Afterwards, it looked like another fight that could have been good enough for SoftBank to try and claw their way back into some semblance of a comeback, but unfortunately, Cardi was just too strong there on the way, completely shut down all chances and got that game across the line. Vikings looking insurmountable in their first game, and it's going to take some heavy hitters to take these guys down.
I mean, the VCS drawing first blood in LCP Split 2 with some
gun time.
I mean, look, the VCS repping pretty hard for each other, even in this competition. Vikings really have set the bar quite high. I mean, Guri with a massive showing in game 1. Look, a little bit muted in the second, but the team as a whole rallies together to put on a real showing. We've seen some new picks that we did not get to see in Split 1, and it just speaks to a meta that is evolving and developing with this new Fearless Draft format.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just means that we can be much more excited to see Vikings yet again. They already were possibly the most exciting team. I mean, I'd have to say as well as Team Secret Whale, so VCS doing a great job in that regards of being exciting. But coming in, our very first game of this split, and it just looks this good. The series looks this good. Credit to SoftBank, game number 2, a lot more competitive for a lot longer than game number 1 was. So certainly showing signs of life up against, if you had to compare them in Split 1, what is a much tougher opponent than what they looked like, even at the back end of Split 2. So I think I can sort of look at the SoftBank roster and say there is definitely clear improvements from the start of Split 1 to the start of Split 2 here.
I mean, even between games 1 and 2, there was improvements there from SoftBank. The way that they approached was just definitely a lot cleaner. The way they played team fights was a lot cleaner, but unfortunately, there is only so much you can do in the face of the Vikings, of course. I mean, Courage definitely feel like he had to force the issue so many times this game, and they'll force him to bad spots, especially when there's a Yorick on the other team locking you in after you've committed so much of that mobility, not being able to then get out to safety, and Style as well, just playing so very, very well in the team fights. Cardi just getting some mad damage on this sway. And then, of course, Kratos, the God of War himself on the Yorick, was just a menace. There was not a single moment in that game where he wasn't causing issues for SoftBank.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see a lot of happiness there for Vikings, and deservedly so. MVP of the game here for Guri. After game 1, it feels pretty impossible to find it. I mean, Cardi, you could say, was on even footing.
He played very, very well in game.
He played crazily.
Look,
so,
like I said, Vikings have set the bar very, very high. And maybe that's the strategy. Throw the 1v1, win the series.
Yeah, could be. I mean, it's been...
it's worked a lot so far this year.
I'm not going to elaborate on what I was thinking. But yeah, Vikings looking strong and really, once again, cementing themselves as competitors for, you know, heading into the International, the MSI, and the Esports World Cup later on in the split. Obviously, we are in very early days, but this is exactly how you want to start off. You want to start off strong and continue that way. They were able to do it last split, and they're looking to do it again. No massive critiques, really, for this roster.
Yeah, look, definitely. Hey, look, it wasn't the cleanest. There are a couple, especially you look at fights like this, just overcommitting when they don't necessarily have the damage. Yes, you've got 6 on Nocturne, but you had 2 longswords in the back pocket, so that isn't really the damage you need in a situation like that, and Courage being so mobile on the Skarner. So yeah, look, there is definitely room for them to improve, but it's not massive mechanical or macro oversights, just getting caught out in bad positions. And even still, when they were caught out in bad spots, they still managed to turn it around because they draft very, very well. And I have to say, their drafting definitely feels like it's taken a step up from Split 1 as well.
Yeah, for sure. And they don't feel as sort of reliant, I guess. Obviously, early days once again, but last split, a lot of their wins, if not nearly all of them, came off the back of finding these sort of lane swap shenanigans. This game, it was just pretty evenly matched. They found much better timings in both games at looking for those lane swaps, which led them oftentimes to finding the objective they want. This game, they got the first 2 grubs, and the only reason they didn't get 3 is because their mid laner, Cardi, did not find a recall timer. But other than that, they got the dragons for the trade of the second, and both games, I don't even believe SoftBank got a dragon. So doing really well at playing around those objectives, doing really well in terms of their laning prowess, and not really much to look for in terms of what they did truly wrong.
Yeah, I mean, they showcased a great understanding of the macro with this Yorick in play. And that, I think, arguably is where SoftBank struggled the most, is matching a lot of that macro tempo of their opponents. And as a result, we saw it just go from bad to worse. And poor Marvel, yeah, look, the blue buff, there are no allies to be found in the jungle when it comes to neutral camps, unless you're Ivern. That's a bit of a different story. But yeah, for Varus, yeah, no, it's not your lucky day.
Even here, it looked like such a perfect team fight start. But just constant damage from Style. Not
off
really,
the back of that 2-item power spike as well. Like, he just hit his 2-item power spike, and they weren't dealing with him at all. They kite so very, very well. I have to feel for Evie, who must be so frustrated after that game, just between Kratos and Style, and just him not being able to land a counter-strike onto anyone meaningfully. It has to be so frustrating. And then, of course, Xulong and his Pike just going to town. I think from here on out, it needs to be a respect ban for the Vikings. If he's given it, he's just going to do so much work for the team. Yeah, it certainly could be something you look at, and it just creates a lot of uncertainty, right? It's a champion that, while not traditionally thought of as ridiculously strong, if you're good at it, it then means that any lead you find is ballooned because you just start printing extra gold where no other champ is able to. So just ultimately just very well played by the side of Vikings, and I'm excited to see more out of them. Absolutely. I'm keen. Look, split 2, the bar has been set very, very high off game 1. And look, it was the build-up of all build-ups in split 1 going into that final titanic matchup between TLN and CFO. We get it as an appetizer, an entree to start things off here. We are eating fine today.
We are. And as you said, our very next game of the first night of the mid-season is going to be CFO versus Talon, the rematch of the grand finals. And finally, getting to see CFO on their return from the first stand tournament. And I think that is something we can all be excited for. Not sure, we will be going to break soon. Not sure exactly when. Now, my bad. So there we go. Now I've got word. We are going to go to break. Once we're back, though, that exciting matchup. It's Talon versus CFO, the rematch of our grand finals, and CFO coming back from first stand looking great.
Do it.
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đấu. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してこれるペンに報いたい。次はチャリコで行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看鲁蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua. The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
1v1 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
tears. Pray I reappear tomorrow. If you want it down, then let it drop. If you wanna ride the wave of past, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 Enjoy the ride.
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be. Do you remember 22? I was going on my own and just trying to lose you. But that night you called, you said I was your home. But I broke down on the phone. 'Cause I will always love you. I can't help it. It's something I do, like closing my eyes late at night, and you're always there. You're always there with me. It's you. You're always there. And it's starting to be you and me. And I swear I'm in love. And it's endlessly you and me. I'm under. So do you think we'll see this through? In the future, is it always me and you? When you close your eyes, tell me what you see. Am I there with you? 'Cause I will always love you. I can't help it. It's something I do, like closing my eyes late at night, and you're always
말고 you can bluff 대진 내 runway 날 보는 눈빛 on play 너의 끝까지 따라올래 벌써 far away 본능적인 all in star getting bright 영원히 피는 불 burning high 멈추지 않아 feel my fire 눈부신 빛 is my time 눈에 담긴 my own way 빛나는 길로 달려갈래 feel the breeze calling me set me free let it be 더 크게 외쳐 이 순간 my choice you know now right this is my voice oh oh zooming boom boom step aside quick clap all eyes on me crown skills and loyalty oh 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 we take the stage turn it up 내 세계를 봐 날아올라 fly high 우린 끝을 몰라 길을 만들어 ain't no lie 내 순간 또 저는 never retreat like it's my beat keep my focus sharp 멈추지 마 repeat 높이 날아 my sky is the start my rhythm is fire it's the piece of art 네가 넘볼 수 없는 flow masterpiece of art keep build raw 내 이름 history raw 멈추지 않아 feel my fire 눈부신 빛 is my time 눈에 담긴 my own way 빛나는 길로 달려갈래 feel the breeze calling me set me free let it be 더 크게 외쳐 이 순간 my choice you know now right this is my voice oh oh zooming boom boom step aside quick clap all eyes on me crown skills and loyalty
Pretty good highlights. Pretty emotional highlights, really, as CFO were our first representative internationally from the LCP, and boy, oh boy, did they make their mark, taking down almost everyone cleanly, aside from the Korean representatives, Hanwha Life. They did such an amazing job, and honestly, as a proud fan of the LCP, I couldn't have been more stoked, elated to see how well they did.
I mean, look, you look at this team as a whole. They came in easily the underdogs of the competition. We talked about it. They've even highlighted the fact, I mean, we can't be considered underdogs from this point on. And you have not only this underdog story, but a mid laner making his debut at the age of 17, going to his first Tier 1 competition. He then qualifies for his first international event and plays the way he does. This is a superstar in the making. Of course, we're talking about Hongq, the young phenom here in the LCP. He has impressed from start to finish. He starts the split dying to Artican. That is his first death of the entire split, and he goes internationally, takes down Europe, takes down North America, takes down the LPL as well. This guy has got so far to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And both teams now on the stage. It's the rematch of our grand final. TLN up against CFO. Who you got?
I mean, look, I have to stick with CFO. I've just been so impressed by this roster. Like they said, we are no longer the underdogs. We are the team to beat. They came and we did not expect them to take down TLN the way that they did. They absolutely manhandled them in that final. Doggo, Hongq, Junja, this entire team as a whole has been phenomenal. They go and represent in a way that no one expected on the international stage. They put the world on notice, saying, look out, guys, we are a major region now. You need to be concerned.
Yeah, look, good reasons, good points. Myself, I think TLN, they're coming back with a vengeance. For no reason other than someone has to keep KMT's ego in check. And I think if there was a team to do it, it is TLN. That guy, he's getting out of hand after CFO's success, and it has to be brought back down to within Earth levels. Betty, especially there on your screen, I think if there was a person that you could rely on to get this team across the line, obviously Fofo looks fantastic. All of them, both teams look fantastic, but I think in terms of the straight lane versus lane matchup, I think Betty has been a bit more of a standout than Doggo in general. And I think coming in after what happened to them in the grand finals, they're coming back much more motivated. and they have something to prove. And here we are, Varus, Doggo choosing an AD carry champ, going up against Betty on Yorick.
Not playing an AD carry champion.
No.
I mean, look, I rate it. To be fair, we've seen some interesting matchups in the 1v1 for Split 1, obviously with an Oxian theme, now coming in with the Ionian theme. Things are a little bit different, but it's Spirit Blossom theme, yeah, so leaning a little bit more that way. But Varus into a Yorick, I mean, on paper, Varus should be fine. You're not really struggling in terms of worrying about Yorick getting on you until he does get that arena up as well. But I mean, for the most part, Doggo on a champion that he's very prolific on, should be able to keep that gap, should be able to get the damage out. But stranger things have happened in the 1v1s.
For sure, and importantly, after the recent Yorick buffs, it is harder for Varus to navigate the matchup, again, because range autos no longer one-shot the Yorick ghouls, meaning there is just going to be more uptime. It's not like, oh, I finally landed, I think it's his E. I haven't played Yorick ever in my life, not even once. I think it's his E. You've landed that, and then you just one-shot all of the minions as Varus. Yeah. Now you can't. It's going to take a few more auto attacks, which can, you know, eventually, as you start to get a few items online, actually do sizable amounts of damage. So we'll see. Yorick has looked pretty fierce, not obviously in our last game from Kratos, but just internationally, I think it's had a pretty big rise, a meteoric rise to almost the top, really, in terms of the strength of champions.
Well, that's the thing. So Yorick he's not the champion you think of when it comes to 1v1. Oh, he's not going to be absolutely dominating out of his lane opponent. That is not Yorick's game plan. Yes, he can do that if given the opportunity to snowball, but he is largely a macro champion. He plays the map so much stronger. In the 1v1, he's still solid, but he's not your Darius. He's not someone who's going to come in and it's really clear off the bat that he's won. There is a bit of build-up.
Yeah. All I'm going to say about these 1v1s is I'm happy Draven's gone, because that champ was by and far the best 1v1 champ.
No, Kled was. That was pretty well established.
Kled lost
Kled
1v1.
Was so funny.
Draven only lost 1v1s when he versed Draven.
Yeah.
Which is like, does he really lose that? Like, I guess, can you really, like, give Draven
Even when Draven loses, Draven wins. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, I mean, I don't know what to think about this matchup, because it does feel like it takes a little while for Varus to get to the point where he is just truly sort of slicing Yorick apart, and maybe by then Yorick is just able to withstand it long enough to actually, you know, deal that damage. And ultimately, if it comes down to the point where we're in sudden death, I actually think I have to favor the Yorick.
Yeah, at that stage of the game, I think Yorick takes it. But it also begs the question, what kind of Varus are we seeing? Are you going to go lethality, keep at distance, look for the poke? Are we going to see the on-hit? Yeah, because obviously Yorick's going to be trying to get up on you. I think there can be arguments made for both. I think early you do better with the lethality, because the piercing arrow is going to do so much more, but going into, okay, no. That's definitely not right.
They just did a backflip, and we're back to Noxus.
Yeah, that's not quite how it works. You can't just sit there and say, actually, we don't like these champions. Can we go back to the last one? No. So it will be Varus and Yorick.
I think.
It has to be.
Well, Riven is both. Riven is both Noxus and Ionia. I don't think Darius is.
Darius is pretty hard into the one category. He's pretty die-hard when it comes to Noxus, eh?
Yeah, I think so. It feels a little... Does Darius have a Spirit Blossom theme skin? He might.
A flower axe, maybe? I don't know.
He might.
Thematically, it doesn't quite fit the champion.
No.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting one. But
now we get to find out.
It has to be Varus. It has to be Varus.
Darius.
No, okay.
There you go. Well, I mean, this changes everything we just said. So now they can truly just balls to the wall and fight, really. Both of them do well. It's going to come down to, I guess, how well can Doggo navigate getting hit by the apprehend and how he trades around that. Pretty important ability here in this 1v1. Going to get the nice stun off first, and yeah, just a free trade. Bone plating now gone from Betty, so next trade will be almost certainly in Doggo's favor.
Looking at the list, this is definitely not any of the ones on the champion list.
Betty and Doggo going at it. Honestly, reasonably even trade, because this bleed is going to start ticking away at that Riven health bar, and as you see
no, sorry, Darius is. Never mind, I'm wrong. No, they both are. Okay.
Oh, he's gone. And Doggo now very favored to win this. And I think even more so than our first game of the night. Obviously, these two teams pretty hotly contested the most of the time. Winning the 1v1 should play a fairly important role you do have to expect this to go the distance, to go to 3 games, and so having side selection and 2 of them should be very important.
Look, all I'm saying is I cannot wait for the Soraka-Teemo matchup.
Soraka's
or the
a very
Soraka
strong
mirror
1v1
matchup.
champ, by the
yeah.
way. Into the right matchup. I mean, you wouldn't want to play Soraka into like Darius, but
Or the
Soraka...
Master Yi mirror matchup where it's like realistically we just stand here and smack each other as hard as we can.
Yeah, there's some mechanics to Yi.
Oh yeah, but to touch on your point, yeah, easily these 2 teams are the teams where I think the 1v1 matters the most. For most other matchups we've seen throughout the split, it isn't the be-all and end-all. The team that is arguably better at the end of the day can give over the 1v1 and still come out very, very strong, but losing out on this situation, I mean, just taking the win here in the 1v1 gives such a massive boon to whichever team gets it. Realistically, it could actually set up at least the first game.
Yeah. And I think one thing to touch on is nothing much is happening here as Doggo is stronger and can't really fight into this massive minion wave that we see. I want to see a massive improvement in the drafts of Talon. I think the thing that's been leading them down the most is their drafting. I think in general, each of the players, you know, on paper can be considered best in role on any given day. But really, they've been struggling when it comes to the drafts. As an all-out does come through. It's level 6 here for Doggo. Betty not yet getting there, but that is going to be the ultimate used. As Doggo will not be able to find the kill, and it is just going to be Betty able to find the recall now. See what he has to purchase.
Yeah, I mean, Doggo just getting that much pressure. It will be an ultimate disparity. Now, Betty will have that Noxian Guillotine up once he gets to the wave and does hit 6. I don't know if that's going to be the be-all and end-all, though. Doggo should be able to get the Broken Wings up. And he should be able to play around the Noxian Guillotine pretty well. He's got a decent level of advantage. He should be able to get himself a pretty comfortable back in the next few moments as well.
Gets hit by the Apprehend. Level 6 now for Betty, but he's not going to be able to close the gap. So Doggo's going to feel completely fine. It's level 7 even. Bone plating's still there for Betty, though, so the trade isn't all that bad.
I mean, there could be shenanigans. If Doggo plays around the bleed, so you know, Betty accidentally gets tower aggro off the back of the bleed and then a stun happens. So yeah, look, Betty definitely has to be very, very careful given his passive, but Doggo's going to get a lot of free CS here. Goes for the catch.
Yeah, aggression from Doggo, but he's certainly not winning out in this trade as things stand. Doesn't have the ultimate available either, and absolutely drops him on him. That's going to be Betty now, honestly, evening up, if not taking the lead now. He's also going to get a sizable amount of damage onto his tower if he chooses to do so. That's going to be another plate. Can just look for the recall at any time. Keep in mind he will have empowered recall.
He'll get himself 2 for his trouble even. And should clear out the minion wave pretty comfortably. So that's a decent injection of gold going his way. Eclipse finished for Doggo.
Yeah, that's a massive trade. Fofo given some coaching. I think he just got told off.
Yeah, look, Fofo is a very, very serious individual. The Don himself.
That's true. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest grudge matchup, I think, coming into this series between individual players at the very least. But Dorton Mail picked up first item for Betty.
I like it. You get so much damage just from your passive that you don't need to complement it that much.
With
Plus,
the steel plates.
Early on in the game, tank items generally go a lot further than damage items. Damage items tend to complement them like each other, whereas tank items kind of as a standalone do very well.
Oh, look at the damage. It's just non-existent now for Doggo. Damage reduction upon damage reduction into an entirely AD champion in Riven. So you're stringing your passives together between skill usage is not going to find much. And that Conqueror is going to do even less now. So, I mean, realistically, Betty, this should just be a slow burn. He could just wait till sudden death comes. I don't know what Doggo could potentially build here to try and negate that, because already that is just so much armor that Betty has.
Yeah, I mean, he probably just has to try and get a Last Whisper, because ultimately he's never going to get the amount of gold that you need for a Black Cleaver. So you probably just have to sit on a Last Whisper, I would imagine. Now, the Eclipse helps out a lot. It does do percentage max HP damage. So it will be doing a reasonable amount to impact these trades. Does drop the ultimate. Betty's able to find the heal back and is just going to go for that all-in, and it's not even close. Barrier comes out of Doggo, who does get the heal, but the Apprehend max range lands, and Betty will claim it. Talon side selection, and now grand final rematch. It's going to be a good sign here for Talon. Spirits are high. The Don is smiling. Not a sight we often see.
I mean, look, this is a match that has been brewing, not even talking about Grand Finals last, but since the very, very start of the LCP. These two teams have been two Titanic rosters that we knew were going to go do very, very well in competition. We did, at the time, consider CFO the underdogs. They are far from it now at this stage. But Talon, you can't even imagine the chip that they're coming into this matchup with off the back of last. But
yeah.
And I will say, Talon's big issue, yes, was the draft, but on the whole, there was a stagnation. It wasn't just the draft, it was the way they were playing the game. They just didn't show any real growth. There was no momentum. They really just sort of fell back into some really, really bad habits, and it cost them.
Yeah, and I think one of those bad habits, as I touched on during that 1v1, was the draft. I think really, really poor drafts coming out of Talon, especially in the Grand Finals. I mean, the game they lost the Grand Finals in, if you take your mind back, they were going up against a Scion, and they had drafted Jarvan, Gragas was their solo AP, and then they had Jarvan, Jhin, what else was there? I don't know. It was 3 ADs and Jhin was, oh no, it was like 3 APs or whatever, and Jhin and Jarvan were, it was Victor. They had 3 APs and a Jhin and a Jarvan to try and deal with a Scion.
Yeah, I mean, how often have we seen the Scion-Jhin matchup just be an absolute nightmare? I think it was earlier in the split, it was Jhin into Scion, Skarner, and I think it was an Alistar in the bot lane, so there was just no way of getting through the front line. Yeah. Jhin is a bit of a trap. Yeah. If you draft it too early, you just build tanks, there's nothing you can do. You need to draft at least some other support in the comp that is going to burn through those tanks. Yes, drafting definitely has to be one of the big priorities.
Which they had.
Yeah.
Victor was there, but they also paired it with a Gragas, which then I was like, okay, Scion just builds MR, and then who's killing him? And no one was the answer to that. The only time he died, he like charged 1v3 down a mid tower, and yeah, he died, and Talon got aced. So, I don't know. I think the draft coming into Split 2, into our mid-season, really needs to improve from Talon for them to be able to prove themselves as the best, which we had them as coming into Split 1. And they looked like it for the majority of that Split 1. I want to say one thing that you have to credit this Talon team for, and specifically Kasa, is he was a little bit shaky towards the beginning of the split, even though they were winning all those games. But coming into the last series, and especially the semifinals, he had one of the series of his life. That was an incredible series.
Insanely proactive compared to the rest of the split, but it's time. The matchup. Two Titanic teams coming out of the PCS. In the bands to start things off, Talon take out Vi and Varus. A bit thematic, honestly. It's responded. CFO, Rumble, Kalista being taken out.
Also
Kalista
thematic.
is going to be the most banned champion, as it was last split.
Yeah, it is consistently just getting eliminated from our games. Xin Zhao going to be taken away, which is somewhat interesting because Kasa has tended to enjoy that champion more than most. But Junja, obviously, extremely capable on any champ, but Xin Zhao Vi tend to stand out.
The PCS fans.
The war.
There's a brewing. The civil war.
I think that was TK. I think that was TK with the anti-Talon... Talon, what do you call it, banner. And fair enough too. Talon sent that guy into the hospital. So I mean, I'd be anti-Talon too.
Zia banned from Fofo, and I did say this is easily the biggest of the grudge matches when it comes to individual roles. You look at one side, Talon. Fofo is a veteran of the scene coming out of the PCS. Honkyu, this young upstart, comes and dethrones him in his first competitive split. So I can imagine Fofo is coming in with a vengeance here to Split 2. Azir taken away from him by CFO. There is a pick that stands out to me that's open. Talia not being that pick, but it is going to be available, and it's going to be reasonably strong, as we saw out of our first series. But Junja has an iconic pick that is still available to him. Could be bold, could be what they need, but going that way first might be an interesting strategy.
Of course, we're talking about the Graves.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No, we'll see. I mean, the Talia, I like it. It looked really good in Game 1. Game 1 of the night, kind of an oddball because SoftBank ended up drafting almost the perfect comp for Talia, even though it was early pick, and Driver going to get himself the Scion.
Hold on.
Interesting to note that Driver is starting in this series where typically Rest has been their starter. Driver, however, still going to be piloting one of his champs, one of his signature champs here in the Scion, so...
Do we get the Scion dance at the end? We saw it at first stand.
We did. Well, it depends if he wins, I suppose.
I want to see Gangplank. That was a cool one as well. He gave us some stunners at the first stand. CFO definitely won a lot of fans at their first international outing of 2025. Skarner for Junja.
Yeah, another champ that he loves to lock in if it's available. We saw it already today and had a great start to the game. Unfortunately, fell a little flat. We'll see if he goes for the Grasp of the Undying alongside the Heartsteel. I imagine he will, and that is a scary start.
Neferi, Talia. For TLN, I mean, it was that same pairing in game 1 of the Vikings SHG matchup that went, I believe it was deathless at the time. Although, actually, sorry, I think Cardi died once, so he wasn't perfect. But,
Baron,
I mean, 13-0-16 for the Neferi in that game was pretty devastating. Hongkyu, it's a quit. Okay, that's a fairly new addition, kind of.
No, this is the craziest Gwen game of all time so far, admittedly. But you've just picked Gwen into 2 tanks. Yeah. That champ shreds through health bars and heals back to full off a single Q through them later on in the game. So what are we going to pick to answer this? I mean, it's very hard to answer Gwen, especially now that she is so much stronger in the earlier stage of the game, which was truly where she lacked before. I mean, Victor does okay, but so far we're not seeing anything that the Shroud really has to be used on except the Victor, so it's still... Gwen has an answer to this champ. It's also a mobile, which does struggle against the likes of the Talia, the Neferi, and the Gwen. Certainly a strong champion nonetheless, even though I'm stating all of its negatives.
But yeah, I mean, look, so Gwen having sort of found herself in now the Holy Trinity, the top lane, that sort of being at the moment Rumble, Gwen, and Embessa seem to be the go-to 3 for the majority of the world in terms of priority. Ash going to be banned out here by CFO, so with the bot lane duo now being what remains for both teams, it is going to be likely a string of AD carry bans, maybe a couple of supports as well. So Ash, Kai'Sa being taken out. Doggo and Betty, I mean, look, this pairing as well has a lot to prove on the Rift after how things went. I mean, we thought Betty was the better one, but Doggo comes out and plays the split of his life, goes international and plays out of his mind there as well.
I mean, very evenly matched, ultimately, across the Rift. But I still, even after last split, favor Betty a little bit still. I think, ultimately, when it comes down to crunch time, he has just been a little more clutch, excluding, of course, the grand finals. But still, I mean... that is when it matters most, so I guess that is quite a few strikes against Betty, but we'll see. Coming back, obviously they're all going to be motivated. They don't want to be seen as lesser than CFO, and right now I think globally you have to view them that way because CFO were so great internationally. They were so good against them in the grand final.
Funnily enough, Talon's still, in terms of the power rankings globally, about 4 places higher, I think it is. Talon 14th, CFO. CFO went from 28th to 18th, 29th, I believe it was, to 18th by the end of first stand, and I believe they jumped the likes of Team Liquid as well, which was hugely impressive. They really took some very, very big spots away from some teams that you would have definitely thought might have given them a run for the money. But Poppy, the final ban, CFO. What do they want for this bot lane? I mean, Israel standing out to me is a carry that Doggo and Betty have both played well, that is also available.
And the Kai'Sa ban suggests the Israel, because Kai'Sa typically is the best answer into the Israel, and there we are. Doggo going to be able to play it this time. Obviously, both of these AD carries, fantastic on the champ. The same night, if you remember, we saw both of them go ballistic and just 1v9 a game. Very impressive. Israels are both Betty and Doggo, so Doggo this time going to be able to play that champ. What's Betty's answer going to be? However, what even is there? The Misfortune's gone. Ashe, Kalista, Kai'Sa, Varus, Grasping at Straws, and Tristana is going to be answer.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, she has definitely seen an uptick in play in the bot lane compared to mid and what we've seen previously. Supports, I mean, the world is really there for either team. You've got everything you could want in the support pool at the moment, bar maybe a Poppy, which, to be fair, I don't think is going to be the worst in terms of
neither team particularly.
I mean, you're probably looking Leona, which at the moment has been the most prioritized in terms of both pick and ban globally, I think, in terms of supports at the moment. Rel does all right. Alistar as well is just an insanely strong pick at the moment.
Yeah, and, I mean, Rakan strikes me as someone that's very decent with what CFO is showing right now. Other than that, the Nautilus is still open, a perfectly fine champ to pick. Of course, not the greatest into Gwen. Does do well into everyone else, ultimately.
I just don't think it has the sticking power. Tristana's going to be able to rocket jump away. Neferi can just avoid the depth charge or the hook
anything.
As well. Yeah, just everything.
Also,
Brom. Okay, Israel Brom. Still a fairly strong pairing, but it does leave some of those, I think, more aggressive supports, priority supports for later in the series.
Yeah, and Brom is decent into Gwen because you can stun her from being melee, but Gwen, if unchecked, will also just shred through a Braum. I mean, this kind of feels to me like Arja has the champion to completely take over this game if given the attention required to sort of navigate the early Sion lane, because contrary to popular belief, the early lane for Sion against Gwen is very easy, just because you outrange her entirely with all of your abilities, and they hit very hard just based on their base damage.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how team fights play out. In terms of bulk, CFO win that hands down. There is just no comparison. It's very a bruisery, fighty type draft out of Talon. They are going to look to be playing off the front foot, looking to be playing aggressive. But unfortunately, they do have a lot to burn through. So if lanes don't go very well for Talon, they might find themselves just outpaced sheerly through the health pool alone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. This is the first Gwen we're going to get to see, and I cannot really think of a better Gwen game almost ever. There's like no lockdown for her. No meaningful lockdown that should realistically be hitting her.
Are we looking at the same draft? Like
for Gwen, though.
Yeah. Look, positioning-wise, yes. If Arja can play...
If Arja disconnects from the game, sure, he can be locked down. But realistically, Arja is not a terrible player.
No.
And so he is almost certainly going to be able to find the position. And generally, Gwen likes to come from flanks when it comes to team fighting. If you could find the back line, it's very difficult to deal with. You have the ability to dodge out of the range abilities while trying to find the needle work and whatnot. And the rest of the team comp is safe enough to not really have to worry about Junja and Driver, barring some crazy setup.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm wanting to see Talon coming into this series with a bit of intensity, given how things sort of petered out towards the end of Split 1. They are an insanely good team, but I stand by it, they definitely stagnated a little bit. Lethal Tempo Israel coming into it.
Yeah, coming back to the lethal tempo. Very strong. It procs on the Qs, of course.
Yep. So just looking to smack, looking to hit hard.
Excited to see. Okay, so looking for an early invade here on to the Raptors. Going to be able to all but ensure they are able to get them. And I guess keep in mind, not touched on, but Junja clearly the best player in the league last split.
Oh,
I think just leaps and bounds above almost any other jungler. Sure, not to say other junglers were slouches, just the consistency of this guy and setting up his team.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, the entirety of CFO, I think, can hold that banner pretty high in terms of their best in their individual roles.
There we are. Level 1 Alistair, baby.
Huge.
We headbutt that guy.
I think it's a play. I mean, you haven't got a huge amount of kill threat, and unfortunately with the Braum, it's not really a lane that you want to be fighting too heavily in. And the fact that Betty and Woody have already taken this much damage is going to put them in a rough spot. There's not a huge amount of kill threat early on, but if you can keep your health nice and high, it presents for a better situation. Carset going to be spotted on the ward as they do look to trade out red buffs.
Yeah, I think what is problematic is that Junja started the bottom side of the map, whereas Carset's on the top side. So taking a trade that poorly can just lead to them being dove, especially if any more chip damage is going to be able to come out through those Mystic shots and Winter's Bite. Now, currently Talon's health bars are perfectly fine. They shouldn't be able to be dove on this health, especially with Braum being not the best champion to set up dives in the world. But Junja, nonetheless, he's on the Skarner. He certainly is. And if level 2 does not come through here for the Talon bot lane, they are in a really problematic position. So flash forward. Kaiwing does land the Winter's Bite. It's going to be Woody committing his life, but importantly, Betty staying alive. Another tower shot, and the Mystic shot goes wide. Level 2 now for the bot lane of Talon, and they are going to be able to navigate the first of the 2 dives. But Junja, he's not done. He's landed at least another shove. But Talon, they get first blood. They're going to get another. Oh my god, they've navigated it so well. Junja and Doggo live, and they get the kill back. Oh my god. It's already coming up, CFO.
And this has been brewing since the Grand Finals of Split 1. The tension in the air between the 2 PCS representatives, and already it's manifesting itself on the Rift.
What a chaotic start. It looked like Talon had just navigated it. So well played by the bot lane of Talon to survive the first gank. All of CFO get very low. Doggo misses a very crucial Mystic shot. This is so much easier if he just lands that one more shot. They go in, Woody pulls the trigger at the perfect time. They get the kill back, Betty goes forward, and the barrier still up from Doggo allows him to trade autos and get himself the kill.
Oh, look, Kaiwing has to play his life there. You've invested so much already. You need to make that kill happen, or the double kill rather. But yeah, look, I'll argue that should never have been a miss from Doggo. That was the easiest setup. The passive was stacked. He should have known full well that the stun was going to come out, but he anticipates a step back in a situation where it was never going to happen. So realistically, they should have got away with the kill and probably the follow-up without losing anyone.
Yeah, but ultimately they managed to somehow get out of that ahead, and it's just an absolute shellacking down here already. Down 20 CS, Woody's going to be able to at least allow Betty to get that recall off, but the wave's in a terrible position. Yes, it's coming back. Still, Doggo in such a great position this early on. Still, it has to be said, there is a ticking time bomb up in this top lane, and we're looking at him right now. Arja on the Gwen.
Yeah. I mean, it's a rough spot. You not only have you been forced back for a second time in this bot lane, the first one being a death, obviously, but you are down a good 26 CS. Junja's got map priority on the bot side. Yes, I mean, Kasa was there, but he just backs off. I don't even think they have an inkling that Junja started this up. If you're smart, you probably have an idea that the Dragon is available and could be a possibility, but Kasa is routing himself there. Arja, though, is going to be the first to hit 6 on the Rift.
Yeah, and they should know because there's no jungle camps for any jungler to take right now, so the only thing really there is to do on the map is either look for a gank, and no lane is particularly looking gankable right now, but Kasa makes it into the pit. Kasa makes it in, and it's going to be Junja who picks it up, but there's a level discrepancy. Kasa up quite a sizable amount of minions other than, you know, that Dragon being taken over, but now Kasa's still going to be able to be the aggressor, and the engage coming down bot. The CS difference means nothing if you're just going to throw it all away. Betty, one more auto will do it, and there it is. The turnaround kill is good. Kasa's here. There's not going to be the damage. Kaiwing will make it out, but a very crucial kill back, and now a 2-kill Tristana for the side of Talon.
Yeah, I mean, the power of backing, getting himself that second longsword, just has the extra damage in pocket compared to the tier for Doggo. And yeah, lethal tempo on the Tristana is always going to be, I think, more of a powerhouse in that situation. Fofo, though.
Yeah, good trade coming out of Hongq so far. The seismic shove does land. Hongq, no more mana, not going to be able to trade. And so it is just going to be a trade of health bar for mana, but that should mean that Fofo's going to be able to get this wave in eventually. So have a look how this happens. I mean, just a bit of over-aggression. The bomb comes out, and the wall just completely whiffs. And with that, there's really no more threat onto Betty. He kites behind his Alistair, so he can't be just taken out. Cleanse comes out from the stun, gets the auto attack, and clean as can be.
He aggressively shifts. There was no need for him to go in. They didn't need to commit to a fight in that situation. So bit of a misplay, and not one that CFO has been immune to this year, which cannot be understated. They've definitely made some pretty egregious mistakes through their time in the LCP.
I think that misplay is more on Kaiwing, however. I think if that wall goes up, there's no world in which Doggo gets taken out, but unfortunately the wall blocks literally nothing, and so Betty gets the bomb off and gets all the damage he could ever want.
That also comes down to positioning for Doggo as well. I mean, he shifts so far away from Kaiwing in that situation, and as a result, just opens himself up to it, which, yeah, look, Kaiwing could have definitely done a lot to negate it, but Doggo obviously didn't interview that position. So it's rough. It is, but it is not at all the end of the world. I think the big problem now being it has given Betty exactly the lifeline he needs back into this situation.
Really, it's exactly what they didn't want, really, is they'd done such a great job of keeping Betty down, and he's now just even. And he's down 22 CS and even in gold, which is really problematic. Ultimately. More aggressive trades in the mid lane. Matchup does tend to lend itself that way. Also, no Junja going for the aftershock here. Again, it's just so much more consistent. And Weaver's Wall, good idea. Just get yourself out. There's no way that you can be followed up on, and really an untimely death will just snowball out of control. Both teams very good at taking a lead and running with it.
I mean, I must say, it's for all the action that we've seen so far on the Rift, hasn't, you know, not much has happened in the top side. I mean, this Gwen Sion matchup has actually evened itself out pretty well for Driver.
But that's perfect for Arja.
Yeah.
The early lane is the hardest part of this matchup, and look at it now. You've got the, what is that, Haunting guys online. There's no world in which Driver is going to be able to truly contest. The needlework is so much better at looking for these fights than the Unstoppable Onslaught, especially into a Gwen.
Oh, that was a mystic shot and a half, threading the needle there onto Betty. Some big damage means he's forced back. To be fair, I think they were looking for the back anyway, given the situation on the map. Carcer's heading down though, so they might look for something. Ginger is still in the neighborhood, but he's a fair way off compared to Carcer, and the vision is not there for them.
Yeah, can close the gap pretty effectively, and I think CFO realizing that there could be a 3v3 on the horizon, and there's no need to risk it when Ginger's clearly not going to be the one closer. But Carcer just wanting to be there in case there was the look for the dive or something like that, allows Betty to clear out one more wave, allows him now to get off a reasonably safe recall. If he went for the last one, he would have lost an entire wave this time. Actually, just going to stay.
That smart's a bit, eh? For Driver, unfortunately, into this Gwen. And realistically, he's never going to have a great back timing for Aja, who is pretty happy to just sort of sit there, keep farming waves. And it is, like you said, that ticking time bomb. The more free time that Aja's given, the stronger he's going to get. So you kind of always need to be there to contest. And so they are going to rotate.
This is one way to do it.
This is the right call, I think, for CFO. Get your bot lane duo up to the top side, give Driver the back, send him down on the bot side, just disrupt a bit of that tempo.
Yeah, Kaiwing, however, pathing out mid, just eats a seismic shove, but again, gets the wall up, doesn't take all that much damage. I believe that's the new Grill Master Braum.
Absolute top quality skin.
It's not the best out of the skins that came out, though.
Oh, no,
the hot dog.
I'm sorry, no, it is the
hot
best.
dog. What is it called? The Glizzy?
Yeah,
Glizzy Neferi.
That is 100% why the Braum skin is the best. I'm sorry. There is just no... Oh, Doggo, no.
Doggo, yeah, he's a bit out of position. He has both summons still available, but I think he's just going to keep... His flash actually not quite up.
Yeah,
Does lose his barrier.
Barrier.
And, I mean, free as can be, again, exactly what you don't want, considering the advantage you found. I mean, 30 CS up, and even in gold, because you've given over assist now.
Yeah, I mean, this is division game, pure and simple. Talon are winning in terms of information. Yeah.
Oh, Driver, you're on a ward, pal.
I mean, every single time that Talon have tried to make something happen, that it has been with lack of vision. They just have not been able to control the ward game. It's just been so strong for Talon at the moment. And this is translated now into not one but two sets of grubs off the back of a phenomenal gank on Doggo.
2 dragons for CFO, though, so they are putting a timer on the game. Importantly, I think if there's any champ in this game that you don't want 6 grubs, actually 2 champs in this game you wouldn't want that on, is the Tristana and the Gwen. Unfortunately, both of them are going to have access to the 6 grubs, so if you ever make a mistake in a team fight, that's going to be a lot of structures being lost.
Oh, and Kim Soul.
And the Soul sucks.
Yeah, so
it's good for Sion and Skarner, admittedly. A lot of health to, 50% HP or whatever it is. When you're taking reduced damage on champs with that high of a health bar, it does feel pretty decent.
I mean, the problem is, in terms of Noxian Blessings, that Dragon isn't going to do much for you. I mean, Fate of Warfare has already been taken by Talon. The towers, realistically, there isn't one that is in a good position for CFO to potentially threaten. So far, it has just been all Talon in terms of structure damage.
Plus the 6 grubs.
Plus the 6 grubs, yeah.
With the tower, yeah.
Which I still say that you got the Feat of Warfare, the Feat of Monster Slaying, the Feat of Structures. Feat of Demolition. It was, look, come on, it's not that.
That's fine. Now, Betty actually ahead in gold of everyone.
Keeping in mind that he was down 26 CS.
He was down 30. When they got that last kill off to Doggo, he was down 30 CS.
Like, just criminal that he was given. Yeah, he was given the bailout. Like, it was just insane that he was allowed an avenue back into this game as meaningfully as he did. He's also bagged himself another kill on top of it. So for Talon, I mean, at this stage, Shojin's as well, picked up by Carcer. Everything is coming up trumps for them.
Yeah, looking very strong. Talon currently. I mean, the game is still fairly even, all things considered. It just shouldn't be. Realistically.
Oh, what a steal.
Who got it? Oh, Carcer did.
Yeah.
Did fail the Dragon steal, but somewhat makes up for it. I would argue the red not quite as important.
I mean, again, it's keeping Ginger behind, given that he was such a linchpin to the success of this CFO roster.
Yeah.
So anything you can do to destabilize him is going to be a success, arguably. And you can see how confident Talon are feeling that at 13 minutes in the game, they're already pushing so heavily into CFO's jungle.
Yeah, Driver with a bit more health, bit more resistance, is able to withstand the Gwen a little better than before. But still, this is not getting any better anytime soon, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, so far, this is one of those situations where it might be a case of CFO died the death of 1,000 cuts, because the lanes that you don't want succeeding have suddenly started finding success for Talon.
Went passive.
Yeah, I mean, she's got... It's crazy that a nerf has actually turned her into a champion which is more viable now, because technically that was what it was classified as, a nerf. But realistically what it does, it evened her out across all levels.
Yeah.
She now scales the way that she's meant to, which means that you can just play this game quite comfortably going into the later stages.
Yeah, I mean, she still is an absolute monster in the later stage of the game, but it's that she now actually withstands the early stage a little better than she previously did. Ultimately, never lacked late game. If you got to 4 items on Gwen, you were probably winning that game. Now it's just easier to get there.
Yeah, which is crazy. Like, the nerf bat actually makes her that much more viable. Rod of Ages going to be finished up by both mid laners. In saying that, Honkyu got his finish just a little bit earlier, so he's already got a couple of stacks on it, whereas opting into that tier for Fofo slowed down that process a little bit.
It ultimately should be fine, though. I don't think that 4 minutes should make too big of an issue. Kaiwing being looked at should be taken out. A great invulnerable there from Casa, but Kaiwing is going to live. Unfortunately, there's not going to be a connection on Junja's ult. Doggo, though, going aggressive. Betty's in a really bad position. Does get the rocket jump away, but gets hit by a true shot barrage. But here comes Arja. Arja's in the thick of it. He does get stunned up against that wall, but he is going to be able to take down Doggo. Yes, he might go down, but that's a big kill, and a shutdown comes back here for Driver, who is just rampaging through with this Ghost, looking for Fofo now. Half steel stack not going to be picked up from Junjib, but might be able to do it now. It's a good ult from Betty, but unfortunately not enough to save his mid laner. So a team fight win there for CFO. It's going to feel very good for them. The dragon spawning in 1 minute means there's probably going to be another one on the horizon.
I mean, that was on the very outer limits of Junja's, you know, smash to the wall there. That somehow just connects. The Buster Shot, obviously, the nerf it's copped, I think, recently. Means that, I mean, Kaiwing survives for a criminally long amount of time here in this situation, is able to get himself out. They then look to turn and burn. Honkyu coming in. I mean, they just burn so much trying to avoid that damage. The teleport's coming in. Doggo's allowed free range. Unfortunately, in the face of a Gwen, he struggles without mana and just not enough peel, but Driver there in the thick of it, just wreaking havoc, causing chaos. Realistically, Doggo should not have died here. He could have walked himself out of that, but he sticks around a little bit too long and ultimately pays the price for it. But the saving grace for the CFO roster, Honkyu and Driver have an absolutely phenomenal team fight, pick up some big kills, and Driver,
Good try from Betty.
So Fofo was actually safe. He was actually safe, but then gets somehow clipped back by obviously the pincers, I think, in the end. Oh boy.
Yeah, on someone's boy. Is it going to connect? It's not. Nice jump from Casa gets him out. Arja, he's looking aggressively. Oh, it's a scary fight. It's a scary fight for both teams. Driver no ultimate though, so that is a big cooldown lost. Doesn't have the Ghost this time either. Woody looking aggressively. It's a nice amount of damage coming through from Talon, but a gravitational field is really good out of Honkyu. It does force away the Shroud from Arja, and Betty takes a massive chunk of damage on the back end from this Victor. Casa though, and the rest of Talon still not convinced this one's over, as Betty trying to sustain little by little off this mid wave, and will be able to do so. Everything on the rift resetting as things stand.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we talked about. It was either going to be an absolute blowout one way or the other, or it was going to be easily just a hotly contested mess. And to be fair, mess isn't even the right descriptor, I think, in this situation. It is just going to be an absolute slugfest between these two titans of the LCP. It is going to be hotly contested up until it isn't. And then it suddenly collapses and the team just gets wiped out. So this is a situation where those mistakes become that much more punishing, because these are the two teams that capitalize the best on mistakes.
Exactly. And they're the least likely to generally make the mistakes too, which, you know, these very, very close calls, often very hard to call until the very end now. Driver's going to have his ult back up and available, as is everyone else across the rift. Dragon started up, CFO with prime position here in the river, but Talon not so willing to give it up just for free. Carson out in the pit. looking to contest with Junja. We see RJ on the bottom side against Driver, does get knocked out by that unstoppable onslaught. Junja going to be able to peel away Woody from the backside of his team fight, and the pincers are great, but RJ's still not taken down. He's still trying to find something. Betty's the first to do so. Dragon going to be claimed here by the Scion. It's a 1-for-1 as things stand, as Ghost is up and Driver rampaging on through, trying to find Talon, trying to find Fofo. Will be able to land at least the slow, the knock up, and Driver playing out of his damn mind, stopping Arja from doing anything and even claiming Fofo on the back end.
And I wonder if maybe that was why that we see Driver brought in for the first game, because it was going to always be the most important of the series. This is going to be the trendsetter for split 2 of the LCP between these two teams. Rest can come in, play, have a little bit of an easier time. They don't quite fill the same roles. And the Weaver's War, great in theory on the backside, but they commit so heavily with Doggo, so free to do damage. Junja plays again, out of his mind on Death's Door, will ultimately go down, but you're trading Iskana, who is ultimately just a damage soak, for Aja, who is a key point of damage in your team. That is exactly the trade you want, and then you find Fof off the back of it. Driver on a killing spree, on a Scion top lane into a lane which should not be going his way. He is playing as we have come to expect from him.
Yeah, a great performance out of him, and he finds himself up 500 gold on the Gwen. Of course, ticking time bomb still there. It's not like the storm has been weathered just yet, but certainly putting themselves in a great position to be able to take this. Betty now has a second item, has got that Lord Dominix online, going to be able to shred through the armor of the Scion, especially a little bit quicker than he previously was.
Honkyu again, still playing as much we've come to expect from him. He's doing very, very well. He's not blowing away the game at all by any stretch of the imagination, but he's consistent, he's there, he's in the thick of it. I mean, this kid's glow up has just been astounding. He's gone from strength to strength, game to game since the start of the year. He absolutely shines internationally. Driver is just sitting there taking a lot of damage. Will have to pop the ult to get away, but he does at least bait out the ult from Aja as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, no matter how many kills the Scion gets, it still doesn't do much in terms of this 1v1 against the Gwen. But he's not really looking for the 1v1 is the important thing. He wants to be in the team fights, and Scion should have a lot of impact in the fights, pretty much regardless of his score and how well he does against the Gwen. And so far, he's been playing them immaculately. Now Arakan being started up, and really, there's no answer possible for the side of Talon as of yet. They're on the opposite side of the map. Fofo has teleport. It's not going to be scouted out just yet, but I think they do know it is happening.
But Driver is in a position that he can interrupt any sort of rotation out. It's going to cost them the tower, but they did get them. CFO were able to snag the first one, getting themselves the Noxian Blessings. Arakan is taken reasonably for free, purely, I think, because Driver's just drawn attention to the mid lane.
I mean, this is not good, though. You really don't want to pay a death for that, and you really shouldn't have, considering it was the Scion in the mid lane. Looking for something on the back end, but unfortunately, he's just going to be running around in a circle, and that's going to be 2 towers going down in favor of Fofo now, as well as a kill. So, I mean, from where I'm standing, this was a very worth it series of plays for Talon, and I think definitely beneficial for them.
Absolutely. I mean, huge gold injection. They're even going to look to Rift Herald off the back of that. Without Driver there to play spoiler in the middle of a team fight, they don't really have the tools to contest it. Aja, though, may have overstayed his welcome in the bot side, but even with a limited mana pool, he does reasonably well, and we'll get the teleport out to boot.
Yeah, gets the Victor ult as well, so really smart by him, dropping the Shroud so he couldn't get his channel interrupted by the Victor ult. Something I haven't seen actually been done ever before.
Oh, Caster gets away freely with the Herald. They can look to play around it and even compound on the losses that CFO have suffered in terms of overall objectives. So it is going to, yeah, you look at the goal difference and the transition to advantage. CFO are really walking the knife's edge at the moment, despite having come out better off in the majority of the game so far in terms of overall team fights. A couple of misplays here have really given Talon what they need to keep themselves competitive in the series.
Yeah, they're up gold even. Sure, they're down the 3 dragons, and you know, Soul Point coming, and there will be another fight, but even if they do give it over, I have to say the game is far from over. Ultimately, it is just the Kimtech Soul, and while it makes it a lot more annoying to deal with the tanks, not short of any damage, really, are the side of Talon, and as anticipation builds, the pause will come out.
You had to open your mouth. In the break, you had to open your mouth and say, oh, things are going so smoothly. Oh, dear. But yeah, look, not to be unexpected, it's day one. They've split 2. These sort of things do happen. It seems as if it is a talent issue from the looks of it, specifically Betty, but...
No, Betty's just really handsome, so they just have him on the camera.
To be fair, he's playing very, very well.
Yeah.
Given how the match started, he's playing incredibly well to have got himself back in the position that he's in. Realistically, he should be in a situation where he's got maybe 1 item at best. He's still down on CS and hasn't got any kills, but he's just given over to him. And hand warmers are out.
Yeah, we go.
The CFO.
Away again. Bit of arm support.
Ooh.
Always good.
He's got tape up even, so... Look, it's good to know that these things are being taken care of, but you don't want those sort of issues to arise, especially coming into Split 2. So hopefully it is a case of CFO just preemptively trying to get ahead of any issues.
I would imagine so.
Especially on Hongkyu.
I was going to say, he's 17. I would imagine wrist issues aren't really propping up just yet, and it's more of a precautionary measure to stop them from happening in the future, which is always smart to do.
Yeah.
I mean, as a League of Legends player, pretty much
what is it they say? Prevention is the best medicine?
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's a thing that people are starting to take a lot more seriously as esports develops more and more.
I mean, he's also arguably at the start of his competitive career.
Yeah.
So I think you want to get ahead of any issues, especially given
that's arguable.
Yeah, given how he's been playing so far. The last thing you want is some sort of injury interrupting you in your debut season and throwing you off kilter, because that can be quite damaging, especially going into the likes of next year and beyond if you're forced out for a couple of months.
I think CFO kind of showed their hand though at first stand. I don't know if you remember, but it was maybe it was a listen-in, I think, where it was with Hongkyu against Hanwha Life when Zeka picked Zed, and he said, how do you lane against Zed? I don't know what to do against him. And that just happens when you're playing against a champion that came out when you were 4 years old. So maybe that's the tech, start picking the Zillion, the Anivia, some of these competitive picks that aren't really shown anymore, and maybe we'll start to find some advantages over someone that's not been through the lengthy career that someone like Fofo has.
Yeah. Look, it's an exciting time, but look, I'm very keen to see where Hongkyu ends up. I mean, this kid is literally stepping into the foyer of his career. And look, there's been a lot of talk, a lot of concern that maybe next year he won't be competing in the LCP because there are a lot of eyes on him internationally at the moment, which, look, good on him. Absolutely. That's exactly what you want for our region. You want those players being able to step up internationally and getting those opportunities, but it also means we maybe don't get to see him next year.
No, we will. He's loyal.
He has to. Like, he is so locked in with the CFO roster. I think it'd be foolish for him to step away from it because these guys have got big things on their horizons as well. But oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so we just had words. The voices in my head just informed me that Talon are reporting they can't hear the alarm sound, the big roar that Sion makes when he starts his ultimate. And so it's being investigated now. Hopefully, there's no massive issue that requires anything too drastic and we are able to get things back and rolling. But obviously against a champ like Sion, if you can't hear his ultimate coming, it makes that champ pretty broken, because that's kind of, you hear it and then you have to react to it. If you can't react to it, it's a little daunting to deal with.
Yeah, suddenly out of the fog of war, a giant Titan juggernaut thing comes sprinting at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it's definitely something you want, especially in this matchup. You don't want it to be marred by any issues like that, so you want it to be the game in its most stable state.
There's the Don.
The man, he really is. He is mob boss Fofo.
Yeah.
And look, I did say, this is a matchup which I think probably has higher stakes for him, given that not only is he a veteran of the scene, but he lost out to the youngest player in the league in his first tier 1 performance.
Yeah.
So that has definitely got to sting a bit for someone as storied as Fofo in this part of the world. And
for sure,
he's going to be looking to come in and slap that young upstart down.
Yeah, and while we always sing the praises of Hongkyu, I mean, the real driving force, at least in my mind, and I think in most people's minds, behind the CFO roster is just Junja. The game is almost always won and lost on how much he can do for his team. Even in this game, he got his bot lane so criminally far ahead, and to no fault of his own, it's now even down there in the bot lane. But he did so much the entire split at first stand and now already in game number 1 to get his team in a winning position that it almost feels like this team without him will crumble quite a lot. Not because the players are bad or anything, but it's just so, he's the glue.
Absolutely.
of this team. And just, it's so crazy the amount of work that he's able to do regardless of whatever champion he's playing.
Absolutely. I mean, he easily the MVP of Split 1. Like there is just no doubt. He was the most consistent. He was the most impactful. He did so much for the CFO roster. But, I mean, it's a team that's not immune to issues. And I think it feels weird to be calling him out, but I think Doggo has probably been the biggest of issues for this team. Not because he's a bad player, but because he's so willing to jump in and commit to a fight. And it has bitten him so badly in the past. So, I mean, we've even seen it down the bot lane. Positioning-wise, he's got himself caught out a couple of times in this game already. We saw it at first stand a couple of times. We saw it last split even a couple of times. Now, in saying that, when he did jump in throughout the playoffs for Split 1, it worked because he then found the kills. But in any other situation, that absolutely cost the team.
Yeah, it's one of those 9 out of 10 times it works. But when it doesn't work, it really doesn't work. And we kind of got to see that, I think, ultimately in the semi-finals
a couple of times
KC.
at first stand.
I think that was probably, a rough time for it to happen, but you can't always fault him on the, 9 times out of 10 is a pretty good odds.
Yeah,
and
it's just unfortunate it happened twice in the same series.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you look at him historically in this league, he's had his games where he has almost entirely solo carried the game for CFO against very tough opponents. Honestly, that's his signature move now, is just he stays completely still and stares at the camera.
Looks like he's pretending the camera's not there.
I think Carson never knows there's a camera. I'm pretty sure that guy's never noticed the cameras even near him. And there's one, you see it, just pointing straight at him. I'm 99% sure he doesn't even realize it's there.
You say he's like the Truman of the LCP.
Yeah.
It's just naturally his state of being.
Absolutely. Now, I've had words while they resolve this issue. We are going to go to a quick break, but once we're back, hopefully we get game number 1 back underway.
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đó. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してこれるペンに報いたい。次はチャジャコで行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bất ngờ hơn.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看毒蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua. The real battle starts now. Time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们， 现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
1v1 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
We've had word. Issue has been resolved. Scion ult detectable through audio.
Yeah. Sorted. Ready to get back into it. I mean, look, seeing the social media posts coming out, and we've got some other teams in the stadium keeping an eye on things. And look, some of you are really naive. Yeah, no, they're not here because they love League. They're here because they've got a tournament to win. They're keeping an eye on the competition. These guys are just smart. This is psychological gaming at the end of the day.
Yeah.
They do love the game as well, but hey, you might as well get the one up on your competition.
Absolutely. Nothing better than sitting next to the org owner of one of the teams playing with a anti-Talon flag flying.
It's 95% mental at the end of the day, but we're back into it. Rift Herald going to go down, dropped in the mid lane.
Betty is now up 1.5k gold.
And about that much in health.
Yeah. Casa has sent it. Now, I mean, it's a nice Braum ult coming out. Woody's going to have access to his ult as well. Gets stunned up, uses it immediately. And so far, no one going down. I mean, this is not a fight that Talon want to take considering the health Betty's on. And unfortunately, something's got to budge because this is going to be a soul if Talon aren't able to find a way into the pit. Ooh. What a decimating smash! And down will go Woody. Now Casa having to find a steal. He wasn't able to do it for the first dragon. But what could be the last one? He has to somehow find a way in. RJ trying to get vision around the pit, but no, Talon, they're hedging their bets in the mid lane.
There were 3 sentries in that brush for a moment. Oh, tower does go down. Fofo forced to flash.
Okay, good flash, but that is the Dragon Soul now picked up by the side of CFO. Importantly, not the most impactful Dragon Soul. In fact, the least impactful Dragon Soul in general. And it does now open up Elder Dragon in 5 more minutes. So, I mean, whatever team gets that, I don't think the game's ending in the next 5 minutes. Really will gain a massive amount of momentum, I guess, in this one.
Yeah, and I mean, they're so thirsty on the driver here. I think that's actually an old replay.
It is.
Yeah, it's a very, very old replay. Yeah, no, that's from a lot earlier in the series, the matchup, rather. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure he was pretty pivotal in that fight, driver. So I don't think it was a case of he, sort of died, came back, and then went from there. But no, Baron now up 25 minutes in. That's probably one of the earlier souls I think we've seen, not just of course this split, but this year.
Yeah, definitely is very early on. True shot barrages have been on point in general from Doggo, but Betty this time predicting it to come out and will dodge out of that one. Infinity Edge should be available for himself as he goes back to the base. Let's see as he walks out. Drum roll, please. There it is. Okay, 3 item now on this Tristana is really scary. And despite having the Chemtech Soul, Argis should just be able to completely eat up Driver in the side lane. Finally, showing on vision means Argis now can pretty safely come out of hiding.
Remember how we talked about impact in terms of Skarner jungle and the Heartsteel? 18 at 25 minutes is a bit rough.
Yeah, on par with, unfortunately, last game.
But unfortunately, you've also got a roster of champions for Talon that are going to do a pretty decent job of kiting away from Ginger in almost any given situation. But you can see, I mean, the Herald is now up. The Elder's 4 minutes away. This is another fight brewing. And Jun's just going to go for it on Kasa.
Yeah, Kasa's going to be fine, though. There's no real threat onto him with the follow-up just simply not being there. Doggo, True Shot Barrage is going to land onto Fofo. And, I mean, this is the problem with this Chemtech Soul, is it's only available when you've already lost a lot of HP. As,
a lot of HP has been lost, it seems. So much so, it's just... Okay.
Okay, Braum ult.
Braum wall.
Yeah, okay, I see Braum.
There was a laser.
Okay, Woody's in the thick of it. He's headbutted someone. And it looks like Betty has killed Doggo. Oh, actually, it was Woody that killed Doggo.
It was a team effort.
It was.
Look, either way, yeah, a bit of chaos. Yeah, we do love it. But in the grand scheme of things, heck of a misplay from Doggo. Even with us not entirely being able to see what was happening, there's no real situation where he should have been caught out like that.
No, absolutely. And hopefully we get a replay of what occurred, and that way we will see what happened. As tech pause, ...
It can't be the sign, surely.
No, I don't think so.
Garz's face indicates to me that something has gone pretty egregiously wrong there.
Yeah. Yeah, he's having a laugh. Not quite as much of a laugh as Rest was having with the Cassante one.
Yeah, to be fair, the Cassante one was money. That was just absolute quality.
Even I was... that was so funny. That actually was... The best part was, all right, issues fixed. We come back and he is just...
Machine gunning a ward.
Yeah.
And then for the game to end less than like 2 minutes later, because he just ults anyway and he's unstoppable and it's fixed.
There's Zod.
Snooze.
Influencer. Talon Esports, I believe.
Is he, how does he rank? Is he up there, is he a general or is he still early on in his military career?
I don't know.
General Zod, Superman, like one of the most notable Superman villains of all time.
I live and breathe League of Legends. I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right.
If by Superman you mean Betty on Tristana, then maybe we can have a conversation.
I wouldn't have said Tristana is comparable to Superman. The set maybe is more Superman-y than...
Do you reckon?
Tristana's definitely got to be someone else.
She flies more.
Yeah, but rocket assisted, whereas Superman jumps.
Okay. I don't know. We're kind of getting off topic here. Take pause once again. Hopefully we find out what the issue is. I imagine it's a game bug based on the laughing, generally.
To be fair,
they could have been laughing about how Doggo died.
I've never seen a bug impact the game to the point where the clean feed disintegrates. So that's an impressive one.
So it was a ping spike for Casa, which might explain the clean feed going like that, if I had to guess.
But actually, that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But whether that was just Casa or whether it was greater impact, because I need to see this replay. I mean, to be fair, Snooze in the Tech Force, understandable. You want to, make sure you absolutely peak hype. So you got to get that power nap in. I still want to see that replay. I just cannot, for the life of me, understand how Doggo finds himself in a position where he gets caught there.
Even trying to think of how it could happen with the champs in the game is like...
Because
he finds like a flash.
It wasn't a headbutt pulverize, I don't think.
No, but he could have found a flash pulverize and then...
And headbutt back in. I think that was probably the best.
Because there's no other real champs that could do that on their
unless it was a headbutt pulverize shifting Sands back. But even then, I don't think you lock Doggo down long enough for him to get out of range of that tower.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It'll be interesting to see because... Yeah, I mean, the start of the fight, from what we saw, it looked like Braum had a 3-man ult, which seems good. But something has to have gone really badly for Doggo to end up being the one that dies in that situation. So I'm sure as we head back in, we'll get a replay of it after hopefully the ping issue is resolved. And if the ping issue was related to what we saw on screen, then it looks like it should be resolved.
I mean, still definitely paused. We can see that. But, I mean, it's a rough spot. And unfortunately, it is just shining the light on the spot lane even more in this matchup. We did know that Doggo's had some pretty egregious mistakes in the past, and he's made a couple this game again, which has put him in a rough spot. To be fair, it's not just him. It is the bot lane duo as a whole. It seems to be making some uncharacteristic mistakes that have put CFO in a really, really bad spot. But they're also another team that is going to just lay down and take it after those mistakes. They're a team that are going to fight to the very bitter end, and even then, they're probably going to kick you in the shins and try and run away first.
And they still have a very...
Oh, okay. Turncoat.
Oh, he's back. Oh, he's a Woody fan. Oh, TK is such an enigma.
You saw that there, yeah?
What was it?
There's a scar on the side of his head from the photo shoot.
The
press conference, that's one. But yeah, okay, it was a little bit more sizable than I thought. I'm assuming that's what it is. Maybe he just had a bad haircut one day. But, deep breaths.
Yeah. Kaiwing always gets zen in these moments. If you remember when it was who was it? The game where the Cassante bug happened. I can't remember who they were against, but
dude was full on meditating.
Doggo was like fishing, if you remember, and Kaiwing was actually just getting zen next to him.
Yeah, but to be fair, the rest of the CFO roster, they're kind of larrikins, honestly, on camera.
Yeah, Driver on camera
Driver's the worst. He's the best, but he's also the worst.
I think out of every player at First Hand, he probably made the most fans. Or he made the biggest impression.
Undoubtedly, he's won the most fans internationally, but the voices this time. So loud from your head, they're coming to me.
There you go. Yeah, I believe we are heading back into game very shortly. As players get ready. Hopefully, no more shenanigans and we can get this game one rolling. I mean, it is to take stock of the situation. The Chemtech Soul has been picked up by CFO. It is a gold lead very slightly in favor of Talon, as well as Towers in Talon's favor. They also have 6 Void Grubs, and both teams scale very well, but ultimately it's going to come down to an Outer Dragon, Baron yet to be taken. So...
Mysteriously, Doggo has died again in the mid lane. I reckon it's Colonel Mustard with the candlestick, honestly, in the study. But until we see that replay, we'll never know.
Yep, absolutely. I bet he's happy. High spirits.
To be fair, he also has had the most criminal bailout in League of Legends history.
The fact that he is up like 1.5k gold after how this game started. He was down 30 CS. And I believe he was 1-1.
Yeah.
He was 1-1, down 30 CS, and now he is 4-1, 5-1, something like that, and up 1.5k gold.
Yeah.
I mean, credit is due to, like, not many bot laners will find the angle to come back into a game like this, but certainly wouldn't be able to do so. So there you see, Doggo is dead. It said 422 seconds, but in fact it's 30. Who got it? Casa?
I think, yeah, it was another steal. Junja. I mean, to be fair, I think Casa's probably taken the end of Split 1 pretty personally in terms of how things went.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he has been absolutely tightening everything up coming into this series. Okay.
Okay, here we go. So the fight, from what we could see, looked like a good start. I mean, a good chunk onto Fofo. Oh, it was a really nice seismic shove. Casa's waiting there in the wings. It's going to be a... Oh! I mean, the reaction times of Woody. Credit due. Obviously, Doggo shouldn't be there. But you have to give credit to Woody for finding the less than a second he had to find that flash pulverize.
Yeah, that was entirely on Doggo. Just a little bit too greedy there, looking for a kill onto a champion, which was going to be pretty hard to kill anyway. Driver back in the mid lane. Oh boy.
Oh, again. Fofo with a massive seismic shove, and we're seeing the AoE come down, but it's Woody this time paying the price. As unfortunately in this 5v3 even, definitely not going Talon's way. Fofo going to go down as well, and that storm is brewing. It's now going to have to be a 3v5 as Doggo will live, and honestly, due to the Chemtech Soul, Argent meanwhile still pushing away at the side lane. Someone has to answer him. Driver only on half HP, but it should be enough to at least clear out this wave and buy themselves some time, but still a massive amount of gold now re-injected back into the pockets of CFO.
I mean, for Doggo, I mean, once bitten, now twice shy. Definitely very nearly finds himself in the same position, but off the back of much better plays, gets himself involved in a couple of kills there. You could see he definitely positioned himself a little bit more passively, given what happened going into that tech break. But now, I mean, look, CFO have found themselves right. They're still down about 1,100 gold, but they are starting to inject money where it needs to be injected. Doggo's still got a decent amount of capital under his belt, but I think it's Honkyu that is really starting to come in. He's got 1,000 gold, and he's the only lane that is winning for CFO right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and he is keeping this gold lead in check at the moment as 1.5k in favor of Talon, pretty much entirely on Betty. And you know, if there was any champ you'd want it to be on, it is going to be the Tristana. Baron now being started up by CFO. It's not going to be spotted out by the plant, but it will be spotted out by Woody as he walks over towards it. Half HP now on the Baron as Casa takes a little bit of a chunk. Arja now on the flank. And there's the Weaver's Wall to come through as well. Junja going to try and find an angle in, but Honkyu's the target. He does go golden in the middle of the team fight, but oh my god! It's erupting! The AoE's there for both teams. Arja is so low, and now he's out. Betty gonna have to jump away as it's gonna be Woody trying to buy time for the rest of his team. Doggo on the side, will he find the kill? Yes, he will. He'll even find the double. It's gonna be a 4-0 in favor of CFO, but Honkyu's not done. The speed up from the plant, but down will go Betty. Down will go Talon. It's a clean ace and the Baron.
Junja does it again for CFO. He sets them up for success. I mean, the Weaver's Wall, unfortunately, does not split the fight the way that Talon needs. And it just allows Doggo, who has now ramped up. He's hit those power spikes. He has been punished, pushed back, and denied. But he gets himself the opening. He monsters a 1v3 in that Talon blue side jungle, and things capitulate and collapse, and it is going to be not just Baron, not just an ace, but the Elder as well.
And CFO tightening the grip on this game as they are going to secure this. There's no way that Talon can stop it. It's now going to be 2.5 minutes with both the Elder and the Baron on the side of CFO for them to try and get this one across the line.
Meanwhile, I mean, Betty is just sort of scrapping it out with Driver. One can't really kill the other. Weaver's Wall does split the fight, but it's a Skana. Honkyu also has the ability to go gold in there. Oh. Great ultimate out of Junja to lock things down. He splits the difference, and Driver comes flying in off your screen, gets extra damage onto Arju. It sets Doggo up. He then feels confident enough to go on the aggressive onto Fofo. Casa tries to come on and help things out, but it's just not enough. Doggo is so strong at this point. He has really made it hard for himself, but he's still doing that well that it's not an issue. Betty running desperately for his life, cannot do anything into this slow burn Honkyu, who has just been ramping up minute by minute. And third time, it seems, is the charm as we go there yet again.
Yeah, Driver not happy. Not happy with the pause coming through. Hopefully, this one's a quick one.
Okay, so look, at first stand, we got the Driver dance. We got to see a showcase. I want to see the Driver ultimate. I want to see him just unstoppable force across the stage.
Ooh.
Just do a Scion.
Yeah, he does typically do either a dance or what a champion does. So there is a chance. It seems like there's probably a ping issue because I just heard a summoner disconnected. So.
Well, it was, I think it was one of the European teams. I think the condition was if they wanted to play Tryndamere, you have to go and spin across the stage like Tryndamere does, and he did, and so he played Tryndamere.
There you go.
I didn't quite catch the rest. I just saw that one clip. I don't know how well it went for them, but oh, it's a call right now. Look, to be fair, it's not wrong because it's still the first game of the series, but traditionally, when CFO does well, they continue to do well.
Yeah. Yeah, not one to let the foot off the pedal. I mean, even in the grand finals, right, they lost game one very handedly. I mean, TLN really had their number and managing to bring back the next 3 in a row, this time starting off with a win.
But not quite. Okay. Yeah, to be fair, they should win this. But, yeah, look, they've definitely made it a longer journey than it should have been in this situation.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many languages to learn. I wish I could read them all. But
we struggle with English.
Yeah. Oh, don't we just? Trying to think of some words sometimes. Oh, it's not easy. Just like right now.
Oh, okay. Right. Things are just look. This is what you get. Oh, things are going so well. Stop. Just don't talk about it. It's the rule. It's the golden rule of esports. If things are going well, you just don't acknowledge it.
Still going well.
I think it's a golden rule in baseball too.
All right. So, a minute 40 with both of the buffs up. They get the bot lane in it. Archer, though, I mean, he's making work happen. Ultimately, I don't know that this 4-man unit of TLN can really survive at this current point in time.
Yeah, I mean, with the Baron up, they're just going to crack the base. So they're going to match entirely what Arju was able to achieve. The difference being that Inhib should go down as well, which Arju was not able to. And I think right now, Driver should be able to get to this team fight to match, honestly.
From Junja, he finds a really nice impale onto Fofo, who does manage to keep himself alive. Remember, the Elder damage, the execute will be there. Tower number 1 is going to go down. They have 3 minions to work with. In comes the recall. Arju makes it back to his team. The gravitational field, not the greatest. Caster trying to buy time. Woody goes in, he's going to get executed. There comes the Roar of the Dragon. Betty trying to find damage, trying to find a way to clear out the minions. But in comes Junja, he finds Fofo, and so will everyone else. This is going to be game number 1. Done and dusted. It's CFO leading the series 1-0.
And impotent rage at Arja, unfortunately, as he stands in his fountain trying to make anything happen on a driver. They're just going to full send into him. They do get the pick, and I mean, look, I have to say, it's criminal to me that Doggo wasn't the one playing Gwen there, because the number of times he threaded the needle with those Mystic shots. I mean, consistently plugging away at Betty. There just did not seem to be a team fight where Betty was actually competing at full health, because Doggo just somehow managed to land it.
Yeah, very, very well played, ultimately, for the side of CFO. I mean, it wasn't without its trials and tribulations.
Yes, absolutely.
But honestly, when you see these two teams going up against each other, you expect it to be a close affair, and this one truly was. Although it started off in a way that you'd expect CFO to just run away with it.
I think it was like 6-7 at one point in the game, and it ended 20-7. That's how quickly it spiraled out of control. But I mean, maybe it's a case of Doggo respects that success cannot come without sacrifice. You know, blood for the blood god. You got to pay your tithes.
Exactly. He paid his tithes. That's for sure. I mean, ultimately, this game came down to one fight that was just heavily won by CFO. They were able to take the 5 for nothing. It was off the back of a fantastic ultimate out of Junja. They get the ace, they get the Baron, they get the Elder all at once, and that is just such an overwhelming momentum shift that you can't really come back from it, because you just have the entirety of the Elder duration with the entire duration of the Baron. How are you supposed to defend? There wasn't really a way. Arja, I think, smartly goes to the top line and starts to try and relieve some pressure.
But the thing is, if Arja had not been pushing that top lane, there was only about a minute on the Elder, so he could have been in the bot side, playing the 5v4, trying to mismatch. I mean, realistically, yeah, it was a bad spot to be in, regardless. And I think this is kind of where things went a bit skewed. Like, it should have been a lot cleaner. Doggo misses a key opportunity here. It gives Betty his first kill, even though he does ultimately fall as well. But the fact that Kaiwing has to play his life here, gets to the aggro. Yes, they still walk away with 2 kills, but if not for the fact that Betty picked up 1 here, he would have been completely irrelevant for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And even here, I mean, it looked like Kaiwing should just be going down. He managed to make it out with a slither of HP. Junja not quite able to land on that Impale, but it's Driver that comes in. He's the Scion, he's full HP, he's got Ghost, and he just starts running through people. In comes the ult, and I mean, he'd already lost pretty much all of his HP before he was able to get his ultimate off, at which point it feels a little pointless to use the Alistair ultimate. You feel like you probably had to have found an angle to use it earlier on in the fight. And Fofo here, it looks like he maybe could have made it out, but Skarner actually just drags him back.
Yeah.
Blitzcrank hooks him.
You curved the bullet there on that one, but yeah, look, it definitely feels like there's a bit of sloppiness in the way that CFO have approached this game. They've definitely got a few things to tighten up. Look, to be fair, credit where credit's due, it's the first game of the split, so there is a bit of a warming up period. But for the most part, CFO won where they needed to. They found gold where they needed to. Yes, they absolutely made it harder than it needed to be, getting to the victory there in the end, but ultimately, a win is a win. You cannot fault them for the way that they played, because when they played well, they played brilliantly. Even when they played badly, it still wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I think you also have to mention that they are now playing in front of a live audience, which of course they do when they play internationally as well, but for both whoever loses, whoever, any mistakes that are made from both our series tonight, it is going to be a new environment in some aspect, and so ultimately you can give a little bit of leeway for these mistakes.
Right here.
But, it's just so beautiful. Junja is just, it's so hard to find fault.
He is the foundation for this team. He is the base. Without his solidity, without his consistency, CFO looks like a drastically different team, and for everything that he provides to this team, it's what allows the rest of the lanes to succeed, even in the situations here where they just absolute chaos from start to finish in these team fights. He's still doing exactly what he needs to set the team up. I mean, that dive sets up the damage that they need. Again, Betty just catching a Mystic Shot to the face, Caster trying to run, burns out. Look, it's going to be an interest. In another timeline, they don't have Junja as the jungler. Somehow TLN still has it, but look, that is not our timeline. We're in the CFO timeline.
We'll see. Game number 1 certainly picked up, and a well-played game from both teams. At CFO now lead the series 1-0. After the break, we'll see if the Talon can strike back.
Oh, you go for it, dude.
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đó. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してくれるペンに報いたい。次はチャリコで行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看毒蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua. The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
And here we go. It's time. Game number 2. We're coming back. There's no way that Talon dropped this one.
You said that about the last one.
Yeah, but no, now you see, KMT just messaged me. He just messaged me. And he's like, CFO now just indisputably the best team in the world, and we cannot stand for this.
I can. I'm here for it. I'm all aboard the CFO hype train. They're my second favourite region behind VCS.
Well, the PCS?
Yeah.
You said CFO was your second favourite region?
Yeah, they are the region, let's be honest.
So is Talon.
Yeah, someone's got to ride in the caboose. Nah, look, it's definitely given pause for thought, I think, the CFO coming in. Look, to be fair, this is now the expectation. Even we saw in the player intros, CFO are now the top dog in the LCP. There is no doubt, there is no two ways about it. Talon now have to reclaim that throne if they want to be in contention for world conversation. They have a lot to prove. They really do. And I think it is their own fault at the end of the day, which it was always going to be. They definitely dropped the ball coming into the end of Split 1. To be fair, they looked pretty solid in that game. Unfortunately, the tipping point came and CFO were able to bring it back.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the times in a matchup where both teams are honestly so evenly matched, it will always come down to one massive team fight, and whoever takes it takes the game. And it could ultimately in any given game swing either way, and this time it was CFO, and I think going forward it could just as well be CFO again. But Talon, there's certainly no slouches, and they could be the upper hand this time.
Absolutely. I mean, it is a 3-game series at the end of the day, and it's worth remembering that, especially the Fearless Draft, it does change the dynamics going between matches. And Blue Side opted into here for Talon, so they are going to, again, get that first pick. Given what we've seen taken away in the draft, there is still a lot of strong picks. There is still a lot of...
RJ has a really cool keyboard.
He's also looking a bit sleepy.
Yeah.
He's rubbing his eyes, which is not what you'd see out of someone who's hyper alert and ready to go. To be fair, a lot of the same. To be fair, look, okay, that's about as proactive as we're going to see him on the Gwen. Maybe he gets an ambassador. Maybe he still has to keep up that energy. But I mean, even the crowd, yeah, a little bit of sleep memes coming out. But this is it definitely doesn't feel off the back of that game like we are seeing a series where the stakes are as high as they actually are. There was a couple of moments there where it kind of just lulled a bit, but. To be fair, again, a hyper-active game in terms of action across the map. Another Ruinous Heart Khan. Yes, to be fair, we saw the changes that meant that it was more prolific in the competition. But going into this Champions League, we can see the bans are already starting to happen. Jace was taken away there.
Well, I didn't see.
To be fair, we did think it was also going to be Varus versus Yorick in the 1v1, so I could be wrong.
That was funny. We actually just got backflipped on then. Talon came over, jumped the wall, and swapped the champs out.
They thought there was a ban phase still.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the pick bans have started, considering we still haven't... Oh, let's see. Let's see if Jace is banned. We'll get... There you go.
See?
Damn.
It's all about the colour, baby. Colour cast is where it is. Kalista is going to be perma banned this split, I think. It has been the most targeted ban throughout 2025. It's seeing a lot of play internationally, though, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it might see play here. I think ultimately Betty and Doggo are the two best Kalista players we have in the region. So in a matchup like this, if you're on red side, you probably just cop the Kalista ban and you're okay with that. Now let's take a look. I mean, Rumble ban, no surprise. RJ, very good Rumble. Varus banned away from Doggo.
Which means, again, we're probably sort of heading to third, fourth string bot laners at the moment. Zinjao again. So, unfortunately, it is going to be a case of we are going to see some of those big priority picks just never to make it to get through against these teams because they are just going to be that impact. Well, Rumble is just so strong at the moment. He's almost going to be guaranteed permaban. The same is true for Kalista and Zinzao. Zinzao probably going to be let through a little bit more often because there is counterplay into it, as we've already seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, final ban to come through. Ash sticks out as a champ that, I mean, in the past would always be banned. Interesting. Okay, so banning the Azir against Fofa. I was actually expecting CFO to look to pick up the Azir themselves. Honkyu.
I think Fofo's Azir is just, yeah, it is. But it's also that much of an issue on Fofo as well that you cannot afford to let it through.
So, blue side first pick. What have we chosen the blue side for? We're about to find out.
I mean, there's a lot that you could opt into, given that we're that far down. Misfortune is going to be up and available so it wasn't banned out, which it has been for the most part by red side. Given that Israel is removed, I mean, your obvious counter is the likes of Isaiah, which again has been seeing a bit of play, but is still not the strongest at the moment in the meta.
Yeah, definitely not the worst though, as it has been in the past at times. We'll see, though. I think it's scary to pick Xayah this early on.
Oh, absolutely.
Problem. You can't really pick it because there's so many long-range champs that Xayah just doesn't deal with that still can be picked up. And there's a chance that possibly Arja has been watching the Bowls FFS, and this is actually a full damage Vi top, and then Zyra comes out, and all of a sudden, Xayah feels really miserable.
Well, I mean, Leona, I think preemptively reading into maybe a Betty Misfortune because it is a pretty stock standard counter. To be fair, it is a pretty safe blind pick in that bot side because of how strong Leona currently is in terms of what she offers as support. There is not a heck of a lot of punish into her in that bot side. And Nidalee for Junja, CFO have come into their first play day and they are looking to throw down the gauntlet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a fantastic Nidalee player. In terms of those sort of tempo junglers, when it comes to Junja, this is the tempo jungler you most expect him to pick, maybe up there alongside something like the Kindred. So going to get his hands on the Nidalee. He played it in Game 4 against the, Talon in the Grand Finals of our first split. And Kai'Sa going to be picked up here from Betty. So multiple builds now does Kai'Sa have. Can go for full crit, can go still for that on-hit AP build. A lot of variety. And Rise for Fofo. That's exciting.
Yeah. Looking to do something a bit different. I mean, he's been targeted away in what is a quintessential Fofo pick in the Azir. So go for something that is reasonably strong at the moment. Offers a lot in terms of macro play. Once that ult's on the line, the Realm Warp just being able to reposition pretty aggressively, control some of those waves as well. Is also going to, I would imagine, give a decent amount of priority around that mid lane. There are only so many mid laners that really do punish the Rise. So it does mean that Junja has a little bit of a harder time. Corki picked up. Could be Honkyu, could be Doggo. I think more than likely he's probably going to go the way of Doggo from what we've seen recently.
Yeah.
Which does give Honkyu the ability to potentially use it as a flex pick and try and bait out some bans, or even just flex it away to Doggo and get himself something in the second round of drafting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ultimately, at this point, you probably just, if there's something that's good against what you're showing so far, you should probably just ban it. Nothing strikes me as particularly worrisome. I mean, the Xayah still could be a threat. It has a fine lane into the Kai'Sa. Rise, it does fine into as well, and obviously it's kind of the best AD carry in the game against Vi, but we'll see what they do opt into.
I think with the Poppy ban, more than likely it is probably going to be Honkyu giving that Corki over to Doggo.
I think so.
Given that you're banning away a Poppy support who is going to punish the Corki just a little bit more. Redact didn't bend away from Rest, and to be fair, I mean, again, Driver, Rest, very different play styles in terms of resource cost effectiveness on the Rift. Driver definitely requires a little bit more to keep himself relevant in the game, whereas Rest can just sort of give up a little bit more. And I'm intrigued. What do they look to pick up here? You look at it, Rumble's taken off, so Gwen's already out. 2/3 of that Holy Trinity in the top lane are gone. And Bassett, probably the most likely suspect in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. We've still got to find a support here for the side of Talon. Rel, Rakan, all definitely pickable. It's most likely Rakan. I mean, almost certainly Rakan, actually. Good Xayah ban. Okay, this... I don't know what you're picking here for the side of CFO, but whatever support you're picking for Talon, it just has to be Rakan. I think Rakan is the only logical pick here. You've got the Vi Rakan combo. It just does fine into the Leona.
Yeah, I mean, this you're kind of almost forced into the Corki bot lane now with the Xayah ban as the most obvious answer into a Vi jungle, but no, okay, so it's Corki mid lane, and of course Misfortune down bottom. Vi is going to have the most priority in terms of denying Misfortune. Rel, like you said, an option, Rakan an option, all both going to do incredibly well into Doggo's Misfortune.
It should just be Rakan.
Realistically, yeah. I mean, you got so much synergy already with just the Vi Kai'Sa. It would make sense. It would be counterintuitive, I think, to go anywhere but. But yeah, Bess are going to be sniped away early. Not going to want to give that over to the rest. And I mean, yeah, Rakan and Bessa Vi already is a pretty scary trio.
Yeah, I just don't think there's another support this could realistically be, unless it's something a little bit out of left field. Galio actually wouldn't suck here. Obviously a lot of AD, but
it has to be. I mean, I'm just sorry.
Sorry, Shin. Shin's another one it could be.
I think it just makes too much sense to go Rakan into a Misfortune. Nico?
Okay, a bit more lane priority. I don't love it.
Yeah, I definitely think it doesn't nearly offer as much as the Rakan does in terms of aiding.
Yeah, it does have a very explosive team fight and aids Kai'Sa through the lane a lot better than Rakan does. So it does have that going for it. A lot more pressure in the bot lane than you would with the Rakan.
But the difference being, if it was a Rakan, suddenly Doggo just cannot get off the bullet time comfortably at all.
Yeah, I mean, you already
Nico,
can't.
yeah.
And Bessa is just going to ult you.
And Aatrox for rest in the top side. I don't recall him playing it at all in Split 1, but to be fair, we didn't really see him come to prevalence until the end, going into first stand. So, I mean, look, the one concern I have is rest picking a champion for the first time. Last time it happened was the Karma top lane, that did not go well. But for the Aatrox, for someone like Rest, I think he's probably played it enough that it's not an issue. It does reasonably well in the top side at the moment, and is going to be an absolute monster coming into team fights later in the game.
Yeah, I think both teams kind of getting a perfectly fine draft. I mean, I don't see any real positives or minuses for either of them. It's going to be interesting to see how Ryze can survive the Corki lane. Typically, Ryze actually does usually pretty fine into the 80 carries because he just has such good wave clear later on that they can't really interact with him, and obviously has really good sort of map play through the realm warp.
I think Doggo struggles this game, honestly.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when are you finding him as Fortune when you're against...
oh, yeah?
Oh, my. Those look like some good toasties.
They're probably not called that over there. That's a very Kiwi thing.
Is it?
Old toasty, cheese toasty.
Is that a Kiwi thing?
Kiwi Australian. It depends on which side of the ditch.
Damn, I didn't know that. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very hard for Doggo to ever find bullet time.
What is it? Jaffle, I think, is the what we usually call it. That's the pressed one where it's kind of almost a pie, but not quite, but it's still bread. It's, yeah, there's a couple of names from it. Depends. But I mean, going into the draft, yeah, Doggo's got his work cut out for him. I'll say that much for for this.
Yeah, no, it's a good champion that will navigate the lane fine. Even though it's Nico, you get early lifesteal, so the Nico poke doesn't matter as much. You are very immobile, of course, have a lot of movement speed, but as soon as you press bullet time, a Vi ult can come down onto you. Even if you don't press bullet time, a Vi gets in range of pressing R, and Bessa can follow up. Nico, if she has the proto bout, almost certainly can follow up, and you have a recipe for success, really, for the team of Talon. And ultimately, what we see out of CFO, there's not a whole lot of appeal. A lot of times you see comps like this, you play a comp that likes to just walk backwards. That's not really what we see here out of CFO's team composition.
I mean, both drafts are going to be wanting to play off the front foot. They are both looking to instigate. I mean, you got a tempo jungler in the Nidalee for Ginger. He's going to be looking to make plays around the map. You've got a Vi who's going to be doing much the same. So at the moment, it definitely looks like it's going to be a case of both teams at loggerheads are going to be looking to clash pretty drastically. And already you can see Ward down there on Betty. They know his positioning. They probably have a decent idea of where Woody is. If they do look to collapse onto Betty here, they don't have enough for the kill, but they certainly have enough to make his lane very uncomfortable.
Okay, Betty. I mean, this is a crazy trade to have looked for. I am bewildered by the fact they went for that. Somewhat turning it around, though, being that they are fighting within their own minion wave. Still, I mean, they are the weak side of the map, and we saw what happened last time that this situation arose. They just got dove, and they played it about as well as possible. Still, you have to be worried.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious target in this bot lane is going to be Woody. There's no heal on him now anymore, and Nico is pretty squishy, at least at the early stages of the game. Rest and Aja going to be smacking each other, one with a sword and one with the hounds.
Is that what they're called?
Something hound. I can't quite remember off the top of my head what it's called, but yeah.
Anyway.
I'll tell you in a sec.
It's fine. Castle looking
Drake Hounds, that's the one.
For a gank onto Hongq. Does manage to land with the Vault Break, and that's a lot of damage. Now, while Hongq will survive, I mean, this is really bad for his tempo, and here we are. As much as things change, they all stay the same. This time, not nearly as much damage dealt to the bot lane of Talon on the first attempt, which means there shouldn't be any real possibility for a second attempt. And with that, Talon once again navigate the dive at level 2, this time a lot more effectively than last. However, Betty has found himself in a very similar, maybe even familiar CS discrepancy.
Yeah. And I think there's the power of this Nico as well. It's going to give them a lot in terms of scouting. it's not hard to tell which one is the clone and which one's the real one. But
especially with champs like Kai'Sa, where Nico autos you and there's no passive. Now Kaiwin goes absolutely flying, but just with the health discrepancy, there's no real way for Betty to punish.
So yeah, goes through the clone, just penetrates straight onto the actual Nico. And yeah, I mean, so far, this is what we've seen out of the red side bot lane, which is just aggression onto their lane opponents, try and force them out early, get some real tempo, get some control so that they at least can control the back times a little bit better. Ginger, back to the mid lane once again, but it is just a whirlwind tour.
Despite the gank that happened in mid, where Kai'Sa really heavily chunked out Hongq, it was Fofo that ended up backing and losing teleport, while Hongq did not have to and has remained even. So something has gone really wrong for that to have occurred. There's a battle between the junglers here over this Raptor camp, but Ginger being on his side of the map is a lot easier for him. He will be able to claim it, but Fofo! Oh my god, it's so close! Betty flashing away, Doggo is going to get enraged, his first blood for Betty! One more auto, there it is! They are able to get the kill, but Woody should all but certainly get the second follow-up here onto the Misfortune. Doggo getting very low, the Make It Rain comes out, the barrier's there! And he turns out it is a trade.
It still split kills though. So one for the bot lane, one for the support on the side of Talon, whereas Doggo picks up both of them while maintaining a double lead over Betty right now. You take that, 100%. Yeah. This time it goes much, much more cleanly. The Hex Flash, the classic, the iconic. Kaiwin goes so deep. No flash, unfortunately, as it had already been burned, but Doggo absolutely comes out trumps there. They thought for sure, Talon thought for sure that this was going to be just a 1-for-1, but Doggo holds the barrier, walks around the minion wave, baits out Woody into overcommitting, pops the barrier, does ultimately die, but massive gold off the back of that is everything.
Yeah. The one thing, I guess, and while obviously it's very, very good for CFO, the trade, this will now get the Woody closer to his proto belt, which is a massive power spike for the Nico. Not so much in damage, but just that gap closer to insurance of landing the Pot Blossom.
Yeah. But I think now the question is, do we see similar situations to that last game where Betty's, again, given those avenues back in by being fed kills? They've rotated up the top side to match, as you would expect, given that it seems to be the go-to for most teams in contesting these scrubs. But Ginger is going to be the one first there. Rest in the mid lane, though.
Yeah, Fofo, I mean, he should be fine. He's pretty well aware, honestly. They are just going to give it. So first grubs, I mean, it's an Italy. There's no reason to risk the game versus a level 5 in Italy at this stage.
Both
Grub's a lot more contestable when you have that Vi ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, both teams at the moment are just primed on the feet of warfare. 2 kills apiece. One more gets that over the line. But advantage now going to CFO with the first set of grubs picked up. Fofo, I mean, to be fair, look, he's even with the Hongq at the moment, which, I mean, given how aggressively he's been playing into Hongq, you would have thought he had a bit of a lead. But, I mean, Corki is a bit of a master of just keeping distance here.
Yeah, Hex Flash once again, this time not got the range on the Zenith Blade, but this minion wave is in a pretty terrible position. Betty's going to have to take a sizable chunk of damage to be able to pick himself up one of those, but does do a good job of trading back there on to Doggo.
Yeah, I mean, he's not closed the gap nearly as well as he did in that last game. Again, still almost double in favor of Doggo. Speaks to how painful this lane has been. 6 up for Kai'Sa, and they might even look to, yeah, Hongq doesn't have the mana, he's in trouble.
Yeah, the flash, Kai'Sa trying to secure it. Fofo going to get out of tower range, and Kai'Sa doesn't actually take a shot, so Hongq going to be forced to back. No teleport available for him, and Fofo with the mana and just being Rise is going to be able to smash down this minion wave and will find himself at least some benefit.
Woody forced to pop the heal there to get away from the Zenith Blade. Not the end of the world, but something that could come back to bite them later on if they aren't careful.
Yeah, I mean, they just can't do anything here because there's no sums on Betty, and they are just weaker.
On top of the fact that bullet time is up and available, so if Kaiwin gets any sort of setup, that is just absolutely a rinsed Kai'Sa, unfortunately, with no cleanse.
Yeah, I mean, considering how this lane went, you kind of just wish you did have Rakan, I feel.
Definitely wouldn't have, I mean, look, it wouldn't have been better, but it 100% wouldn't have been worse. Actually, to be fair, I think it would have been better. That Dower Dive in the bot side would have been that much harder to pull off if a Rakan was in play compared to an Eco. Yep. Kai'Sa, he's going to take the Drake away from himself, so it will match in terms of monster objectives. But look, Chemtech, not the greatest in the last game. Not going to be an issue this time around, I don't think.
Yeah. So things relatively even. Of course, the big discrepancy comes in that bottom lane, and that's where
it is getting wider, though.
It is. But at the same time, Nico is ahead of Leona, and while that doesn't typically matter, again, it is such a huge power spike when Nico gets to the Hextech Proto Belt. The team fights just become so much easier, and you have to worry just that much more about the Nico. As currently running down the lane as a Kaiser, I think no one's really going to fall for this. Fofa are going to have to use something to get out of this. As at the moment, it's going to be a flash.
Oh.
Deep play connects though, going very deep in there. Should be taken out by someone eventually. So it should just be the 1-for-1, but again, it's a trade of the support for the mid lane. Definitely a winning trade there for CFO.
It also sets up, they get the Feet of Warfare off the back of it. So even with Kaiwing going down, that means that they've claimed one of the three. Now it just comes down to neutral objectives or tower, which I think realistically it's probably going to come down to neutral objectives in the grand scheme.
Yeah, Betty importantly did pick that kill up, so that's a lot of gold back for him. And I thought Fofo might have just made it out, maybe a little bit greedy on the flash, perhaps getting hit by. I think a replay is supposed to be playing right now, but in any case,
Unfortunately, I think it's a case of the replays. The intention is there, but there's just going to be so much action played out through this game that you're not going to get a comfortable time to get those replays off.
For sure. Catalyst now for the Rise, though. I mean, he is the
original
Rod of
rower,
Ages
yeah.
users. That's kind of. There was a point of time where I swear the only reason Rod of Ages was in the game was so Rise could have an item to build.
Singed as well before they changed his passive.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Back in those days, it was everyone did it. Like Anivia and I mean, Fofo, I think if he flashes a spear, he probably doesn't go down. I mean, Kaiwing, just so deathly accurate.
I mean, realistically, Honku would have had another rocket locked and loaded in the chamber, so more than likely he was just dead to rights there anyway, but... Oh dear, Kaiwing.
Kaiwing, he gets a nice amount of healing coming out of this Nidalee. Fofo will be able to get himself out with that round warp as Woody looks aggressively. In will come Arja. He's trying to find something. It's a double kill, however, for Ginger, and Arja going to be able to not find Doggo as Rest able to turn around with the teleport of his own. And the coaching staff of Talon, you saw there on the screen, are not happy.
That might have just been Doggo's "we have a Hulk" moment.
Yeah.
You know, teleport coming in. Oh no, Ambassador jumps into the public execution. Aatrox.
Yeah.
Pretty simple answer, honestly. And Honku is just going to get so much free time with his tower. Fofo, the fact that he survives, I think, is the biggest takeaway for Talon in that situation. But once again, CFO find themselves a good team fight. And we are going to get the replay as to what exactly happened there. It was just Talon all stacked up, ready to go. They find an opening onto Kaiwing, but with that W up, he takes so much reduced damage. Kasa overextends and allows Ginger an opening. Fofo, this is the only option he has. Otherwise, he's dead to rights as well. Woody tries to set something up to make a play for Arja, but with Aatrox being there as well, just creates so much chaos that Doggo can survive. Even manages to stop for a moment and get the last hit for himself. So this Misfortune, who by right should have had a horrendous game ahead of him, has turned about, found himself dead. 3 kills. He's died.
Yeah, Vi has no ult. I have a sneaking suspicion. Neither does Benny.
Yeah. So the classic Vi Kaiser combo. Look, to be fair, Hubris is a bit good, though. So, you know, bring Doggo back down to earth, keep his ego in check, because if your DMs are anything to go by, well, you know what happens when they're allowed to run rampant.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, it's gold back to Talon, but CFO certainly well and truly ahead currently. Looking now possibly for the dive onto Arja. Here's full on HP. I mean, this is never an easy dive onto the Ambassador. You have a way to stop CC, dodges out of the ult, is going to get stunned up, but I mean, Kaiwing is just dead. And if ever there was a good way back into the game, it's this. The ultimate, the World Ender comes through. The healing's going to be there for Rest. It's going to be up to Arja to dodge out of some of these sweet spots, and Rest's going to be able to make it out of there. This Aatrox is an absolute impossible champion to kill at the best of times, but still well played by Arja to pick up that first one onto Kaiwing.
It is understated, I think, how criminal that public execution was, because literally it had just come off cooldown. The second it had come off cooldown there, and CFO once again determined to make things just a little bit tougher, make themselves look a little bit better by making this job harder. But look, Arja finds himself a pick. He needs the gold, especially given how things are going. And you look at it, yeah, he does not have ultimate at this stage. I think the cooldown indicator is just a bit wrong there, and Kaiwing well and truly overextends. The Aftershock's not going to do anything. Okay, so yeah, right there. It's come off cooldown. Woody's there as well with the Pop Blossom. Doesn't secure themselves a kill, but it completely removes any sort of momentum that CFO had to commit to that re-engage.
Oh my god, we're trying again after that one? Come on, guys. That's an all-chat moment.
I mean, at the moment, Noxian Blessings are not secured. I think Talon are going to look to try and force down this tower if they possibly can. At least get some plates in the hands of Betty.
Yeah, I mean,
but no, yeah, there we go. So Noxian Blessings will be claimed off the tower, not off the monster slaying, strangely enough. So CFO will get themselves that boon yet again. It's 2 games in a row now.
Yeah, still, very importantly, Talon are getting more and more gold onto Betty. Of course, he is still very far behind, but able to pick up some plates, got himself a few assists to kill. Fofo as well is scaling into this game slowly but surely. It is just CFO running the map though. In comes a lot of CC, but we've tried to use the bullet time ability and we have immediately paid the price. Hongq gets locked up and Casa going aggressive. It is going to force out the flash. Oh, there comes the root and Fofo plays out of his damn mind. It's 2 kills back to Talon. Make that a 3rd as Kaiwing loses his flash, loses his damn mind, and just like that, Talon truly back in it with a shot.
That is the epitome of hubris. Does nothing to change the gold lead back in favor of Talon. In fact, all the jungle, mid, and bot lane are still losing. Junja takes so much damage there off the back of the Nico setup. And this is still a Nico without a Proto Belt.
Yeah. We'll get there. I mean, Junja now looking towards the dragon that Casa's doing.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely hubris. Just not respecting the fact that the Vi could be in position at any time. Doggo takes so much damage. Hongq decides to come in the back entrance and take some damage off the towers. Not respecting that Arju was likely working his way up as well.
Oh.
I mean, that's 2 very, very big kills given over and a freebie for Betty, who was not someone that you wanted that gold going on to. So that was a massive oversight from CFO in that situation.
However, another tower will be going down to Doggo here if he so chooses to auto-attack it. He does. He's got the grubs. I think the burn should be enough. RJ, once again, he's been the target of a lot of pressure. The flash, the dodge, and he's out.
Straight down step, baby.
If Talon somehow win this game, there's no way RJ's not the MVP. He has been targeted down time and time again and has not faltered.
Team Secret Whales moment potentially brewing here. Not necessarily as drastic a gold difference, but I mean a comeback that Talon had no right to bring to bear. They still did it anyway. They do not care for public opinion. They might just do it here against CFO because they are really clawing themselves back in with a real chance. The gold leads are still pretty egregious across the board, but working towards a Hextech Soul, they've given themselves an opportunity where they're actually contesting these team fights pretty handily, and CFO can't actually take anything for granted in this situation.
Yeah, the problem is every objective, I mean, they're getting the dragons, but towers, void grubs, Rift Herald now, just entirely uncontested, and at some point you can't really keep doing that.
I mean, dragons have been taken pretty freely by Talon, so that might be their avenue in. Hextech Soul is not going to propel them into a point where they can absolutely steamroll the game, but at least it is something, some benefit that might give them a lifeline.
For sure, and you're probably waiting really on the Seraphs to come through for the Rise and the Hextech Proto Belt to come through for your Nico, because ultimately once those come through, it just becomes a lot easier to play. Now, mid lane tower 1 goes down, Realm Warp used to reposition the Talon team, and they're able to get 2. Now they're in a tower, and even looking aggressively here, perhaps. Casa, first of all, going to clear out this Rift Shield so no other tower goes down. Betty loses a reasonable amount of his health. Meanwhile,
it was done in the end.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Another one as well. I mean, they have to somehow stem the bleeding. This tower shouldn't be going down. They're going aggressively onto Doggo. Oh, the Pop Blossom's only going to find one, and it's not who they want at all. It's Kaiwing who's going to live, and this will be another tower. In fact, Woody's taken out as well. Betty trying to get there to defend. Not going to be enough. Teleport coming through. It's going to be a match. Arja's. Oh my lord, that was close.
I mean, decent amount of damage from Arja in that situation. Unfortunately, no ultimate there for Betty, so there wasn't going to be any follow-up situation. So CFO, I mean, realistically, I think they got bailed out there a bit. That could have gone pretty drastically wrong given the situation, but they find what they can. They get some massive damage. You breathe. Oh boy, Kaiwing.
Going to get slowed up. How is he going to be able to get out of this? I'm not so certain he is.
No, he is. He's got support there. They just can't afford to go fighting into rest right now. There's just so much uncertainty on the Rift for Talon that they can't overcommit onto a support kill.
Okay, Fofo recalling. Let's see if he has the Seraphs. He must be very close. If not, I imagine he does. Hex, the Protobelt is there as well. Yeah, and there we have it. Okay, so items are there now for the side of Talon. So if there was ever a time where they could try and look for a fight despite the 4K gold advantage that CFO find themselves with, it is almost certainly now.
The problem being is that it's an Italy who has done exactly what Italy needs to do in this situation, which is find themselves up 20 gold and also being 3-0-2, which is exactly where you want a snowball tempo jungler like an Italy. The problem is the team fight just doesn't feel that comfortable for Talon either. In a situation where we find ourselves with a full 5v5 fight, I think it still goes CFO's way.
Okay, Castle's going to spot out the fact that Kai Wing's there, and that's going to allow Fofo to know he needs to head on back. Dragon spawning, 45 seconds. It is going to be, once again, what is this one? The Ocean Soul, I believe.
Hextech.
Hextech, it is Hextech. I see the gates. Junja on the wrong side of the map, but I mean, he's got 30 seconds to get there. He's going to go for a recall even. See if he has the Zhonya's upgrade. Maybe it's just going to be a needlessly large rod. They're looking aggressively onto Fofo, or maybe Fofo's looking aggressively onto them. The round warp comes out. I mean, fast fingers. Honkyu's going to have to take a base, but so is Fofo.
The second time now that Fofo's had to defensively realm warp away to avoid dying. Which, I mean, to be fair, it's kind of what it's designed for. But
that's kind of fine, to be honest.
It's really not a situation you want to find yourself in, though, if you're Fofo. You instigate in these fights, and then all of a sudden, oh, I've just got to dip out. He's done it a couple of times and just had to leave his teammates to die, which is a bit of a rough spot.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, that's 9 times out of 10 how Rise ult is used. Now, the Dragon being started up, Rest's going to keep the aggro on it as the rest of the team hit on down. Woody, no flash. This engage becomes a lot harder because of that. Casa now in the pit. It's going to be noticed by the side of CFO. Doggo realizes he has to be so careful because he is always going to be the prime target alongside Honkyu. This Dragon's so low, it could just come down to a smite. And it's going to be Casa. The flash forward from Kai Wing, though. And they find their way onto this misfortune. There is no safe haven. Talon take one. It's answered back as Rest gets himself a reset. Junja goes golden. And Archer, he's out of there just. But Junja will be able to follow. The flash is going to secure themselves a second. On the bottom side of the fight, it's Rest menacing his way through as well. That's a third, and only Casa as well as Betty will survive.
Yeah, a bit of a rough spot there. Doggo could have survived that, honestly. He had the flash and the barrier. He pops the barrier as he's about to die. Flash, the same thing. So waste both of summoners. Maybe, look, either way, it still goes CFO's way. It will set them up for the outer Khan. But it could have been a little bit cleaner in the grand scheme of things. One of those things that I think you just put down to startup split jitters. They're going to get themselves plenty of those petals, stack themselves up even more damage. And to be fair, like a great steal, sets themselves up for soul points. So Talon give themselves, again, a little bit of a bailout here in this situation. Junja's really been struggling in the smite fight so far this series, so maybe a little bit of cause concern, but you just look at the damage output, the sheer numbers that are being popped here. Kai Wing jumps onto Kaza. They pop both ultimates onto Doggo at the exact same time, and I think Arja actually technically missed the public execution. And all the while, you've got the big damage threats of Honkyu and Rest just going to town in the thick of it. Talon, there's only so much you can do in these situations. Yeah.
What an attempt, though. I mean, Casa trying to save the day. Not quite able to do so. I mean, ultimately, how things panned out, it was a 1 for 3. But because of how far behind in gold you are, I think it's just worth it for Talon to get the Dragon.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
At best, you get yourself a Dragon Soul possibly from just a single steal. At worst, you've bought yourself 15 more minutes before there's any potential of a Dragon Soul to come through. And thus, time for the Rise to get to where he wants to be, the Kaiser and the Ambassador as well.
Yeah, look, you got to gamble in those situations. And so far, Casa has been outstanding when it comes to the 1v1 smites between him and Junja. Junja's really not quite contesting the way that we would have expected coming into Split 2. And yeah, the Soul could be the win condition for Talon. Draw the game out, let Rise get to that beast stage that he can be in the later stages of the game. Betty as well, he's got 2 items now. He's really come into his own given how the match started. He's found his feet, he's looking solid. It's just about openings, it's about coordination and positioning.
Okay, Solar Flare for Protobelt. He'll take that trade. Looking now aggressively. I mean, Kai Wing's just out of position by the looks of things. Rest, he does have that ult available. You've got to be so careful. Kai Wing's taken out, and With that, there's no real fight. Going aggressively, Junja, he's going to use the gold, and he's got the Zonyas. Unfortunately, Casa missed times. Junja trying to get out of there. Remember, there's no ultimate. Okay, the bullet time does come through, but it's not going to find its mark, really. And the public execution is fantastic. Down goes Junja. Fofo even looking for more as Rest narrowly going to get out of there, and Honkyu and Doggo trying to defend. Doggo walks up aggressively. Oh my god, the health bars are so low, but the numbers are there for Talon, and with that, they are going to make out of there. They get themselves a nice shutdown, and they get themselves a team win.
Again, Hubris, the biggest opposition to CFO in this matchup. Kaiwing, just too keen, blows so much for a support in that situation, gets caught out of position, they then turn collapse the Realm Warp. It is not being respected. It has been, yes, for the most part, used defensively for Talon, but in those opportunities where he can look to aggressively reposition the team, it's a problem. Honkyu finds Betty.
He doesn't have flash, but oh my god, he's able to dodge out. Honkyu almost finds himself a massive play, but unfortunately not quite. Fofo on the back end though, massive chunk back.
I don't know, it definitely feels like CFO maybe getting a bit ahead of themselves in the situation. They're just making mistakes that they really shouldn't be. Doggo is going to find Fofo.
Oh, he's under the tower! He's under the tower! Doggo! He's going to have to bury her. He does live.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Kaiwing now going in. This tower is not really a safe haven as one auto attack will take it out. It's going to be flash lost on Nico. A massive cooldown. It's so key to how she finds her engages, but Junja is taken out, and just like that, Talon, they're on the march. Arja's on the back end. Rest looking to turn it. Teleport coming through. This is Fofo. Realm Warp available. They're going to be able to find their way in. RJ trying to slow them down. There's the Realm Warp. Everyone's being herded, but Rest is looking for the turn. But the Pop Blossom's good. The bullet time's not bad, but the team fight is, as Talon will walk away with it. They take their prize, and Baron to boot.
I mean, how many opportunities are you going to give Talon before you say, hold on, this is getting a bit out of hand? And they do it again and again and again and again. In game one, CFO still make it work. Game two, Talon are back to the form that we saw earlier on in Split 1. A team that capitulates and capitalizes on mistakes and exploits those weaknesses into success. They absolutely not only stood on the throat, but clamped down against CFO. A massive overstep here. They find the flank onto Junja, who evaporates between Casa and Betty. Look, he's there on your screen for a second. You blink, he's gone. He's just been absolutely obliterated. Betty is really hitting his mark. They follow up. Arja playing in the flank yet again. He's been massive in these flank positions. You've then got the Realm Warp to cut them off at the pass, and CFO just cannot do anything. Yes, that's about as good a bullet time as you're going to get, but there is nothing doing. CFO have handed this game to Talon on a silver plate.
Talon, they're running away with it. Honestly, they're still only just a hidden gold, but the last 3 consecutive team fights going their way despite what was a 6k gold disadvantage, keep in mind. They now get themselves the Baron. They got themselves the Soul as well. And this game, if it wasn't impossible before, it does certainly feel it now.
Yeah. Look, how many times can you afford to make that mistake if you're CFO? Just, again, out of position, overcommitting. Fofo, though.
They find Fofo, but he gets himself out. The phase rush doing so much work for him, the fancy footwork. He had the flash, but he had the nerves to not use it. Now Talon with that Baron buff are marching down the mid wave. Fofo, he's going to struggle to be with his team. In fact, he does recall, and he's going to be the one that has to answer Rest down in the bottom lane. Mid lane tower going to be taken out. They're looking now for the top lane tower. They will be able to get it. The Baron's going to march on in. There's possibly a world where Fofo is able to 1v1 Rest, by the way. Rest is not even going to bother.
I mean, the crazy thing is, this is back-to-back games where they have all but shut Betty out of it. And then he has found his way back and clawing tooth and nail to relevance and going above and beyond that at certain points. And he's definitely done that here again. They're going to find Rest, and this is a danger spot.
I mean, Rest, how would he ever predict that there's a ward in that bush, by the way? I don't know why there's even a ward in that bush. That ward has been there
Junja,
for like
what are you
2
doing?
minutes. Junja trying to get on out of there, slowed by the Hextech Soul. Does manage to just flash away.
But again, Parthic, why would you take that route? He could have just backed himself back towards his base.
Solar Flare, unfortunately misses Fofo again. Very, very accurate on his footsteps as Fofo been the last I guess 28 minutes, really. Next wave of minions marching in. Arja only has a couple in the mid lane, so no real threat on that tower. And Baron ending in just 10 more seconds means there won't be any more towers going down. Talon, they got what they needed. That's the 4K gold out of that Baron power play. They're feeling pretty good about the state of game number 2 here.
I mean, definitely feels like CFO have taken absence of their senses right now. They're making some very, very questionable plays. But again, it's a best of 3. You got to respect the fact that this is far from over. Even if they do drop this game, they can then potentially look to bring it back in the 3rd. But I mean, just Junja, despite having a phenomenal start, he was what, 3-0-1? He's now 4-2-4. So he's really just fallen off the pace there on a very, very heavily tempo-hungry jungler. He needs to just keep the foot on the pressure, keep that gas pedal down, press to the floor, and he's not been able to do that.
Now, there is one scary thing for both teams to navigate, and that's both objectives spawning at relatively the same time. Now, 20 seconds is absolutely enough for you to take a Baron and get to the Outer Dragon, but it's not the easiest to navigate. Oh, what a snare coming out of Woody. Rest, though, doing very well to survive. The bullet time's great, but Betty does have flash, gets himself out, and Kasa has solo killed Honkyu.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll get a replay of that, I'm sure, but I guess Honkyu just overextends, pushing out a wave, and unfortunately he's taken out.
Yeah, I actually teleported up as well. So this really, I feel, is the tipping point. Pop Blossom in!
Pop Blossom's great. Golden does go Junja, but that's not going to mean anything for Doggo, who once again is targeted, taken out, and just going to be walking Talon in, giving them the red carpet as they march down to take game number 2. And we will be getting a 3rd game between our 1st and 2nd place from our split number 1. Talon versus CFO is heating up.
I mean, this is exactly the sort of stakes you want to set at the beginning of the split. Talon not going to roll over, not going to give it freely to CFO. Everything is taken, nothing is given. You have to earn your spot at the top here in the LCP. And Talon are not going to go quietly into the night, and CFO are going to have to work for this.
As it should be, our 2 top contenders going in, comes in, game number 1 CFO, game number 2 Talon. Now finally in game number 3, where whoever wins will be taking away the series, it's going to be CFO with side selection. So Talon, they came in game 1 and 2, they got the blue side, the side they wanted. Now it's going to be CFO who, if they do want to go to the blue side, will be able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, the question now being, they have put Betty under the pump 2 games in a row, and it has just not mattered. He's still found his way back into the game. There has to be a different game plan for CFO, especially given that we are now game 3 in the Fearless Draft. We are starting to hit some of those less popular ADCs. Do we start seeing... I mean, Ashe has not been banned. It was not picked up at all, so I think there's going to be a lot of priority on her, unless she's just banned out straight away.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, there's a lot of different directions you can ultimately go going forward, but I think this game's MVP is just Arja. That guy... If he made a single mistake on any of the side lane plays where he was getting targeted 2v1, 3v1, Talon lose this game, 100%. But he played it so immaculately, he would either get a kill and live, or he'd just narrowly live while the opposing side, whether it be Kai Wing or Rest or whoever, has used summoners, used ultimates, but he lived time and time again. He came into the team fight, found the targets, just annihilated them. While the stats, you'd think, Fofo, wow, a lot of damage. This was an Arjun masterclass.
I mean, I got to put that props onto Kasa. He just did so much to set up his bot lane. Betty and Woody were under the pump from the very start. I mean, Doggo picks up an early double for himself. You'd think at this point the game was pretty much over, given that he was also gapping Betty by a pretty significant margin in terms of CS output. Doggo, I mean, looked like he was back on form. He was avoiding a lot of those mistakes. They commit so heavily onto Fofo. They find the pick here, and it only cost them Kai Wing off the back of that. The fact that they're getting trades mid for support is pretty phenomenal. Even here, another team fight where they played it so well. Kai Wing survives for so long, allows the team to come in and turn about onto this Talon roster. But up until the last third of that game, it was CFO putting on a masterclass, and unfortunately, the mistakes that they made at that point in the game, right here, this was such an unnecessary attempt onto Fofo because they just did not have the information on the top side. They had no idea where Casa was.
Yeah, and then in comes Arja. Fofo finds the perfect flash snare, lives on the most minute amount of HP. Kaiwing kind of unreasonably uses his flash there, but this was the fight that kind of broke things open a little. While yes, CFO did win it, this gave third dragon to TLN, which put ultimately CFO on a clock, because if you're going up against a team with 3 dragons, while the game's not over by any stretch of the imagination, it's always going to build the pressure that one single smite mistake after you've already lost 2 of them can lead to the end of the game, and this was also a little wild. I mean, probably not expecting that somehow Casa is that far behind them, but you know, he was.
But again, that's the second time we saw Kaiwing force a play onto Woody only for them not to find a kill at all. And it just, at this point, this was, I would argue, that tipping point. This is where things really slipped away from CFO. They just get completely wiped off the face of the planet, and the kills go into the hands of those that desperately needed them. I mean, Betty is just stacked for money, Fofo stacked for money, and here it is, the solo kill. Straight onto Hongyu, does half his HP off the rip.
He doesn't even ult.
Yeah, he just,
It doesn't even ult.
passive. It's just so much damage, and the Pop Blossom, absolute demolition. I mean, which is ironic, saying, you know, given that we didn't really see massive plays out of Woody that entire game. That was probably the most impressive Pop Blossom he had the entire match. But it was just, he was there when he needed to make sure that Betty had a better time than he could have otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, game number 2 now done. It's TLN versus CFO, 1-1. After the break, we'll see who is going to take our second series of the mid-season.
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đó. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してくれるペンに報いたい。次はチャリコで行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。 không có show hình cả thử. Tụi mình đã giảng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất, giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看毒蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。
Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua.
The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
(1v1) side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
Well, it all comes down to this. Game number 3, TLN up against defending champions CFO. And ultimately, I don't know who to have in this last one. They're both very tightly contested and they're both ultimately good enough to win in any way.
I mean, 2 drafts, 2 bitterly fought games, and 1 win apiece. So essentially a clean slate coming into it. The difference being that CFO obviously will have the side selection. Look, to be fair, they definitely tripped over their own feet, and against any other team in the competition, it probably wouldn't have been as bad. But this is Talon, a team that has really made a name for themselves in capitalizing on those mistakes. They are not ones to just roll over and you say, oh, it's okay, guys, just carry on. No, they're going to bite. They're going to bite hard.
I think one thing that can be said about game number 2 is that while Betty had a really rough start to the game, again, he's been focused down by Ginger the entirety of the start of the game. He had a team composition that complements his champion.
Absolutely.
Whereas CFO felt like they just picked whatever champ they wanted to pick. They're like,
they
what?
picked Miss Fortune because it was sort of the best left in the pool, and they didn't want to force the Corky away from home.
They didn't pick anything that complemented each other.
No.
They really didn't. They just kind of just picked champs that they like, and it didn't really complement each other. Whereas, while I don't like Talon's draft in terms of if you're picking the best things on the patch, I don't think going all in one guy and that's how we'll win the game generally works that well. It does when the other team doesn't really have any answers to it.
Yeah, synergistically, it was a bit of a shambles, I think, from CFO. But with CFO having blue side, Poppy banned out first, Varus and Renekton taken away, Calista is there from Talon
2
and the
Gragas
Rumble.
mains.
Yeah, with Driver back in, of course, in the top side. Ashe is probably the most notable pick for me, at least, that is still left in the pool in terms of ADCs, given what we've already seen taken away.
Yeah.
I think it would probably be a big benefit to pick up for Doggo, but that also telegraphs things a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gragas could be a big pickup here. Both top laners play it. There's not that many great top laners that I can think of in the pool, especially that actually do things to Gragas, right? There's like Jax, which sucks against Gragas. You've got Cassante, which also doesn't do that well. And I forgot that Zinzao has been left open for the first time in this series.
Yeah. I mean, Jace has been up and has seen a decent amount of play internationally. I mean, realistically, Gangplank is an option, which we've seen out of Driver. It's not going to have phenomenal time against the Gragas, but at least should have some impact globally with the ultimate. But Zinzao, yeah, it makes too much sense with how strong it is at the moment and how much priority is around it in the jungle. You want something strong for Junjo, who is, again, sort of the tip of the spear for this team, will be the one dictating a lot of the pace. We've seen that. They're consistently on the bot side, setting up that control over Betty and Woody on the bot side. Ahri going to be picked up for Fofo, which, again, has just skyrocketed in prominence with the changes to the Ahri build path.
Absolutely. Saw it once already today. Fate, unfortunately. Oh, there it is. I forgot. Now, will Driver rip out the Aurelia? 8Ball says no.
I would imagine that it's less than likely. But, I mean, you want someone who's going to match in the side lanes. Jax, I mean, look, Jax did reasonably well.
Yeah,
unfortunately, it was just not enough by the end. Something that Driver can play. Yeah, so it is going to be the answer. I think it probably will, for the rest of this fit, be the go-to answer for Yorick in the top side at the moment. Ooh, okay.
We need Yi Jung back. Yi Jung, who played for Frank Esports in the PCS last year, he absolutely would just pick Aurelia into Yorick. He was also a 17, maybe 18-year-old rookie that would just pick Camille, Aurelia, Riven. He was so good to watch. Taken away early from us and gone to the LPL. Oh, Castle Eason. That's exciting. Sometimes he has off days, but he's looking good this series so far.
Yeah, he's looking a far cry better than he did going into the end of Split 1. I mean, he's taken those contests and he's coming out more often than not on the better end. But Silas, I mean, those are 3 pretty good ults, if I'm being honest, for you to take away. I don't know if the Maiden's going to be the be-all and end-all, but it gives you a little bit of extra tower pressure when you're going for a push off the back of a play. The Dragon Kick's going to do a lot because you can set up and the Spirit Rush as well.
Yeah, I think 9 times out of 10 it's just Spirit Rush.
Oh, it will be the setup that it needs, but it gives you options, a bit of variety. Caitlyn banned.
I'm pretty sure you can't control the Maiden as Silas, because as soon as you use the ult, I imagine
as well.
It doesn't give you the opportunity to like control it. Maybe it does.
I mean, look, if you steal it and you win a team fight, you just drop it on the closest tower or objective or whatever, and it gives you a bit of added damage output there. So, in terms of 80 carries, we are looking to scrape towards the bottom of the barrel. You're looking towards Xayah, I think, at the moment.
Zeri, Lulu.
Yeah, Zeri is the... Yeah, Xayah's really the most prominent with left in the pool at the moment. Rakan's going to be taken away, so Xayah's not going to have that.
There's like
hearing.
Fringe, which admittedly both these 280 carries wouldn't be too surprising to see. The Lucian, sort of Lucian Milio, Lucian Nami, whichever direction.
I mean, Ziggs, but probably not.
Oh, there's just AP already. I don't think
definitely not for CFO. It's not going to be at all an option. You just, again, tripling down on AP, which is not ideal. I think it has to be Xayah Zeri, but no, okay. So we are going to deviate a little bit. Zeri likely to be the option here.
Well.
I suppose Jinx Draven. Draven has actually seen a decent amount of play internationally.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's something between those. Yeah, picking the Nautilus first. It's a strong support, especially of what's left in the pool. The Rakan's gone. Rel, it might just be the answer, realistically. What do you pair alongside? I mean, you could just go the Lulu Zeri here. They played at first stand, of course, the Zeri Yumi. Doggo and Kaiwing did.
Again, definitely feels like there's a bit of a lack of 80 damage if you go the Lulu Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, Zeri does pretty much entirely.
Jinx, okay.
So this could be Jinx Lulu, Jinx Thresh, probably Lulu more than Thresh.
Jinx Nami. Go the iconic, no, probably not. Almost definitely not.
Yeah, that lane doesn't sound real.
Jinx Elise, which we did see a little bit, but I mean, it's a huge amount of lockdown potential. Betty or Woody stepping out of position, they're going to be so heavily punished because of it. Allows a bit of tower dive threat as well, which Kaiwing has really struggled with, being the sacrificial lamb. Oh dear. It's Thresh, so it is going to be the Jinx Thresh.
Yeah, okay. How intelligent am I? Other than the fact I said less than likely, but...
We didn't see a Thresh in split one, I don't believe.
Yeah.
No, we didn't. It was not picked at all.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. He's not the most prominent of champs. Now, Woody picking for Betty. What AD carry should we see? Ziggs? Yeah, I mean, I guess they have AD through Yorick Lee Sin. Not really what I want to see out of Betty in a game 3. Obviously, he's perfectly capable at the Ziggs. It's just less exciting, you know?
Yeah, it definitely feels like both drafts have their issues that they are going to have to address at some point in the game. In terms of macro pressure, Talon definitely thrives there between a Yorick and a Ziggs. They do have the ability to push down towers pretty capably, but you look at the other side of the coin, if Doggo is given space to work, which, I mean, to be fair, you've got a decent amount of peel, you've got a decent amount of lockdown. Jinx can just run rampant to the team. There is not nearly enough bulk. Nautilus is going to be the tankiest of your players in this draft, and Jinx is not going to have to worry about any resistances. It's just straight crap build. You absolutely chew through with any setup.
I mean, the one problem I see is if Arja gets ahead, we already saw that in our SoftBank series, when Kratos was ahead on the Yorick, that Jax couldn't really deal with the side lane pressure out of the Yorick, so they started sending Fate down on the Azir. This time you don't have that option. You just have a Sylas who is going to struggle just the same, ultimately, as the Jax would. He's a melee champion that doesn't really, I don't imagine does that well into a Yorick. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Yorick is a bit of a stat stick when it comes to, you can just sort of stand and deliver later on once you get sort of like the Hull Breaker online, for example.
I think the answer is you don't let the game get to that point where it becomes an issue. Well, I think you've got a Jinx. You can, if you snowball her even just a little bit, she can really just completely shoot your objectives. She can absolutely obliterate a game.
It's good in theory, but you're against the Ziggs, so it's not
absolutely
likely.
Yes, but I think it would require CFO absolutely hyperscaling. They don't have a good answer into the Yorick. Their priority is always going to be the 5v5 team fight, get the resets off, and you don't have anyone that's really going to answer the Yorick well enough that you can justify taking it away from that team fight. So I think it has to be their priority, is just winning objectives in the 5v4.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, our second Yorick here of the LCP.
In his mini-series.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
We've had the maximum potential Yoricks in the Fearless draft.
There you go.
We're 100% on Yorick pick rate through series so far.
There you go.
That's crazy. But yeah, look, I think the problem is that both teams have a bit of a ticking clock. For the side of CFO, it is that Yorick and the Ziggs. They're going to be able to play the macro. They're going to be able to play the tower objective is just so very, very overwhelmingly. If you don't address it, they are just going to just bleed the game out and push things down. Whereas for Talon, they really cannot afford to take the 5v5 because as soon as Doggo starts getting resets, it's pretty much over. They don't have anyone that survives long enough to counteract the Jinx.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, ultimately, someone's going to have to deal with the Yorick is the thing. Like, you have to stop him from pushing and then join your team. And at least what we saw in the first series, it'll be interesting to see how this one goes, was Yorick was getting to choose when those top or, you know, whoever is matching the Yorick, when they got to join the fight. And it was always
to the mind games. Yeah, it was so good. It was so good. Which begs the question, does this force Junja to change his approach? Because we've seen 2 games now where his priority has been bot side, set up into pressuring and shutting down Betty. They realistically can't afford that. They need to address this Yorick and address it early.
Yeah, I mean, well, realistically, it will, just because they're blue side. So he doesn't have the option of starting the opposing side's Raptors that are on, you know, the bot lane. He can start his own, but that's not going to benefit him to do that, I don't think, because he will just have to compete with Caster at his bot side jungle, and I would imagine that Lee Sin feels okay about that. Now, Kaiwing does lose his flash immediately. Yeah, Woody and the rest of Talon going for that early invade, early information, and that bot lane just became a little bit more difficult for the wish of getting Doggo ahead.
I mean, it's a thresh. It still has that threat.
Now,
one good hook.
Gold. Wonder if we got a $1 or a $10 fish.
Well, I mean, that could be the be-all and end-all.
I know I feel more confident when I pull out a golden fish.
Look, you give a man a fish, he eats for a day. You teach a man to fish, he's set for life.
I think it's the saying goes, if you get a 1 goldfish, he eats for a day. If you get a 10 goldfish, you win the series against Talon 3 or 2-1.
It's that would be insane that it's a difference maker, but it's the truth of the matter. Kasa kicks things off with his jungle Lee Sin on his red buff, whereas Ginger on the Raptors on the bot side, pretty stock standard approach. I mean, I think realistically there is going to be a lot of posturing, but there shouldn't be a huge amount of kill threat on either side, at least at the early stages of the game, especially with Kaiwing not having that flash. He can't look to go for the flash.
Yeah, that's just the thing. I mean, ultimately the Ziggs lane is never going to win the 1v1 at level 1, so getting flash away from Kaiwing is much just getting rid of, or giving yourself some safety, really.
Still looking to force the issue a little bit.
Yeah, gonna get himself a good trade. Until Betty walks up a little bit too far.
Oh, that could have been rough. Betty just keeps running, it's a smart play. And with the level 2 online, suddenly Betty, okay, Honkyu, the electrocute RE combo is just a bit of a problem into a ranged matchup. At least it's not the Z though.
Yeah, I think usually, now maybe it's changed recently, but in the past, Silas used to go Doran Shield in this matchup because you could just sit on low HP and Ari never really could threaten a kill through the sustain you get from Second Wind and Doran Shield. This time going for the Doran's Ring means you do get an extra pop, but over the course of the lane, that's actually going to equate to much less HP than the Doran Shield would have.
It's a little bit early, but hey.
Fofo can flash. Oh, that was so perfect, but he's still going to get locked up. First blood over to Honkyu. And your starting item doesn't matter if you just get a 3-man gank at 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, look, the timing of that was pretty genius from CFO. Yes, there's a bit of punish, but finding the first blood off the back of it and the timing of it all means that he's not going to suffer in the grand scheme of things. And that was, look, I have to say, a brilliant read. Kaiwing looking to zone with the hook, makes Fofo force the flash in an unfavorable position.
That is crazy.
And then, yeah, just the follow-up from Junja Honkyu. That was a very, very Giga Brain play.
Honkyu does still have flash. It looks like that should have been a flash chain to land. That was the craziest long-range Silas chain I've seen in my entire life. Driver not faring too well here in the Yorick matchup. Worse even than the Evi versus Kratos was. Oh, Betty getting flayed, but unfortunately Flame Chomper's slightly off the mark there, meaning there is no follow-up.
Big Thresh fan. Probably one of my most played champions in the support role. Or top role, depending on, you know, how exciting I'm feeling. But yeah, he's going to do a lot to keep Doggo at least comfortable in terms of positioning. And yeah, this topside matchup was always going to be a bit rough, which we saw. As long as Aja can play around that counter-strike, he's going to be fine. The fact that Driver is not aggressively kind of contest, which I think was the big issue in the last matchup we saw, is that the Jackals was just always trying to force the issue onto the Auric, which never ended well. I think Driver respects that. He said, look, just so long as I get my farm, so long as I can get to the mid game, I'll be happy.
Yeah, and admittedly, he's up in farm once, if he's able to get this entire minion wave. Essentially even, admittedly, but still. Betty gonna get hit by the hook here, does have flash, he's gonna get flayed, he's gonna get flame trumpet. What a fantastic usage of abilities there, and unfortunately, Kaiwing is gonna take that kill, but still, it's off the back of his hook. Betty being a little bit greedy there with the flash means he is gonna get caught up and gives over a kill to Doggo.
Yeah, and again, I think it's less about Doggo getting kills as it is about keeping Betty down, which I think has been the game plan all series long so far. Unfortunately, it hasn't really worked out as well as I think CFO would have liked, but for Ziggs, being kept down is probably a bigger issue, I'd argue, than the likes of the Kaiser in that last game as well.
Kasa, learning from his mistakes in game one, is now absolutely He did just flash on the spot.
And he's leaving.
At least the other team, like CFO have no idea. There was no ward on it, so they don't actually know he's missing flash, so they're not going to look to punish that he's missing flash. But we, as observers, the all-seeing eye, are very much aware that Kasa does not currently have his flash summoner.
Oh, what a pack from Betty there.
Well played. And RJ is here to get it.
Yeah,
there you go.
That was so... Oh, honk you. Does have flash.
Yeah, he also has Ariel. He's out of there. What
a game.
Happened? I'm still bewildered by the flash. How? What ability was he pressing? E.
Smite.
No, but was he trying to smite twice? Because he might have been trying to smite twice. Sometimes you do if you just have an extra smite up for no reason, but I don't imagine he was trying to smite. I don't know. Anyway, he did use flash, and CFO still don't know, and they got a kill, and they got the dragon. So, well played. Here we go. We're going to replay of it. There's no ward. There's a ward in the pit, but it won't see Kasa here. I don't know. I don't know what it possibly could be.
Timing-wise, I don't think that was the recast of the E either.
No.
So he has to have been smiting.
Yeah.
But somehow he is still rewarded for his actions. Junja does not get away purely because Betty gets the det pack off right in front of him. He's that
and the
close.
Pink ward as well. Pink ward so he can't click the lantern.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kasa, unfortunately not going to be able to take that to his grave. We did see that. We caught it on replay even. And the world will know that he is not infallible.
But he does have a house on his wrist, so who's really winning?
He's also got the dragon off the back of it anyway.
Yeah,
so.
and a kill. I mean, and a flash off Thresh. So really, it was an incredible series of events for Talon, minus randomly losing flash. And look, now it's 2/3 of the way back up, so no harm, no foul, I guess.
It's 95% mental at the end of the day,
yeah.
As a great Australian gamer once said. Unfortunately, the only mental compromise there was his own. That's so criminal that Kasa was not punished for that at all.
Oh no, Betty's full HP, it doesn't even matter.
Woody, not so much.
Yeah, he had a Jinx ult.
The game is definitely in a weird limbo state for CFO at the moment. They've had a series of near-miss, unfortunate events. They've still taken some advantages around the map, but Junja definitely feeling a little bit quieter after that first gank. It was a brilliant gank to start the game off, but that definitely, you feel like, has caused him to stumble a little bit after getting caught out in the Dragon Pit.
Absolutely. I think one thing to credit CFO with is so far on the map rotations, they have been better in terms of getting Doggo to where he wants to be. Even here...
tempo-wise, they've been pretty on the money.
The problem is Betty's going to have teleport up very shortly, and with that, will be able to just match wherever he wants, cheat tempo. You also do have to be worried about leaving this Jax up against the Ziggs for too long, where the Ziggs can just eventually take down the tower.
They do send, yeah. Doggo topside to match. Grub's still a minute 50 out, but again, we've seen this worrying, reoccurring trend. Oh, he didn't even check the brush. No, he did. Okay, never mind. They were just more focused on trying to set something up on Arju, but yeah, support's just taking too long to hit 6. It was more evident with Shulong, but Kaiwing not in as bad a spot gives the advantage to Woody, and they are posturing to potentially make a play in the mid lane, but Hongq plays so defensively, they're not going to find the opportunity.
Yeah, I think Kaiwing, yeah, he hits 6 now, so he's going to be 6 before the next Void Grubs fight, and it's going to be completely fine. No real advantage to either one of the two supports. Of course, Kaiwing is still missing Flash, but will be back up in a minute's time.
It's also a Thresh. It's not the make or break. I think you do reasonably well even without it. But Kasa rotating topside, respected that is a minute out from these Grubs. He's probably going to look to reset off the Raptors. In fact, he definitely will. There's not a heck of a lot you're getting out that can just really wait in this situation. But Betty's up there looking to match. We'll have the Mega Inferno Bomb. Oh, the Det Pack pushes Kaiwing out of range for the hook to land.
Yeah. Cass is still yet to use Flash this game. So we'll see where he decides to use it for the first time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's been a little bit liberal with his smites, though.
Rewriting history live.
Oh,
the water goes down. Oh, they're looking for it again. They're going to get the double knockup. The bomb, unfortunately, only clips the edge. And Woody may be the one now that's under a lot of pressure. Mega Inferno Bomb. Oh, Super Mega Death Rocket, rather. Will land, but not got the damage. Driver, he misses. He misses the Grandmaster's Might. This is problematic for him now, as Archer has a massive lead in terms of that health, and he goes for it. Only has the 2 ghouls, and with the tower there, they're not going to be much use. Teleport now coming in. This is going to be Fofo, but not a whole lot to find. It is just for tempo. They're going to be able to pick these Void Grubs up.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better in the 1v1, I think. Honestly,
crazy that this is our Yorick answer, and it just looks like it sucks.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think your best answer at the moment is likely something along the lines of Rumble. I'm going to put that Aurelia pick in the same vein as I put the Singe pick. Like, yes, it'd be funny to see, but likely it's... Oh! Ginger Buddy. He's now 0-3 for those contests.
Yeah. Oh, that... I mean, that is just a pie-in-the-face moment, isn't it?
Like, not even... Ginger had Smite there, which is the worst bit. Look, yeah.
Oh my... Cass has gone Eclipse.
Yeah, I mean,
this
look,
is
to
not
be
what
fair,
you typically see.
When you are playing as well as you are as Casa, and you are the one dictating a lot of the pace now, that Ginger really has eased off on the gas pedal.
Yeah.
And he's just been able to do so much around the map already. I think this is the right path. Go on the offensive. Yeah, there's a little bit of concern.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get this dragon. Talon not in a position to contest, and ultimately don't really need to. The one problem that Talon's comp is always going to have to deal with is they don't have very good Baron DPS. So there's never really going to be an angle where they can threaten a Baron without first winning a pretty clean team fight. And to sort of back that up, they don't need to. It's generally going to have to be CFO that start up the Baron, being that they're on a timer against a Yorick in a side lane.
I mean, in terms of pushing towers, Talon doesn't really need it. They've got a Yorick and a Ziggs, so they already do have sort of that base cracking element in the draft.
Yeah, there's almost no wave clear against them.
Yeah. Jinx should get there eventually.
Yeah, but the problem is there's like 2 lanes.
Yeah.
You can't have Jinx in both lanes, especially when you're up against triple teleport.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a perfect system, but it's something.
Yeah, we will have Jinx wave clear eventually. Probably, well, yeah, it probably should be a Runan's game as well, so that'll help a little bit.
Yeah, again, Jinx shreds through this roster pretty quickly. Driver off the back. Has the finished steel plates. He's taking slightly less damage, but still not amazing. Yeah, it just feels a bit of an odd game, honestly, given how the last 2 have gone. This one feels a little bit disjointed.
Yeah, we've seen some...
A little bit of cognitive dissonance.
There's been some stuff going on. That's for sure. Castle's still yet to use flash.
He's holding it. It's trigger discipline.
I mean, I don't know really what either jungler is supposed to do.
If that maiden was considered a champion.
Yeah. Ultimately, who is gankable? Not really anyone.
No.
In this entire game.
I mean, realistically, both teams are war dear.
Okay, nice flash from Kaiwing. Woody not really taking all that much damage on the back end either. Hook does narrowly go wide by Kaiwing.
I think Kaiwing dies there, but I think Vetty definitely helped him out of that position. Oh boy.
Okay, Junja going aggressively, and it's going to be Hongkyu following up. Woody should be taken out pretty handedly, and that's going to be a reset coming through, and there's the feat of warfare as well. So CFO able to find the collapse there with Hongkyu and Junja. Bofo as well, going to lose the Spirit Rush, but shouldn't be too much more to follow up on here.
I mean, it was a great ult for Hongkyu to steal there.
They're looking for the dive. There's 3 people down there. Casa in the area. All right, here we go. Here we go.
There you won it.
Junja got it.
I mean, it's something. It's not a meaningful objective, but it's something. But yeah, I mean, look, realistically, you do have some great ults for Sylas here. I mean, getting that depth charge off really is going to make things a little bit hard for likely Fofo or Betty. Just being able to turn that about. Suddenly, you've got more lockdown threat. Driver still not having a great time. And unfortunately, he's never going to have a great time in the 1v1 matchup.
Dunk. Yeah, this is, I mean, just pretty ridiculous punishment.
That's the difference, though, in this matchup between Yorick and Jax. One of the two is maidenless, unfortunately.
Yeah, true. And doesn't even have a real weapon.
I mean, to be fair, Yorick's got a spade, so that argument is kind of farcical between the two.
Lamppost versus spade. Now, Driver going to be able to defend this tower. Unfortunately, every single teleport he uses is going to be in response to Arja. They do manage to pick themselves up the first tower, however. Almost magically. But that is going to be the feats of strength for the 3rd game in a row going in favor of CFO. Again, not the be-all, end-all. It very rarely is it the feats that determine where the game goes, but rather the state of the game. Now, Driver playing aggressively into Arja. Caster's here, not willing to fully commit to the kill, and in fact, rather just for a bit of damage. They're going to get the teleport now out of Sylas.
I mean, look, I'm being honest, that was prime time to use Flash for the first time for Caster there. Unfortunately, all that attention on the Driver allows the collapse CFO. They push themselves in, take the Rift Herald. We'll be able to use that to pressure the map even further. The fact that Doggo's had the freedom that he had... Oh, Hongkyu, buddy. That is... I mean, he's got the Spirit Rush, so I think realistically he was never that much in danger. Does he get the Maiden? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, not going to be able to get it so far. Arja might just be losing his teleport with Junja up there as well. I'm not sure if he realizes it. Flash over from Junja. Arja does have flash. He isn't going to be able to find a good timing for it, though. And down he will go. Shutdown goes over to the young rookie in the mid lane. Hongkyu picks himself up the 2nd of the game.
That is a beefy Sylas with the Rod of Ages.
Teleport now coming through from Fofo, so he's going to be able to defend that top tower now. And Kaiwing alone in the mid lane, but Doggo nearby. Oh, he's looking, he's looking. Okay, he finds it. He's going to be able to get himself out, but there's a Ziggs there. Not exactly the king of DPS. Castle going to flash away.
Oh, dear.
Doesn't have any jump. He's going to be taken out. I mean, just overplaying your hand, really. It was Castle there. Never realistically were you taking down the Thresh.
Look, it's something that I touched on in the last game. These mistakes that are really costing tempo, and against other teams it wouldn't be an issue, but these are two teams that have just prided themselves on being the ultimate punishers of those missteps.
Yeah.
So you can't be overcommitting. We saw it time and time again in that last game. Kaiwing repeatedly overstepped, and TLN brutally shut them down for it. Now, this time it was Carso. There was no need for them to force issue, like you said, onto a Thresh.
Yeah. It's going to lead the 2nd dragon of the game now, going over to CFO, or at least their 2nd dragon of the game. So, game not out of hand yet. They are 3k gold behind. Currently are Talon and CFO are definitely in a good position to win this one out, but the same could be said about last game. So, something in here about chickens and counting and hatching and stuff.
That was almost the cleanest play from Kaiwing. If he'd landed that hook onto Betty, it suddenly becomes it becomes even worse for Talon. Potentially, it actually does set up Caster to survive because it draws attention away from him. But yeah, I think, again, what we're seeing is 3 games now in a row where vision has been such a massively impactful thing, or the lack of it, rather. We saw it, a couple of attempts in mid lane from CFO, didn't have the vision, all of a sudden Caster's there on the Vi to shut things down. You saw it. There were 3 sentries through the river. There was no vision on the top side, even close to the CFO jungle for Talon. They just did not have the information.
Still, side lane is the point of strength, really, for the side of Talon. They are down 2 towers.
It's crazy.
They're down 1, but 2 towers have been lost, despite them, theoretically should be having priority in those side lanes.
I mean, the crazy thing is, it hasn't even been the Yorick that's been pushing the towers. It's Fofo on the Ari. This not quite the macro game that we've seen out of the Yorick today. Compared to our first series.
I mean, I think it's been good. It's been more like Fofo teleporting to the side of the map that isn't being answered and claiming the gold, which is where you'd want the gold over being on the Yorick anyway.
Yeah, it's not necessarily proactively determining macro momentum and taking towers. It's drawing pressure and attention away from Fofo to allow the same. So
exactly. And
still
I think
pretty effective.
You want the tower gold to be onto Fofo more than the Yorick. Once you get Hullbreaker, you're kind of, at your peak sort of damage and whatnot. Fofo here for this fight though, and Kaiwing's getting very, very low. Nice bomb coming out of Betty, but it's going to be Caster who goes down first. Just so fragile with this Eclipse build. Not going to have really the defense there to make it through, and unfortunately with that, it's just a 1-for-0 in favor here of the side of CFO.
I mean, even at this stage, you've almost got the Infinity Edge up there for Doggo. Maiden's coming down.
Let's see it, all right. I mean, bit of a nothing battle at the moment, but Arja is going to be able to turn around and pretty much even it out, really. Nothing all that impressive. Oh, we have the Voracious.
Yeah.
The first time so far in
20%
season.
It's 20% present so far today.
Yeah.
In 5 games, it's the first time it's shown, which is the exact opposite of what we saw going towards the end of Split 1. But yeah.
What's being used, this Arakan is going to be costly. Honku not going to go down, even if he does, he's just withdrawn. Now, not enough damage dealt to this tower just yet to actually take it out as the turnaround coming through. Betty might just be going down. That's 1 kill for CFO. No withdrawals yet coming through. They are going to be able to get 1. That's at least something for the side of Talon. They're now looking for Kaiwing on the top side of things, though. It is going to be Driver who finds yet another kill, this time onto Woody. Tower going to be claimed, however, so it isn't all for nothing as Driver now looking aggressive on Arthur, who is trying to kite. He gets the flash away. Driver also using the flash, but will be getting withdrawn as well. So a good series of events for Talon, but it's not for nothing, as I said before.
Just when you thought it was over, you were wrong. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, I mean, all this while, Doggo's had free reign over the map. He's pushed in, taken a tier 2 in the bot side. He's now looking for a tier 2 in the mid. So for all of that, they get a couple of withdraws and lose the vast majority of their outer tower pressure and a huge amount of gold injected into this CFO roster. I mean, you look at it, that's a 6,000 gold disparity now in favor of the blue side. They do get themselves the tier 2 on the top side, but you look at it, Honku just does so much on his own. With a recall available, he's got Kaiwing there in support. He does drop the stolen depth charge onto Betty, hit with the hook, jumps on in, massive damage as Betty falls. Honku's still then able to do more. Caster blows everything on making sure that he gets withdrawn. Driver comes in. Kaiwing, again, just sort of plays things, keeps them in position, baits them in. Driver quite happy to just sit there and soak attention, knowing full well that the longer he holds them here, the longer that Honku has to get back into the action. You can see Aja just running towards his death, sees that teleport coming, knows that all he can do is run, and Honku still guns him down anyway.
Yeah. Honku coming back from the fight, from the withdraw, able to get himself yet another. No hull breaker for Aja this game. It's going to instead go for that Spear Shogun. So a bit more upfront damage, especially with those abilities, instead of the more long, prolonged tower and drawn-out fight damage.
Again, I think that's more because he hasn't had the same opportunities onto those tower objectives. Not to mention the fact that they are quickly dwindling off the back of that last team fight. CFO just have all the priority right now. They have everything they could possibly want. Even in a 4v5, they take that pretty handily. Talon find themselves in an odd spot where they really cannot afford to fight, but there is also not really position in the future where they can, so things just don't get better. Betty has a long way to go for him to really come online. Same is true for Fofo. You've got a Lee Sin who's committed to a damage-heavy assassin-y, bruisery type build rather than slightly more focused on surviving in team fights longer.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately they should be fine as long as they don't just give over this Baron, as Fofo doing a great job of dodging out of Kaiwing's hook there. Junja, though, doing much the same. Now, trade of essentially half HP for both
Oi.
those two members of their given teams.
Betty cops a super mega death rocket from downtown, and all of a sudden that priority is gone. TLN realize they have to back off. Fofo takes so much damage from Kaiwing and Junja. Can't step up too far. The lane now pushed in favor of them. Casa, what do you... Oh, okay, that's what he's doing.
Oh, beautifully well played. Casa biding time, finds his opportunity and strikes. Driver next to be focused down. Arja teleporting in. Oh, but it's an overcommitment. Fofo and Casa are completely annihilated. And unfortunately, Arja, he's teleporting in. All they had to do was wait, but they don't. And just like that, what started off so well ends in disaster.
I mean, back-to-back genius plays, a taste of false hope for TLN. No one is reading Casa as being in that brush, and that is a huge opening. Unfortunately for TLN, Doggo is not the biggest threat on the team. He has sort of just been a background character, picking up assists along the way. Yes, he's got the one kill, but it is Hongkyu and Junja that have been the biggest issues this game so far for TLN. They overcommit. The turnaround is just brutal. Yes, it is going to open things up. An objective claimed and a bounty claimed there for Arja as he does crack the tier 1 in the mid lane, but a Baron going over. You said it, right on the money. The worst possible thing they can do is let CFO take the Baron, and they've done just that.
Yeah, and now...
I mean, this was magic.
It was very beautifully played. I mean, the perfect amount of range on his kick flash, gets the shutdown, and this looks so good. Even Driver gets very, very low. You see the teleport channel. You just have to play patiently. Great play, great follow-up. And what could have been so good and an opportunity back just ends in disaster.
It's just a combination, the literal worst of worst situations. On the top of everything that happened there, the Spirit Rush is claimed by Hongkyu, which allows him to then chase down Betty. If not for that, they do actually minimize some of the losses. But I mean, this is just criminal off the back of that last game. I think CFO definitely kicked themselves a little bit for how they played that second. Now, they are right back where we'd expect them to be.
Yep. I mean, at least for the next 1 minute, 2 minutes rather. It's TLN who have to try and find some way to not let this game get out of hand. You see the top lane inhib is going to be the focal point, the focus for CFO. Arja as well. I mean, okay, well, with that, this game probably just explodes.
I mean, there's our answer. the counter to the Yorick works if the Yorik's not having a great game, but base is cracked. I think CFO probably could end it here, but they make the smart call. They don't want to gamble. They want it to be a done deal. They don't want to risk an avenue for TLN coming back into this game because those towers can be such an asset in a team fight if you overcommit.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, there's still a minute to try and get through this Baron. To try and somehow survive. You've got 20 seconds left on your top laner respawning. They clear out one wave. Lane will survive for the time being. As Fofo deals with the bottom wave at the same time. This will be the inhib. Almost certainly going down in mid lane. Woody pulls the trigger. Is going to have to flash away, however, as Casa now being focused down and just completely one-shot. Betty as well, the flash forward. Doggo playing Jinx to the absolute limits. Gets himself a double kill. Looking for more. Yes, Fofo gets one, but that's going to be not really all that impactful. As CFO, they're going to close it out. It did take 3 games, but game number 3 was a complete stomp at CFO, who do take the series 2-1 up against TLN and start the split hot.
Sometimes a loss can actually be the best thing possible for your team. And I think that is very true for CFO in this situation. They lose game 2 in a fashion that forces them to stop and reevaluate what they're doing. because they should not have lost game 2. They were in such a good position. They made some egregious mistakes against a team who is always going to punish you for that. And they readjust, they recenter themselves going into game 3, and they do what we've come to expect from CFO and the swagger off stage from Driver there at the end. But in saying that, TLN still look good. The only problem being is that their opening game of the split is currently against the best team the LCP has to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the fact that this game went the distance, you can expect there to be more exciting games of them way later down the line when we do start to get to our qualifying series. But for now, that is the CFO vs TLN series done and dusted. I mean, TLN in game number 3, I really don't want to see Betty on Ziggs in series-defining moments. And it's not because he can't play Ziggs. It's because when it comes down to crunch time, when you need that clutch factor player, Betty has time and time again been that person for this roster, and you really just... I feel like you're doing a disservice from not allowing him to be on.
It's not a champion that fits his playstyle, which is just that flow state, running through a team fight, running rampant. That is where he thrives. Ziggs is not that. He's a caster. He sort of just wants to toy around the fringes of the fight, throwing out abilities and just doing his thing. But, I mean, my biggest takeaway for TLN, we saw CFO go international and put the world on notice. TLN just put CFO on notice, saying that if you step out of line even a little bit, we are going to make you pay for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think ultimately both series today really shows that we are going to have a competitive second split here, the mid-season split. Because even in our first series of the night, SoftBank up against Vikings, game number 1 was a complete wash, and no one's going to hide from that. Vikings completely dominated. Game number 2, we get in, and it's a very, very close affair for the majority of that game until it suddenly breaks open at the end, and Vikings do take that one too. But I think you just got to look forward. SoftBank are looking like they've come back into similar form they finished last split. TLN and CFO look about even as where they were last split, with CFO being slightly ahead of TLN. And as this progresses, no one really can be sure what's going to happen. Because even moments like this, you can tell that TLN, they can win these games. They did it in game number 2. And all 3, they were playing from such a disadvantage that if they find their way around the early games, all of a sudden they're going to be such a beast of a team.
Yeah, look, I don't know if there's a situation that, even draft-wise, positioning-wise, that makes that fight better. I think if the Sonic Wave lands, I think that's probably a better situation. But Hongq, yeah, look, he had a pretty phenomenal series, all said and done, coming back to what we've expected of him coming out of first stand. The Silas looked so good. The Corki looked a little bit shaky, but I think that was less him and more the way things were going as a team. And then the Victor as well, just stand out. This kid has got big things in his future. I've said that since the first Playdate, and I will keep singing it until we see him win Worlds. Honestly, I'm calling it. He's winning Worlds someday.
Yeah. I do think Junja was robbed a little bit. I'm going to be honest. That guy completely 1v9 the early game, all 3 games. Like, they were 6k gold ahead every single game this series because of how he navigated the early game. Sure, they didn't win, the game 2, and it ended up being somewhat close in game 1. But I mean, without what he did in the early game, it was probably just a 2-0 in favor of TLN. So I think Junja maybe deserves some credit for how this series ultimately went. But everyone on CFO did their job. Driver completely weathered the storm that can be Yorick these days. Hongq completely denying any movement. In fact, just beating Fofo straight up, and I don't know. It's a close affair between these two. CFO still are ahead, but going forward and further into the future, I think we've got a really, really exciting storyline.
Yeah, I think a loss was needed there in the game 2 to fix up some of those issues that we already saw showing itself in game 1 for CFO. They do get a bit of a kick, and suddenly they start tightening things up. I mean, Kaiwing had a really rough game 1 and 2. He was making some pretty gnarly misplays. Game 3, he was just on point from start to finish. He really shone on the thresh here, and Hongq, every single member of CFO really stood up and took notice coming out of the back of game 2. Like, there was clearly something said. They took notice of what was going on, and they just dominated from start to finish. I mean, 17-3 scoreline by the end of it. That is, you put that on paper, and you say that one of the teams is TLN, you would not expect them to be the team getting 3 kills for an entire game.
Absolutely. As we take stock of the day, Vikings 2-0 against SoftBank. Again, game number 1, very, very clean, but SoftBank certainly had signs of life in the second game of that series. CFO versus Talon. It provides, as it always does. It was CFO game 1, reasonably clean, but there was certainly some hiccups here and there. Game number 2, Talon managing to come back from a pretty significant deficit, and then game number 3, just an absolute shutout by CFO. So as things change, again, they all remain the same, because that ultimately could be a way you somewhat describe the grand finals of last split 2.
Yeah, look, it was a learning experience for CFO. I think it shook them a little bit back into what we've come to expect. Clearly, there's been a couple of bad habits that have encroached in coming to split 2, but it does set us up again. That run, this story just becomes that much deeper between the two teams heading towards what will be MSI, qualifiers and all the rest of it, the playoff series coming into the mid-season. Look, I'm excited. Again, we're seeing some of those new picks creep in. We are seeing the draft again change due to Fearless. The Zigs, not quite it. Yorick, I'm definitely keen to see more.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the Yorick has, and I'm excited to see if we come up with something that maybe punishes it in the lane. Because obviously Jax kind of seems like it just sits there to withstand.
It survived the lane, that was it.
Exactly, it kind of just withstands. And so I'm hoping someone can come up with something. Because as the game progresses, it generally, you do start to find these more niche picks that just deny Yorick entirely. So we'll see if that does happen. Now, looking at the scoreboard, if you are a Vikings fan, we're going to be having to ask to stop the count. But Chiefs...
Absolutely.
Chiefs currently...
Chiefs are a top 3 team, baby. Let's go.
Chiefs are currently sitting there in the 3rd spot position. But of course, that could very well change tomorrow. Of course, it might not. But I'm sure we'll have it on your screens very shortly. Tomorrow's matchup is going to... we had the top 2 tonight. Why not tomorrow have the bottom 2?
The wooden spoon race, you reckon?
Here we have, to start off tomorrow, it's DFM going up against the Chiefs. Poltron, we're going to have words if you do lose tomorrow. All of Oceania are hoping that the Chiefs win. New roster coming through from them. Obviously, DFM sticking with much the same. Interested to see what Arya can do with the new state of sort of mid-lane meta, where it is this Rod of Ages into Leandries, if it gives them more playmaking potential, more carry potential, if it weakens it, because obviously there's less opportunity to find kills. It's going to be very interesting to look at.
I mean, look, his job's already hard enough. You don't want to put any more pressure on him. You kind of want the rest of the team to step up and match him. But for the Chiefs, yeah, look, coming in, revitalize, refresh after what was a very disappointing split 1. These guys are hungry. We've known that. We've seen that. Voltron, look, I'm sorry. I've made some comments in the past which you're not too happy with, but I'm here. I'm an Oceanic diehard. I have been from the very beginning. If Chiefs aren't winning, look, what can you do? You just keep moving forward. Yeah, absolutely. And while you may be an Oceanic, Oceanic member, an Oceanic citizen, you've always been a fan of the VCS, and the second series of tomorrow, of course, is going to be GARM versus Team Secret Wales. But for today, that does do us. We had CFO versus Talon rematch. It's CFO who still remain on top. We'll see you all tomorrow.
If I am not what you are, then that doesn't make me crazy. You do you, and I'll be free. Who decides what's normal in a personality? I'll be me, feel free to disagree, but God was not mistaken when it came making me. You do you, and I'll be free. Who decides what's normal in a personality? I'll be me, feel free to disagree, but God was not mistaken when it came to making me. So what's my diagnosis? What's my box of frogs? Label my psychosis and then throw me to the dogs. Mic drop. Na 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 just a body, empty shell. I took your soul, fed it to a black hole because you find it fun to be overrun. I'm speaking for you now, I'm in control now. Took a pill just to feel, try to heal, but what's the appeal? In losing yourself, you'll hurt yourself. Lost in the moment, here's your condolence. You left your mind at home. I said you'd never dance alone. Eyes are blurry, words are slurry. Looks like you're staying out till early. Sun comes up, smell the air. Life is different, now you're not in there. Thought you'd have your fun, but what have you done? You're on your own now, cold as stone now. Took a pill for a thrill, your free will, and it was yours until you lost yourself, forgot yourself. Just for a moment, now you feel broken. You left your mind at home. I said you'd never dance alone. Eyes are blurry, words are slurry. Looks like you're staying out till early. Na 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 na. You're blinded, slow-minded, distracted, corrupted. You're under, hypnotized. Lost in the moment, now you feel broken. You left your mind at home. I said you'd never dance alone. Eyes are blurry, words are slurry. Looks like you're staying out till early. You left your mind at home. I said you'd never dance alone. Eyes are blurry, words are slurry. Looks like you're staying out till early. Na 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 na. The days they go by, but my mind is filled with doubt. I always thought I'd be with you till the end. I'm trying to find a way to let this out, 'cause now I wonder if I'm playing pretend. I look at your face and I'm weak at the knees, but when push comes to shove, I now feel uneasy with you. But it's put to the side and I try to get by, but now my mind's heavy with constantly worrying why. Forced affection, empty. I love you, so do I play alone when it's gone. Nagging questions like, is this for me, or do I play alone? The show